Hey everyone, imagine you are a developer and working on a project. Now, suddenly you got one request from a colleague to check for a dependency of any package, and you don't want to mess it with your own PC. So, what do? You create a VM either on a cloud or using your hypervisor on your main PC, and then you try to check those dependency, right? Now there is a way that VM took much time and it is also utilizing much resources from your main computer or laptop, right? The another scenario, you worked on a project and it works perfectly on your machine, but when you give it to your colleague for testing purpose or deploy it on a server, it breaks. So do you think it's why? Because might have different environments, missing dependencies, and version conflicts. So there is the something called Dockers comes into the play. So in this lecture, we will try and we will cover all the aspect related to Docker from basics to advanced, and we will try to cover all of them using our demos and lecture. So in this course, we will talk and see all the aspect of Docker with demos. Okay. So let's get this started, and I would also suggest you to follow me along, follow with my labs and practice them. Okay. Now let's move ahead and let's see what you are going to cover in this course. So first, we will see in the first chapter, we will start with Docker. What is Docker? Why do you need it? Then we will see why the Docker was introduced. Why can't we use virtual machine? Then we will learn about Docker architecture and its component, and followed by Docker installation on Linux, Mac OS, and Windows. Okay, so these all includes in chapter 1 itself. In the second chapter, we will have some quick primer to Linux. If you want to learn more about Linux, then please go ahead navigate to my Linux full administrator course. But this will be a quick refresher to Linux command, so that when we will be in our container, we will be able to run Linux command quickly. Okay. In the next chapter, we will learn about Docker images and containers and how they works under the hood. In the next chapter, we will learn about some more aspect of Docker like volume, how you can mount them to your container, and more options with it. Next, for the containers, we can integrate and we can mount it with my Docker volume. Similarly, I can connect my Docker networking to my containers, okay, so that I can enable communication between the containers. Next one, we will see how we can orchestrate multi-container apps with Docker, and we will do it manually. And to overcome this, we have something called Docker Compose, which will underground create a service for multi-container apps itself. Okay, so that we don't need to orchestrate manually. Next one we will see. So this one will be your quick chapter. We will see how you can execute command inside containers, and we will also see what are utilities container. In the next chapter, we will dockerize some project like Python, PHP, Maven, and Node.js. Okay, so they might be asked in your interviews, right? In the next chapter, we will have a quick tour to Docker Registry, right, which is stored on Docker Hub or on a private repository. Okay, like Azure providing repository or any other cloud providing registry. Okay, we will also try to push our manually created image to Docker registry, which is on our Docker Hub. And at the chapter 11, this is very important. We will see how we can deploy our Docker containers to any production environment or even using your cloud. Okay, in this demo, we will use AWS. Now, before moving forward, I would suggest you to do all these things and on your own Linux VM. We'll also see if you have a Windows VM then or a Mac OS, then you can definitely play with it. But for learning purpose or for testing purpose, I would suggest you to create your own VM and practice all the things on that. If you want to create a Linux VM, then please go ahead and navigate to my Linux full administrator course and follow me along. I would also suggest you to please don't keep watching these lecture. Please go ahead and practice them while I am illustrating them topic by topic. Okay. So with this, let's go ahead. Now let's move with chapter one. And what's this chapter for you? So first you will learn about what is Docker. Then you will see the differences between containers and virtual machine. Then I will show you how I use my virtual machines for my work, and then we will see Docker architecture and components. Okay. After that, we will install Docker on different type of operating systems like Mac OS, Windows, and even in your Linux VM. All right, so let's start. So what is this exactly? Is this Docker? So if I will talk about an overview, so Docker is a tool that will help you to package your application and all its dependencies together into something called a container. Okay, so in another word, we can tell that Docker is a containerization technology that you can use to create and deploy apps in isolated environments. Now, what is this isolated environments? It means it is not going to affect your underlying infrastructure or underlying resources. Okay, it's not going to affect your network, your disk space, your disk, or even your resources, other resources. Okay, now, what is this containerization? So, containerization is the process of bundling an application code together, which is require runtime, your system tools, libraries, and settings into an isolated environment called a container. Right now, what is this container? This container is a lightweight and standalone and executable software environment that includes everything needed to run an application. So whatever the code, the runtime, the system tools, libraries and settings. So it is all of them are bundled together. And once if you will run any image with the container, it will contain all these things inside it. But all of these things, if you will try to run another container, so all of those containers will share the same host systems kernel. Okay, they are not having their own kernel. Okay, so they used to work on the system kernel, likely to be Linux kernel. Okay, we will see this. Why I am saying only Linux? Because we are going to run it on our Mac OS and Windows also, right? So we'll see this why I'm calling it as a Linux kernel. So let's understand about containers and virtual machine. So what's in the virtual machine? You might definitely used virtual machine in your environment or even in your demo. So first one is your underlying hardware components like your network, your hard drive, and your RAM or a CPU, right? Then you have your host kernel, which operates with host OS, and this host OS containing your various system processes, utilities, and application, right? Now this host OS can be anything like Linux, Mac, and Windows. Now on this host OS, you deploy something called a hypervisor. In Windows, it's a Hyper-V, and if you want to use other tools, so you can use it like VMware or VirtualBox, Oracle VirtualBox. Okay. So now this hypervisor will enable you to create VM on your host OS for different kind of operating systems. Okay. So I have one VM1 and VM2. They will have their own guest OS, and these guest OS can be any like OS like a Linux, Mac OS, or Windows. And these VM will have their own guest OS with application binaries, libraries, and their even utilities. Now let's understand the architecture of containers, how they works. So it will be the same like I will have the underlying hardware components. Then I will have my host kernel, which enables communication between my hardware components to my host OS application utilities like. And then I have my Linux, Mac OS or Windows. So my host OS could be anything. And then on this host OS, I have a container engine which is working as a hypervisor. Okay. Now in our case, for this course, we have container engine called Docker engine. Now what this Docker engine will enable? This will enable you to create container based on images, and they don't have their own guest OS. They just are set up with their application, binaries and libraries or dependencies. These are the mainly differences between containers and virtual machine. Now let's see the theoretical differences between containers and virtual machine. So if you will talk about OS, so the virtual machine, each VMs run its own OS, but on the containers, it will share the host OS kernel. The resource users is very high because they have their own OS, right? So if you download any ISO image for any OS, so they have in gigs of space, right? But the containers, if you will run a demo container, they will have in megabytes. So they are very lightweight and they only contain Apps and dependencies. Now, what's the startup time? First, you need to set it up, and then the startup time could go 2 minutes. While the containers, they will get boot up within a seconds of time. If you will talk about isolation aspect, so the virtual machine are strong hardware level isolations, okay? But the containers are process level isolation means whatever the containers you are running inside the Docker, they are like your process. So basically the processor like container D or run C are running inside your Docker daemon, which is responsible for running your container or creating your container. If you will talk about portability, so VM image must match with your hypervisor. Okay, so you cannot take your VM image and provide it to your another colleague and you suggest to run the same image on their hypervisor. It will not work. But if you will package your image and if you will give it to your colleague, it can run with any container runtime that your colleague is using within your Docker. Now, what are the use cases for this? So, if you want to learn about virtual machine and if you are creating any monolithic apps or legacy system, then you should use your virtual machine. But if you are using microservices, which is a core components in DevOps world, or even a CI/CD or cloud native apps, you should use containers. Okay, so containers are nowadays are most common and most famous technologies around these days. Now let's see how I use my virtual machine while moving on my Oracle VirtualBox. Okay, so I have opened my Oracle VirtualBox Manager, and in my another PC, I have also my Mac OS, which I have set up as a VM. Okay, on my Windows laptop. I will also show you the screenshot of that. So in here, I have Ubuntu VM and then Ubuntu Personal and Windows 11 Personal, which I have set up during my Ansible course. So if I will go ahead and show you my resources, so I have 16 GB of RAM and 1 terabyte of SSD, and using that I need to run all these three VMs in it. Now these Ubuntu VM, so Ubuntu is a flavor of Linux which generally lighter than Windows. Okay, so basically they need some processes or memory, right? So if you will see right now, it has 7 core processor and 7 GB of RAM assigned to it. Now this one have 6 core processor and around 6 GB of memory assigned to it, while my Windows one is also having 6 processor and 6 GB of memory assigned to it. Now if I will try to run all of these things together, it will not work. It will crash because I don't have enough resources. But if I will try to run a container engine of Ubuntu, they will not take even a 7 processor. They can run in 2 vCPU or 2 GB of RAM. Okay. Now how this is utilizing my disk space? So I have installed some application in it. If I will open my file explorer, so I have opened my file explorer and you can see that here if I will hover to, so it's a 35 GB of space. This one is taking 46 GB of space and Windows 11 Personal is taking 43 GB of space. So approx they are taking around 150 GB of space on my hard drive. Also I cannot run them properly all together. So this is the limitation of virtual machine. If I want to run, so I can run any two of them at together due to my resources. If I want to run all of them, I need to have either a 32 GB of RAM or more. So that's how I use virtual machine on for my work. Okay guys, so now I have shown you how I use virtual machine and how it can lead to a crash error, or even I cannot run all virtual machine for my work due to my limited resources of my machine, right? Now let's move ahead as we discussed our virtual machine and we have discussed about its limitation also. So let's move ahead. Now why do you need Dockers and containers? So first one is consistency across your environments. Will avoid it works on my machine error, right? So while starting this lecture, I was discussing you suppose if I have one code and it's working on my machine and then you suddenly give it to another colleague for testing purpose and you suspect that it's not working. So to avoid this, we can implement that application on my container image. Okay. I will ask my colleague to go ahead and run the container with the same image and it can test it on any environments. Okay. Next one is lightweight and fast. We have seen this, right? So when I showed you my VMs were in gigabytes of space and they definitely need more core of CPU and more GB of RAM to work properly, right? While in case of container, you can communicate with them with your CLI itself. They are very lightweight than your VMs. As they are very lightweight, so they can start instantly. Next one is scalability. You can orchestrate them using tools like Docker Swarm or Kubernetes. I will try to create another course on Kubernetes after my Docker course. Okay. Next one is simplified deployment, in which we package our app and all dependency all together in a single unit. So we don't need to worry about its dependencies, libraries, and versions of all the dependencies, right? Next one is resource efficiency. So basically, we are using very fewer resources, right? As compared to our virtual machine, I have shown you. And also, we can run multiple containers on our same host. So you don't need to run another containers on another host. And next one is very important, which is isolated environment. It's not going to affect your underlying dependencies or libraries of your main host OS. Okay. So leading it's to enhance very secure and very stable. Now let's understand about its architecture in detail, right? So let's see this. First one is your Docker host on which you have installed your Docker. We will see the installation and the working of the Docker in the next slides, but let's assume that this Docker host is your host on which Docker is installed. Now, once the Docker is installed, it will give you something called a Docker CLI or client, by which you will access or communicate with your Docker resources like volume, network, and images. Okay. Now, with the help of Docker CLI client, I started Docker daemon, which is a Docker engine or a Docker process, which will start and which will get ready to creating Docker resources inside the Docker host. Okay. Now this Docker daemon is just like a processes, and they will have a running processes like a container D or run C, which is responsible for creating a container or running a container. Now these Docker daemon will be responsible for creating our images, volumes, and networking. Means with the help of Docker daemon, we can create this, and with the help of images that we have created using Docker daemon, we will also see if we don't want to create it, we can directly pull it also. So with the help of the images, we can create something called a container. So in the real world, the container is just like this, right? In which we package or bundle all these things in together and we shape it from one country to another. Okay. So for illustration purpose and for better illustration purpose, I have taken here the real example of container. So now this image is with my containers. On the other hand, you can communicate and bound your volume to this container, and even you can connect your network to this container if you are running multiple containers here. Now you use Docker daemon to create an image and to run your containers. Now if you don't want to create it and if you want to push it from any repository, so you can definitely do that. So you can push or pull any Docker images from a Docker hub or even a private repository provided by the most leading cloud technologies like Azure or Google or Amazon, right? AWS. Now within this Docker hub or your private repository, you have something called a Docker registry, which contains different versions of images, different kind of images with their extension and plugins. So I'm hoping I was able to make you understand the Docker architecture in detail. Now let's move ahead. Let me know in the comment section if you found any difficulty while understanding the architecture. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about these components in detail. So first one is Docker client. So this is a command line tool for Docker that sends user command to the Docker daemon. This is on your host OS. Okay. Next one is Docker server or daemon. So this is a Docker engine which is running on your host OS. So if the Docker services are running, then this will be running. If you have stopped your Docker services, then the Docker service or daemon will not be running. We will also see this while stopping Docker desktop. Okay, so don't need to worry about that what it does. Okay, so basically this is a background service called Docker D, which contains container D or run C that builds, runs, and manages Docker object. Next one is Docker host. So basically this machine, which is can be a physical or virtual, where the Docker daemon run and containers execute. So you can basically pass commands to execute inside the container itself, which we will discuss later. Next one is Docker image. So this is a read-only template, means these are immutable. You cannot change it after the creation, right? You can definitely create another version, but you cannot create or edit the same image with application code and dependencies to create container. Next one is container. So it basically a running instance of your images. They are isolated, lightweight, and basically in the background they are executing your app or your dependencies. Next one is repository, a collection of related Docker images with different version and tags. We have seen this, right? And where these are stored, they are stored on Registry called Docker Hub. Okay, so these can be either a private repository or even a Docker Hub. So I'm hoping you are clear with all the components, right? And also the Docker architecture in detail. So let's move ahead and let's see how Docker will be processing when we will be installing on our Mac OS, Linux or Windows. So for Mac OS or Windows, suppose this is your Mac OS or Windows. So this green boundary, right? Now inside your OS, your host OS for Mac or Windows, you install a client or a software called Docker Desktop. So once you install the Docker Desktop, it will create a Linux OS for you with a specified amount of resources, suppose 2 GB of RAM and 2 vCPU. And within this Linux OS, you can create your Docker resources. If you have Linux as your host OS, you don't need Docker Desktop. You need to run some command and it's good. The Docker CLI is ready to set up. Now it uses CG group to allocate resources from your Linux host OS to the containers or volumes, and they run directly on your Linux host OS directly itself. Okay, so basically they communicate with your Linux kernel, right? So I'm hoping you have understood the process, how they are run. So let's move ahead and let's see the installation of Docker in Mac OS, Linux, and Windows. All right. Okay. So let's first install for Ubuntu, and I'm on my Linux VM, which is of Ubuntu flavor. Also, for my upcoming demo and lectures, I will be using all the commands and all the stuff on my Linux VM itself. But no need to worry, I will also show you how you can install Docker Desktop on Mac OS or Windows. Okay. So let's first install on my Linux VM. So I will search for install Docker and I will go to the very first link. And in here, I will go ahead for Ubuntu. Okay. Now you need to see the supported version and the OS requirements are these were. And I am using this one, Ubuntu Jammy 22.04. Now how you can verify this? So you can verify this by going to cat, reading the contents of etc os-releases. So you can see I have Jammy OS version 22.04 Ubuntu, right? If you want to see the architecture, you can type uname -m. So it's on x86-64 architecture. Okay. Now the first thing it is telling to uninstall all the conflicting package. So I will copy this one and I will right click on it and I will right click on it and I will paste it. So it's asking for my password. I will provide because it's sudo. Once it's done, I will clear my terminal and I will follow along with next commands. So these are just the commands. So what I will do, I will copy with all together. I will paste it and it will start installing all these things one by one. And once it's done, so I will install Docker CLI, Docker CE, which is community version. So with the help of this command, you are installing Docker CE, the community edition, community edition CLI, the container IO, and some compose plugins. Okay. So I will hit enter and I will type Y and it will start installing Docker on my Linux VM. Okay. So if you have another flavor, you can go ahead and install it by navigating to the same package. So I will wait for it to get it installed. So now it was installed. So if I will type Docker, so you can see now it is giving me all the commands that can be run using Docker, right? If I will type Docker version, so I have Docker version of 22, 28.3.2. If I want to check the Docker thing, so Docker run hello world. I will come with this command later, but just for testing purpose, I am running this command. Okay, so looks like I need to run this using sudo. So I will also tell you how you can run without it. So in here, you can see when I run Docker run hello world, we will also fix this, how we can run this without sudo. So for here, I have used sudo privilege to run this. Now this image was not found on my machine, so it fetched it from Docker Hub repository and it fetched the default one. And you can see that hello from Docker, this message shows that your installation appears to be working correctly. Now to generate this message, Docker took the following steps. The Docker client contacted the Docker daemon, the same steps that we shown in our architecture, right? Then Docker daemon pulled the hello world image from our Docker hub. Docker daemon created a new container from the image which runs the executable that produced the output you are currently reading. And then Docker daemon streamed the output to the Docker client, which sent it to your terminal, right? If I want to run any other Ubuntu VM inside my Docker container, I can do that, and I can type -it. No need to worry. We'll come to all these commands later in the section. Okay. Now here is the tip: receiving error when trying to run without root. The Docker user group exists, but contains no user, which is why you are required to use sudo to run the command. Continue to Linux post install to allow non-previous user to run Docker commands and for the further optional configuration. So if I will go to Linux post configuration, so you can see I have all these things in here. So it will tell you to add the user to our new group. Okay. So let's do this. First, I will create a group called Docker. I think in my case, I will already have it. So let's see this. Okay. So Docker group is already there. Now I need to add my current user. So this is environment variable for my current user and I will add it to Docker group. It's done. Now log out and log in back so that the group members is re-evaluated. And if I we are running Linux virtual machine in Linux in virtual machine, we need to restart it. And we can also run following command to changes to the group. So let's run this because I don't want to or start this one. Okay, so let's run this. Okay, now it's done. I will claim a terminal and I will type docker ps. So you can see I can run the containers now. So docker run hello world. So this time you can see that it didn't fetch the image because it was already fetched and I can see the output without using sudo. Okay, if I will type docker images, so you can see already have the hello world. It didn't fetch. Okay, so that was the installation process on Linux. Hello guys. So as we have set up our Docker on our Linux, now let's move ahead with Mac OS and Windows. As I don't have Mac OS as my main laptop and I am using virtual machine, so I won't be able to install Docker here because the Docker needs a hardware support virtualization on it. As it is already a VM, so it will not allow me to install Docker on it. But I can show you how you can go ahead and install Docker. So I will go to my browser inside my Mac, and this is my virtual machine. And in here, I will type Docker install for Mac. I will go to the very first link here. Now in here, there are two options, either Docker Desktop for Mac with Apple Silicon and Docker Desktop for Mac with Intel chip. So how you can verify which processor you have? So you can click on this Apple icon on the left top corner and then you can go to about this Mac. If it is saying M1 M2 chip, so in my case it's saying processor is 2.1 gigahertz and unknown because it's on virtual machine. If it is saying M1 chip or M2 chip, then it's a Apple Silicon. If it is other, then it is an Intel chip. So for now, I will consider it as Apple Silicon because I'm not going to install it. So it will start installing of approx 500 megabytes of Docker file, docker.dmg file. So let's wait for it to get download. Okay, so looks like it was the DMG package was downloaded. I will click on this icon to open it and it will start extracting. Now it will extract this 500 megabytes to approx 2.2 or 2.3 gigabyte of Docker package, which we can copy it or move it to our application folder. Okay, so let's wait for it to verify. And now you can see it has attached our volume to here. So let's wait for it to open, and now you can see that it is giving a cross icon because I cannot install this application because it needs a hardware virtualization support. In my case, I'm using virtual machine, so it is not allowing. But in your case, what you can do, as you are having a Mac OS as your main hardware, you can just drag and drop to the application section and it's done. So once if you will drag and drop it, it will be in your application section, right? Then you can go to your all application section in your launchpad and search for Docker and open it. So in my case, it's not there. So just search for Docker, open it, and it's done. Now you will be able to see the Docker desktop is running on the top right corner. Okay. So once if you will open it, so what it will do, you will be able to see that here there will be a Docker icon and it will be saying all the engines related stuff like Docker is starting, Docker is stopping, or all the things. Okay. So I'm hoping you are clear with it. Let me know if you face any issue. Okay. Come back. I am on my Windows laptop. You can also use Windows VM, that will work fine. And now I will try to install Docker on my Windows. So I will search for Docker install on Windows. I will go to the very first link here, and then in here I will install Docker Desktop for Windows. So by the time it's installing, I will tell you the prerequisite for it. So first you need to install Windows feature called WSL and Virtualization Machine Platform. So how you can enable that? Just go to the start menu, search for turn Windows feature on or off, and then go to at the bottom and select Windows subsystem for Linux and virtual machine platform. Okay, once you do that, now you need to open command prompt as admin, right? And then you need to type WSL hyphen hyphen install hyphen D and Ubuntu. In my case, I already have installed it. How you can verify that? Once you will type this, you can see another app called Ubuntu is appearing inside your Windows. So if I will open it, you can see that it will launch my Ubuntu VM inside it. So what's happening in the background? In the background, this Linux VM, which is on Ubuntu flavor, is going to use to run our Docker. Okay, so make sure your WSL feature is up and running and selected, and also the virtual machine platform. Either it will not work. Okay, so I have confirmed this and I have also tried to run my Ubuntu VM to see whether I hadn't got any error while running this my Linux VM. So as I didn't get any error, so for me it's good. So I'm hoping you are clear with prerequisite. Now my Docker desktop was also installed. I will open it from here. I will click on yes. Now in the background, when we will be installing Docker Desktop on Mac also, so what it was doing, it was creating a Linux virtual machine behind it. Similarly here, if we are using WSL feature, so basically the Hyper-V, if you want to use Hyper-V for installing Docker, it will work on Windows Pro and Windows Enterprise. But for WSL2, I would recommend you to go with this setting only because it is more reliable. Either you are on Windows 11 Home, Windows 11 Pro, Windows 11 Education, or Windows 11 Enterprise, the WSL2 feature will work. So I will select this one, I will select this one, and I will not select this one because I want to use WSL2 itself. I will click on OK and I will start my installation here. I will wait for it because it is going to take 3 to 4 minutes and it will also ask to restart my laptop. So I will come back once the installation is finished, and once it will ask for restart, after restarting I will come back. Okay, so installation was succeeded, and in my case, as I already have installed it, so it's not asking for a restart or logout, but in your case it might be asking for logout and login back. Okay, so I will click on close and I will open my Docker desktop in here. I will accept the service agreement. If you are using any personal or work, then if your company have provided a work email, you can go ahead and log in. So once you log in, you will be able to see all the images and containers that is running in your organization. If you want to set it up for your personal, you can go ahead and log in. We will try to log in it after some time when we will be creating our image and pushing our image. For now, I will click on skip. So once I have skipped it, you can see it has started my Docker engine. If you are seeing like virtualization is not enabled, or if you are saying WSL upgrade, then you can go ahead and upgrade it. If you are seeing error like virtualization is not enabled, then go to and search for turn Windows feature on or off, and make sure to disable first all of the Windows feature, means Windows subsystem for Linux, Hyper-V and other things, and restart your computer, then come back and then only select Windows subsystem for Linux and virtual machine platform. That's it. If you are seeing error like WSL upgrade error, then you can go ahead and type cmd and run as admin and type WSL hyphen hyphen update. Okay, so it will update your Windows subsystem for Linux. Now I am logged in and my Docker desktop is fully running. If I will open this toolbar, if I will hover here, so it will tell you Docker desktop is running. Also, you can see my RAM utilization is 3 GB and CPU is this much. If you will go to the resources, you can see all the resources here. If you want to change the resources, what you need to do in your profile in your home folder of your profile, you need to create this file .wsl config, and you need to add content like this. Once you write these contents, save it and restart your computer, it will update to this configuration itself. Okay. Now, as we have our Docker desktop running, let's use our PowerShell, and let's first keep Docker here. So you can see all of these things in here. Now let's try to run one of the command like docker run -d -p 8080 hello world. Okay, looks like we have given a wrong path, so I think it will be hello and world. So it's saying unable to find image locally, so it's pulling from default location, and I need to allow, and it's done. Now we will discuss this command in a bit, no need to worry. And now you can see that it has downloaded the image of hello world and it started the container. So if you want to see the container, we will come to all these command later, but you need not to worry. So docker ps at, it's just a command to open and run, so it has closed our container, but it will definitely have images in my images section. Okay, so that's it for the installation of Docker on Windows. Go ahead, play with it. If you cannot set up Docker on Linux or Mac, you can definitely do that on Windows. Follow the same step that I perform. You should be able to run Docker here. If you are facing any issue, just let me know. I will try to help you as better as I can. Okay guys, so I am hoping the installation of Docker in your Mac OS, Linux and Windows was successful and you are ready to move ahead. Alright, let me know in the comment section if you face any issue while installing Docker in any of these environments. Now let's see how it works together. So for example, I am taking here Nginx image, but in our case, we take demo of hello world image, right? Now let's see what this command is doing. So for now, I am just illustrating simple things in here, but we will discuss about these commands and all the commands related to Docker in our Docker images and container section. So once we try to run docker run -d space -p 8080 hello world or nginx, so what it will do, once if you will run this, so client, the Docker client or CLI will tell Docker engine or daemon to pull the nginx image from the registry, the default registry on Docker Hub. If it is local, then it will not fetch it, it will use it from your local repository itself. Next one, once you specify run, it will try to create a container using this image. Now, if you are specifying any port, then it will try to connect to a by default created network that will be created on your Docker host itself. So if you will type IP ADDR, so you will be able to see there is one more network configuration attached with the help of Docker. Okay. Then at the next step, so this one is for the detached head state. No need to worry. We will discuss about these in detail when we will be discussing about our Docker images and container section. Now this one is for specifying port from our host port to container port. Means this one, once we will run this Nginx image will run on the port 80 inside the container and it will map it to our Docker host on the port 80 itself. Okay. So once if we will try to run Docker IP then colon 80 the port, we will be able to access Nginx on our host itself. Now there is another options also like -v for specifying volumes. So we can also implement that. For now, I have illustrated you some of these in quick, but we will discuss them in our Docker images and container chapter. Okay. So that's it for chapter one, in which we discussed about Docker, what is Docker, why do you need it, and Docker versus virtual machine, followed by the installation on various OS. Okay, so now let's move ahead and let's have some quick primer to Linux. Hey everyone, and welcome back to chapter 2. This is going to be a quick chapter because in the background, our Docker container is being running on Linux OS. So we need to learn about Linux, right? And we need to get some inner side info about Linux too. Now, you might be already aware that 90% of the world's server, cloud platforms, and even your Android phones runs on Linux, right? Now, what is this Linux? So Linux is an open source operating system. Now, what do you mean by open source? The open source means you have fully control on your operating system. It's completely free and you can fully customize it. Also, the Linux is just not one OS. It's many distributions like Ubuntu, CentOS, and Fedora, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, right? So there are bunch of flavor and distributions currently provided by Linux OS. Okay, so Linux is like a kernel which runs on many distributions flavor of Linux. Okay, so if you want to learn more about Linux in detail, please navigate to my Linux full administrator course. Whatever topic I'm going to cover, I'm going to cover them in a very brief. But if you want to learn about them in detail, then please go ahead and navigate to my Linux full administrator course. Okay. So let's move ahead. Let's start this primer to Linux. If you are already aware of these things, then you can completely skip our chapter 2 and navigate to chapter 3 directly about Docker images and container sections. But if you haven't practiced Linux for a while, or if you haven't used Linux for a while, then please go ahead and go through these primer and session. Follow the steps with me. Okay. Now, how you can use Linux, and suppose if you don't have Linux VM, how you can get Linux VM on your OS. So suppose if you have Mac OS or Windows, on Windows there is a new feature called WSL which was introduced recently on Windows, on which you can directly run a Linux VM on it. Alternatively, you can use VMware or VirtualBox, which is a hypervisor to create a VM on a hardware of your OS. Like if you are using Mac OS or Windows, it will create Linux OS on it. Alternatively, you can use cloud services like Azure or AWS for creating a VM. Will cost you definitely, but you can use your free trial to play with it. There is one more option for our scenario, which is called Docker Desktop. Using Docker Desktop on our Mac or Windows to create a Linux container on it. So not Docker Desktop, you can use Docker CLI on your Linux itself for creating Linux container, right? Now, what's the point of creating a Linux container on a Linux VM? So that's why I'm suggesting you to create Linux VM using your Docker Desktop on Mac OS or Windows itself. Okay, so I will navigate to my Ubuntu VM. Okay, guys, so I am on my Ubuntu VM. So I will verify whether my Docker is running or not. So I will verify with my Docker version. In your case, you will see Docker client version and Docker server version. If your Docker service is running, you will be able to see Docker server version also. If the Docker server service is not running, then it will not show you Docker service. It will only tell you Docker client version. Okay. So in my case, I'm just showing you how you can run a Ubuntu VM on your Docker. It will be very lightweight. It will be coming with less of the services because it is bundled with the less packages. Okay, now in here please run the same commands because I am following the things on my Linux VM as I already have the Linux VM. But if you want to create Ubuntu VM on your Mac OS and Linux, you can use this command. We can come to this command later. So Docker run it means interactive terminal, means once we will run this, we will come to this container inside it just after running this. Okay, and I will give the name as Ubuntu and I will give the terminal name as bash. So let me hit enter. Once if I hit enter, so it fetched and it checked for the images on my local VM. It didn't found, so it is pulling from library Ubuntu from my Docker Hub and it will start extracting all the layers. Don't need to worry. We will learn about all the layering and pulling and fetching the images to and fro from Docker Hub to our machine. Now you can see my terminal is changed and you can see here it is telling the root and this is the host name of the container, my Ubuntu VM that was just created. This one is my root folder. How you can verify that? I will open a new terminal over here and I will type docker ps. Okay, so sudo docker ps. So you can see that my container is running of image Ubuntu and this is my container ID. Okay, if you want to verify the host name, you can do that. So if I will go here and if I will type host name, so you can see that is the host name that was assigned to it of my Ubuntu VM. So if you don't have Linux VM setup, then go ahead, run this command and create VM inside your Docker container itself, which is have some limited services running. Okay. So first let's get detail about our host name or about our Linux host OS. So we can type uname, which will give you what is the underlying OS of your this flavor. So it is Linux. Uname -m will give you all the details, means about the architecture details of your host OS. If you will just give uname with -a, it will give you OS name with your version. Alright. If you will just type w, so it is just related to a particular user, tell you that what is the current user that's been active and from how many days. Okay, so I was idle for 4 days because I have just saved this VM state there. Now how Ubuntu is verifying these commands, right? So how it is giving, knowing that this is the command that you are running and it is verifying that this is a command. Suppose if I will write uname, so it will tell you that this command is not found. But if I am typing uname, so it is identifying that this is a command and I should run it. So how Linux is knowing that this is the command that it is running? So for that there is something called environment variable path on which all these commands are there. Okay, so if I will go to this folder, so they will have all these commands stored in there. These are basically an executable file or a script which will extract the detail when you will run this. Okay, For example, if I will go to cd user and bin, and if I will list all the files and folders, so you can see I have all these commands in here. Okay, so if I will go ahead and so you can see I have wget command in here itself. I have wc, which is for word count, right? And I have all these commands in here itself. So that's how Linux is identifying that I have these commands in here and I can run this. Okay. Now you have some command and you want some help on this. So how you can get that? You can use help manual of Linux, which is called a manual page. So if you will type man ls, so it will give you the manual page of ls command. So it will give you name, synopsis, and description, and all the option that it has supported. Okay. For example, if you will type ls with hyphen a, and otherwise you can also type hyphen all, which is the long version of hyphen a. So it will list all the hidden files itself. So for example, I will press q for exit it. If I will type ls, so you can see I have only these files right on my home directory. But if I will type ls hyphen a, so you can see I have these many files also here, which starts with dot. And if any file is starting with dot, that means it's a hidden file in any operating system. Okay, so if you want to see the hidden files, you can type ls-a. Now let's see processes in Linux. So when you execute a command, then bash or your shell starts a process in the background. Now there could be a very short process like if you run ls or cd command, and there could be a long process like bash. So let's see them also. So if I will write ps, which is for running process, so you can see I have these three process running currently. So these two are bash. The another one is bash that I already opened, and this one is ps that just I ran here. This one is my process ID in here. If you want to kill any process, you can type kill with the following PID. For example, I can type 14941 and it will kill this process. Okay. If you want to execute any process, so suppose in another window, if I will open another tab, right? And if I will go back to this terminal and if I will type ps again, you can see that this already open terminal was executed here. Okay. And let me list all the files in here and let me go back here. And if I will type ps, okay, so it's as it's a very short command ls, so it's not detecting here. Okay, but in the background it might be running. Now there are some utility that you can install or play with if you want a visual representation of background processes running. For example, top will give you the graphical representation of all the commands or all the processes running, just like task manager in your windows. Okay, so you can see that it's been refreshing here, right? I press q for exit. Similarly, at top it will also give you a graphical representation, but in my case I don't have it. If you want, you can go ahead and install it with this command. All right. Now let's learn data stream and piping. So suppose there is a command that you have run. Now it is going to either be successful or it is going to throw you an error, right? And what's the method of this command or of this input? It is either from your command input or standard in, or either it is an output of a command itself. Now there is some code that is used for data streaming. So for a standard input, it is 0 code. For a standard output, if it was successful, it is 1. For a standard error, it is a code of 2. Okay. So now let's understand this. So I will move to my desktop. I will list the content here. I don't have anything here. If I will type get, so you can see that by default, it will open my terminal to input my stuff in here. So if I will type hello, and if I will hit enter, so you can see that it's printing the output in the same terminal. Means it's taking the standard input and it's passing the standard output to the same terminal window here itself. I'll press Ctrl C for exiting it. Now, if I will list the file, so I don't have anything in here. So let's go back to our home directory. And if I will list the file, so you can see I have all these things in here. Now, once if I have listed the file, it's give me that output, right? Which was my standard output. If I want to take this output and if I want to print out to some folder, so I can do that like standard out.txt. You can also provide one here, the data stream number of standard output. But as it's a default, I don't want to, or I can put it also. So once if I will hit enter, and if I will list the files in here, I have a standard out.txt file. If I will list and read the content of it, so you can see it has pasted all the standard output to this file. Okay. Now I have mkdir which needs an argument to create a directory, right? So for now, what it's doing is throwing an error. It's not an output, right? So how you can verify that? I will type mkdir. At the same time, I will use this one and output dot, or let's take it a standard output dot txt. So once if I will hit enter, so it's given you error, but have it modified our standard output or txt also? So no, it didn't. Why? Because we have specified here one by default, which is standard out, but it is throwing an error. So that's why it didn't write it. So what we can do, we can type here 2 in here and it will write to it. Now if I will type cat standard error out.txt, so it has this file. Okay. Now I have this one. I can also type this thing to append it. So what it will do, in each of the iteration it will append it to the next line in this file. So if I will read the contents now, so you can see that it has appended to this line. But if I will use only one greater than icon, it will just overwrite to the same content. So double greater than is for appending a file. Now you can also use multiple times standard output and standard error. So if I will use ls and one for a standard output.txt and two for a standard error.txt. Okay. So once if I will hit enter, if I will list the files, so I have all these files. So let's see the contents of standard output.txt. So I have all these files. Does it have any in standard error.txt? No, because it was not an standard error. Similarly, if I will change it to mkdir, so what do you think? It will not write anything to my standard out. It will write it to standard error.txt, right? So if I will now read the content of a standard error.txt, so I have all these things in here. Okay. So I'm hoping you are clear with the redirection. Again, these are very brief and it will help you in working in Docker because Docker in the background will be running on a Linux kernel itself. Okay. So now as we are good with our standard redirection, let's move ahead with piping. So now what is the piping? Piping is like you are taking output of a command and passing it to another command as an input. So how it works? So if I will type list, so you can see that it's printing something in here, right? What I can do, I can type ls and I can pipe it to any file like hello.txt. I can type ls, right? And at the same time I can use cat command to write to read it. So in the background the ls working functionality is like this, right? So developer that has created the ls command, it is like this, means ls and then piping it with cat command. So that's how it's showing the commands in here like this. Similarly, if you want to use, suppose echo is for printing anything on your terminal, and I'm using hello world, I can pipe it to a file called cat hello.txt. So what I'm doing here, first understand this, cat is for writing the contents, right, or reading the contents to it, right? So what I am doing, I am first reading the contents from it. So what this will throw? This will throw hello world. Similarly from this one, once I ran the ls command, it read all of these things in here and it printed using cat, right? Similarly, echo will give the output of hello world and it will give it to cat. Now this using this cat command, I am giving the standard output to this hello.txt means by default here it is 1, right? So it will keep this, it will take this and it will print and write it to my hello.txt file. So once if I will hit enter and once if I will list the files, so I have hello.txt in here, which was not earlier, right? You can see. Now if I will see the content of hello.txt, so you can see I have hello world written in here, right? So what I did here, the standard output of one command was taken as a standard input of another command. So that is the piping. Okay. There are many things like P, Xargs. If you want to learn more about them, please navigate to my Linux administrator course. In that, I have talked all of them about in detail. All right. Now I will clear the terminal and let's move ahead. Now let's understand about file directory and permissions. So the on the top level of hierarchy there will be a root folder, and then at the end there will be bunch of folders like bin, etc, home and sbin. I will navigate to my Linux VM and you can see once I launched my terminal it launched at my home folder. So how you can verify that which folder currently you are in? So you can type pwd, which is present working directory. So once if I will hit enter, you can see that it started with root, then homes, and then DevOps. Now let me open another terminal, and in here I will type cd and then this root folder. So you can see I am now at my root folder. If I will list the files in here, you can see I have all the folders at my root structure, right? The blue ones are a folder, complete folder. The light blue ones are a link. The white ones are a file, and there is no green one, but the green one are like a executable script. If I will list with -la and if I will enter, so you can see it will give you in long listing with the hidden files also. Now what are these? This is the pointer to my current location. So dot represent current location and double dot represent previous location. In all these folder, these two folders will be definitely there. These are basically a pointer to your current folder and the previous folder. This is the file permissions. The first one will be tell you whether it is a directory, whether it is a link, and if it is a hyphen, then it is simple a file. Now this will tell you your permissions. The first three is for your user, which is root. The second three are for your group, which is for, in my case, by default root. The third three are for others user. Now, if you want to get them for octal representation, how you can do that? So it will be 1, 1, 1, which will be 7 in here. This will be 1, 0, 1. It means 5, and this will be also 5. So if you want to represent this in your octal representation, you will represent 755, means 7 for your user, 5 for your group, and 5 for your other. Okay. For this particular folder, what's the permission? So this is a directory. For user, it's a 7. For group, it's a 0. And for other, it is a 0. All right. Now, by default, I will be opening my home folder. If you are root folder and if you want to directly go to your home folder, you can directly go using cd and then tilde icon, which will navigate to your home folder, your user's home folder. Okay. If I want to go back, I can go back. And if I will go to home folder and if I will list the files here, so it will list you all the users folder that you are currently logged in. As I have only one user, so in here it's giving DevOps. Now CD or ls, you can use them using your relative path or absolute path. So suppose if I'm using CD And if I want to use home, or for example, if you are here and if I will list the files, so from here you can navigate to DevOps and then desktop, right? So you navigated to users desktop, right? Now let's me navigate to the root folder of my Linux structure. Now in here I can navigate to my DevOps or home folder. If I will list the files here, I am on DevOps, right? But suppose if you want to go inside this snap folder, so you can provide a absolute path in here. So how you can do that? You can type cd, then this, and then snap. So once if I will hit enter, you are directly inside snap folder. So what it did, it first navigated back to your home folder and then it came to snap folder. So this is called absolute path. And what was that? This is a relative path, means from here I was navigating to my home folder. All right, I will close this window and I will come in here, and if I will list the files, so I have all these things in here. So let's understand about tab completion. So if I will list the files, so I have these things in here. If I will type cd and if I want to go back to de, and if I will hit tab, so you can see I can either navigate to desktop, and with D I already have desktop in here. Suppose if you want to go to CD and D, for D I have desktop, downloads and documents. So if I will hit tab, it didn't give anything, but if I will hit enter, it's telling no such files or directory. But if I will type CD and DE and if I will hit tab, you can see it all automatically detected desktop. Okay. If I will type CD and DO, so it can be either navigate to downloads or documents. If I will hit tab here, so you can see it's still not detecting. So I need to type further one things here itself. So I will type W, and if I will hit tab, so now it detected downloads. And I can hit enter and navigate back. So that's how tab auto completion works in Linux. Now let's work with some files. How you will create a particular file. So you can create it with touch file.txt. Okay, so if I will list the files, so I have file.txt. Okay, now how, there is another way for creating file, which is vi file.txt. It will also create the file, but before that, suppose if you want to write anything, a one line to this file, how you will do that? You will type echo hello and you will use it to file1.txt. And if I will list the file, so I have file1.txt. If I will read the contents of it, so I have hello written in here. If you want to write bunch of more commands, so how you can do that? Just write another thing and append to it. So suppose if I will write hello world in here, and if I will append to it, and if I will type cat file1.txt, so you can see it has appended. But if I will write something in here and if I will not append to it, it will overwrite to all these contents in here. Suppose if you don't want to follow this, so you can open this txt file using your text editor, using your Visual Studio, or even using your Vim editor or a nano editor. Okay, so let's see the working of Vim editor here. So as I don't have any file here, and if I want to create a file, I can directly create it with my Vim editor itself. So let's use vi and file2.txt. So if I will list the file, I don't have file2.txt here, right? So with the help of Vim editor, I can create a file and I can directly start editing to it. So vi file2.txt, once if I will hit enter, you can see it has opened another terminal. Now for writing anything to it, as it's in a command mode, I need to press I for insert mode, and then I can type anything here. Hello from Vim editor. Now I need to press escape from going from insert to command mode. Now I am in command mode. Now I need to provide colon to go to line mode in which I can type command to save it or exit it, and I can type W to write it, quit it and exit it. Means save it, quit it and exit it. Now once if I will hit enter, if I will list the file, so I have file2.txt in here. If I will type cat file2.txt, so you can see hello from Vim editor. I have mistaken the spelling of hello, right? Now how you can create folder? You can create it using mkdir command. Mkdir new folder. Okay, so if I will list the file, so you can see the new folder will be there with the blue icon, and all the files are from white icons. Now, if you want to rename this file or folder, how you can do that? You can move or rename with the same command like mv. So suppose if I want to rename hello.txt, hello.txt to file 4.txt, you can see file 4.txt is not there. If I will hit enter and if I will list the files here, so you can see hello.txt is gone. Now I have file 4.txt. Now how you can navigate all these folder to new folder? So I can use mv and I can use file star.txt. Now I can use special characters like star, question mark, or even a curly braces to following a pattern. Now a star is matching any pattern, question mark is matching only one character, and these braces are for matching any one set of character inside them. So if I will type mv file star.txt, move it to new folder and then dot. If I will list the files, so I don't have anything file1.txt. If I will navigate to my new folder and if I will list the files, you can see file1.txt, all the things are moved in here. Okay. If you want to remove the file, uh, for example, let's remove file.txt. So you can remove it by with rm file.txt. If I will list the file, so you can see file.txt is gone. If you want to create a file, you can use touch and let's create file, and I can provide a pattern like to, to, pipe, then txt. So what it will do, it will create a file 2.txt, file 3.txt, file 4.txt, and file 5.txt. Once if I will hit enter and once if I will list the file, you can see I have all these things. Okay. You can also provide different patterns like this one, and you can provide another pattern, and you can provide 2, 6, and once if I will hit enter and if I will list the files, you can see I have two characters in here. Okay. Now, if you want to remove the file with file and let's I will give question mark dot txt. So what it will do, it will take only one character and it will remove only file 1.txt, file 2.txt. It will not going to remove this one. Okay. If I will type rm file question.txt, so it will remove the files with two characters in here, which it will be two, and it will skip this one. Okay. If I will type rm file star.txt, so it will remove all the characters that starting with file and then starting with any character. Now I will navigate back. So this one is for my previous directory. So I'm on my previous directory. If I will list the files, so I have this one. If I will try to remove rm new folder, so it will tell you that I cannot remove this file because it's not a file, it's a directory. For removing the directory, you have rm hyphen r and then I can type new folder. And now if I will list the file, it has deleted all the folder related to this one. Suppose if you want to remove this standard error and standard out.txt with the help of rm, how you can do that? You can type rm standard Then you can either type star star question mark question mark dot txt. So it will take three characters, in our case out or err, or what you can do, you can type standard star dot txt, or you can just type star and it will delete it. So if I will type list, so you can see it's gone. So I'm hoping you are clear with file directory structures, how you can work with files and folders, how you can copy and move the folders files here there, how you can rename it. Also, we have seen some wildcard characters using while working with our folder and files. If you want to copy anything, you can use cp command. Copy anything means your source and this will be your destination. Of course, you can provide your absolute path in here and absolute path in here, or a relative path in here or relative path in here. Okay. So I will go back and I will open a file and I will write hello.txt in here and I will type something like hello from Vim editor and I will just quickly write it and save it. If you want to match for a pattern, so how you can do that? You can type cat hello.txt. You can see I have a hello from Vim editor. Suppose it has thousands more of line. And if you want to search for a pattern, you can use grep here. So if I will type grep with pattern like hello, so it does not have anything. Why? Because as it is a case sensitive, so it didn't find anything with small hello. So if you will type capital H, so it will found and it will highlight with red color. Okay, that's how you can filter your pattern with using your grep command. So it's a most useful command and it supports various options in here like any pattern, various special card characters and many more. Now let's learn about search operation, how you can search for a particular thing in your core Linux infrastructure. So for searching anything, you have something called a command find. So once if you will enter find from your current directory, it will list all the files, folders, all these things starting from your current directory to till the end. In my case, as it's in thousands of folders, it is still expecting and it's using my IDEM. If you have limited resources, it can crash also. For now, I will cancel it. You can see it has started from all my home folder. Now, if you want to find for anything like a pattern, so I will provide find from my current folder with the name like file. If I will hit enter, so I have these things in here with the name like file, right? If you want to change location, you can provide forward slash to change its location to find it from the root. You can of course give a special characters like star dot pdf to find anything that starting with anything but ending with pdf. So it will find those also. In my case, I have these two, which is this one and this one, which contains with PDF. So I'm hoping you are clear with how you can search for a particular folder with the name. Again, it has bunch of folders and options supported using find. If you want to learn more about it, you can go ahead and type find hyphen hyphen help or man pages for find. And you can find various options for here. Okay. You can clear your terminal using Control plus L command or type clear and hit enter. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about compressing and sorting. So compressing is like combining a group of folder or file and making a archive file of it. If I will list the file, I don't have anything else. So let's create a file called hello1.txt or let's give special card characters like 2 to 5.txt. If I will list the files here, I have hello 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Well, suppose if you want to combine them and if you want to provide them to your colleague. So how you can do that? You can do that using our tar utility, which is built in with your Linux. If you are using Linux on your Docker, so it might not have installed because by default on Docker, it comes with very few packages. So you might need to install it. So if I will type tar hyphen hyphen help, so you can see, okay, sorry, I need to provide not space. So you can see it has giving manual of how I can use it. If I will go to the very top, so you can see it is telling GNU because it's come from the GNU, saves many files together into a single tape or a disk archive and can restore individual files from the archive. Now these are the commands that you can use here. So CF, the hyphen C to create. F means you are providing a file to create, means my foo and far. The P to see the details about it means what are the files and folders that it's creating, and X for executing the tar. So you can go ahead with, you can play with it. In my case, what I can do, I can use tar hyphen cf archive.tar and I can provide hello1.txt, hello2.txt, hello3.txt. It will combine them and it will create a tar file like archive.tar file with the red color. Also, for tar method, you have various methods like gz, bgz, and gzip on this flow. For all of them, I have talked about in my Linux Administrator course. If you want to learn more about it, then please go ahead and navigate to that. So that's it on the quick guide of archiving and unarchiving of your files and folders. I will clear the terminal and let's learn about sorting. For sorting, what I will do, I will open Vim editor and I will write with animals.txt. I will I for insert mode. I will write like cat, dog, elephant, shape, right? And I will press escape and I will write it. If I will type cat animals.txt, you can see I have all these things. If I want to sort it out, I can directly type sort animals.txt. So you can see it has sorted alphabetical. If you want to save it, the sorted output to any folder because it didn't change our animal file. How you can verify that? I can type cat animals.txt so you can see that it didn't sort it out. It didn't change my animals.txt. By default, it was already sorted. If you want to save the output of the sorted, how you can do that? You can type cat, sorry, sort, then hyphen o to save it to a file, and then sorted dot output. So it will save it to this folder, this file, whatever output you have. Okay. Now I will open a file and I will open numbers.txt and I will just write some random folders. Okay, I'll press insert mode and I will save it. Now, if I will sort it now, so you can see it has sorted, but you can see it didn't sort it as we expected. It is just sorted alphabetically, right? Means one, first it take one, then two, then three, and then four. Now it came to the next character, two, and then five, right? But it didn't take exact value. So for taking exact value of a numeric character, you can type with hyphen n. So it will sort out numerically. So you can see that this time it has sorted out numerically. Again, there are thousands of options with the sort. You can play with it and you can go ahead to sort help option to sort out with various options. For example, with hyphen n, it was for numeric sort. By default, it was for alphabetical sort. Alright, I'll press Ctrl plus L to play my terminal. Now let's create a script. Let's see how the executable files looks like. Okay, so I will navigate to my Ubuntu and the executable script are with the extension like .sh. It does not need it to be .sh, but for the best practice, you can create it. So I will create a file vi script.sh. I'll press I for insert mode and I will write here something called a cbang line and I will give bin then bash and I will type echo hello world. Now in here you can definitely provide Python here. So let me open my terminal and in here if I will type which bash You can see it is stored at my users bin bash directory. That's why I am providing here the location of bin bash. If you want to create a script for your Python, what you can do, you can go ahead and type with Python 3 if it is installed. So you can see in my case it was installed. So what I can do in here, I can go here, I can type bin and Python 3 and start writing my Python script in here. In my case, I just want to give scripting in here for bash scripting. So it's done. I will press escape and I will write it and exit it. Now if I will list the file, so you can see my script.sh is just like a normal file. Can I execute it? If I will type dot script because it's a bash script and I have launched my bash shell itself. So if I want to script, then you can see it's not detecting my script, right? So first, after creating any script, you need to make it executable. Okay. So for make it executable, so first let me remove these hello files because it's making complicated. So rm hello star. So now I will list the files. So I have this one. Let me remove uh, rm star dot txt. If I will list, so I have this one. Let me type ls hyphen la. So and let me also grep it with what? With script. So now I have script.sh. Now you can see in all of these things permissions. So first one is a file type. In all of these things, I don't have executable permission to execute it. So what I will do, let's change is permission. So I will change it with chmod and I will type user to execute it. Means I am giving the permission to user to execute it. So it will just type execute permission. If you will not type execute and if you will just type execute, it will add executable permission to user, group and other too. If you don't want to give symbolical representation like this and if you want to give a numerical representation, you can also give that. So how you can give that? For example, if you want to give executable permission here, so you can give 111 means 7, then this one will be default means 4 plus 1 5 and this one will be 4. So I can give 7 5 4 here itself. Oh sorry, it will be 6, right? 4 plus 2 is 6. So it will be 6 and then my file name. Okay. And also I can type user plus execute and script.sh. Now if I will go with the same command here, so you can see I have executable permission for my user. Now, if I will list the file, so now you can see it is now reflected as a green color means green color is indicating that now it's a runnable script. How I can run that? I can go or either you can use a relative path or absolute path with this SC and if I will hit tab, it will automatically detect that this is a runnable script. Once if I will hit enter, so it has just run the file. But if I will type to run script dot sh, it is telling that it's not a command. But if I am running cd or ls from anywhere, it is detecting that it's a command. So how? Again, we have discussed it, right? It is taking and from our user bin directory, right? So if I will type echo and dollar path, so it is all these commands in my user bin directory. Okay. How you can verify that? You can type which ls. So you can see it's in my user bin directory. So what I can do, I can copy this script or move this script to my user bin directory, or let's create a one more folder and let's append it to this path environment variable. Okay. So currently the script is in my home folder and I don't want to add my home folder to my path. So let's create a folder called mkdir bin2. If I will list the file, I have this bin2, right? Now let's move my script.sh to bin2, right? I have been to, let me navigate to bin 2 and let's take the present working directory. The present directory is home DevOps bin 2, right? I will type export path. I, and I am going to first I will take path because I don't want to change to this only, right? I want to take all of these things because it should not missed, and then I need to append it because the colon is for appendation. I need to append it to my this location. Sorry, this location. Okay, so I will use the absolute path which is home DevOps and then bin2. Once if I will hit enter, and now if I will type echo and then dollar path, so you can see it has now added my home path. Earlier it was not. Right now, let's see running of script.sh. And now you can see I can run it from anywhere else. If I will navigate to my home folder itself, I can run script.sh from anywhere else. So now you can see you have created your own custom command for your Linux. Alright. So if you are liking my content, please go ahead and subscribe to my channel. Share it with your friends who are working on it. I will clear the terminal. Let's understand about networking here. Means what are the options you can see for the networking and for troubleshooting purpose. It is important when you are working with the Docker. Okay, so let's navigate back to our Ubuntu VM. For identifying about networking aspect, you have something called IPADDR command for seeing all the network connected to your Linux VM. For example, this one is our lookback address, which one is helpful for a testing purpose if it is your host reachable from your current host. This one is our Ethernet that is currently connected, and this one is my private IP address. Okay, and this one is my IPv6 address. Right now, this one is the Ethernet address created by my Docker engine, and the by default the Docker network created by this IP address itself. Okay, so if you are using Docker itself, it is a private IP address. So this IP address will be same in your VM itself if you are using Docker. This one is my IPv4 address, and this one is my IPv6 address. If you want to see a routing table for anything, so you can do that. So you can use IP route to see the all connections from here to there. If you want to verify connection to a service or to a connection, you can type ping. Suppose if you want to verify the connection to google.com, you can type ping google.com. So you can see it is verifying the connection and it is taking from this, and that is my public IP address. I will cancel it. If you want to see the hostname detail of your Linux VM, you can type hostname. So it will give you the hostname of this. If you want to see the IP of your hostname, so I can type -i and it will give you the IP. Okay, so for me, it's a localhost means look back address, and the current IP that you are using is this one. Okay, guys. So that's it for the Linux primer. If you are coming to Docker, and I just wanted to refresh your memory for Linux because while you will be working on a Docker container, the Linux knowledge is needed for sure. Okay, so now as we have some gain and we have refreshed our knowledge about Linux, now let's move ahead with chapter 3 with Docker images and container. Hello everyone and welcome to chapter 3. In this chapter, we will learn about building block of Docker, which is images and containers. So Docker is nothing without images and container because they consider to be an underlying support system for Docker. So, in this chapter, what we are going to learn, we will try to use pre-built images and we will fetch it from Docker Hub, which is a default repository for all the images. And also, we will try to create our custom image and then we will try to run our images. And then in our third chapter itself, we will dockerize our Node.js application. Okay, we will create a image from it and then we will try to run a container from it. Okay, so I'm hoping you are ready with it. So let's move ahead. Now you might definitely heard about ISO images. So what it is? Suppose if you are going to buy a disc of any particular game. Now, what was that disc? That disc initially was came with some pre-built images, right? Means there was some dependency and packages installed on that disk already, right? You are not going to create individual disk for all the games. You install the drivers, packages on the disk first, and then on the top of it, you are going to install your games, right? So in the same way, Docker images its image and its layer. We will understand layering also. Basically, layering concept comes when you create your own images. Now there are bunch of images that are placed on Docker Hub, which you can fetch and play with and run it and see the details, troubleshoot it. Okay. Using those images, you can create containers. Even by creating your own image, you can create containers from them. Okay. So we'll learn all of this. Now, first, how you will fetch the images, we have discussed it. You will fetch it from Docker Hub, the first option you have, in which there are bunch of images, millions and thousands of images are already there. So you name it and the Docker image or the Docker Hub have it on their own, okay, with the version configurations. Now, once you pull the image, you create container from it, okay. Now, from the same image, you can create one container and multiple container itself, okay. It's not needed that from one image you will create one container itself. From one image, you can create multiple containers. On the other hand, what you can do, you can create your own image using the base layer of the pre-built images, and then you can create container from it. Again, from our own images also you can create multiple containers, okay. So I'm hoping you have understood the concept. No need to worry, we will understand all of these concepts in detail in the upcoming chapters, okay. Now let's see how we will use an existing image from Docker Hub to pull it and fetch it, and then we will try to use it by for creating a container, okay. So I am on my Ubuntu VM on which I have installed and configured Docker, right? So I will go in here and I will search for dockerhub.com. I will search for image called node. So once if I will go here, there are bunch of images for node, but one which I am interested about is Docker official image. You can see that it has tagged with Docker official image, means it was built by Docker itself. So I will go ahead and click on it. And in here you can see that it has recent tag of LTS jod, means if you will just type node to install it, it will come with pre-installed tag LTS jod, okay. Now how you will get this image on your system? So for getting the image on your system, you have this command docker pull node colon LTS jod, okay. So what I will do, I will open my terminal in here. So in here, what I will do, I will first list the images that I already have installed in here so that I can free up some space for my Docker. So I will type Docker and images. So you can see I have these images in here. One is of 10.1 kilobytes and one is of 78.1 megabytes, which is of my Ubuntu VM, right? So for now, I want to remove it. So for removing the images that is locally on your Docker CLI or on your Docker host, you can type Docker RMI Ubuntu. Okay, and let's so by default it will take the tag as latest itself. So once if I will hit enter, it is telling that this container is using its reference image, this one, right? So let's use hyphen force to remove it forcefully so that it will get the container also and it will remove my image also. So what you can see, it has untagged it, it has untagged this and it has deleted all. Now if I will type docker images, so I have only this one. If you want to see the running container using those images, I can type docker ps. Currently as I don't have running images, so it didn't show anything. But if I will type docker ps hyphen a, hyphen a is for listing all the containers that is stopped also, means that was earlier running. So once if I will hit enter, you can see that it has some bunch of containers stopped here, right? Now this is the container ID. You can use these ID to play with it, and you can mention only 4 or 3 characters here itself, okay. Now this one is the image. You can see this one is the image, this one is a hello world image, this one is a command, this one when it was created, what was the exit status currently, what is the port that it is using, and what is the name. So if you are not specifying any name, so Docker will automatically assign a random name to each container. So you can see I have not assigned this name to my container. It was automatically assigned by Docker itself. So you can use this name to stop them. Okay. Now what I will do, I will try to remove my hello world image also. Docker RMI hello world latest. So you can see my tab of auto completion is working in my Docker itself because Docker is running on the top layer of the Linux OS. Okay. And then I will use force. I will hit enter and it was deleted. Now let's see Docker PSA and it is still there. Right now some container listing are still there. Now how I can get rid of them? I will use Docker rm and the container ID means B404 or the container name, right? So I can type all of them one by one. Else the another way is using piping inside the Docker. So if I will type docker ps hyphen a, so what it is doing? It is giving me this list. Now if I will use hyphen q, so what it will do, this will take the ID of all my container and it will pass it to my this command. So let's use that one instead of writing all of each one by one. So dollar because I'm going to write one command inside it, and then I will provide docker ps hyphen a and hyphen q. Okay, so this command will give me output of all the ID of the container and it will pass it to docker rm, and docker rm will remove my images or whatever the stopped container is there. Okay, so I will hit enter. It will take some time and it will give the ID of all the removed containers. B404, A308, right? And now if I will type docker ps hyphen a, so I don't have any stopped or running container, right? If I will type docker images, so I don't have any images also. Okay. So now let's move ahead. I will clear my terminal and let's try to use docker pull node. Okay, so if I will directly try to use docker run node, so what it will do, it will first fetch it and then it will try to run the container from it. Docker run node. Okay, so once if I will hit enter, so it is telling unable to find image node latest locally. So what it's doing, it's fetching from my docker hub. Now what are these things? These are the layers that it's downloading, and on each layer there are some improvement or there are some functionality added on the top of it. So this one was my first layer which might be using a base image, right? So once you get your computer, you get a flash os, right? And then you install some application on top of it one by one. So that is the image layering process. We will see the image layering process when we will be creating our custom images. So no need to worry about that. Okay, so let's wait for it to fully download it. Okay, so when I didn't use docker pull, I used docker run node command, means it should run, but you can see that it just completed downloading the image and it stopped also, right? So if I will type docker ps, so you can see I don't have any container running. So what it did, it downloaded the container, and as there was nothing to perform, as we didn't perform here, if it has supported argument here, you can provide here, it will run it and then it will close it. As we didn't perform anything here, so it performed nothing and it just closed the container. So docker ps didn't give anything, but if I will type docker ps hyphen a, so you can see that 50 seconds ago this container was created on the image node. Okay, and as we didn't provide anything, so it was just stop the container. All right, if I will try to run docker run hyphen it and then node, so there are bunch of options supported for docker run, means hyphen d hyphen p and many more. We will learn all of about it one by one in the upcoming chapters. For now let's understand. I am telling docker that hey, go ahead and run the container on the image of Node, but this time I want a interactive terminal inside it. Earlier, what we did, we just performed and tell Docker that Docker run Node. So we just fetch the image and ran it and close it because we didn't perform anything. In here, it's telling Docker run, give us an interactive terminal in this image, and then execute my container. So once if I will hit enter now, so you can see that now I am inside my Docker container, right? If I will open another window here, and if I will type Docker PS, you can see I have one container running in here, and it was created just 13 seconds ago. Okay, so I will go to that terminal. I will for now just perform one example, 1 plus 1, and you can see it given us 2, right? Okay, and still I have that container running. You can see I will exit this container. Okay, I don't know why exit is not working. I will press Control C for cancel it, or Control D. Okay, so it was supported to work exit, but not sure why it's not working. So you can type Control C twice or Control D. Okay, or we can type dot exit also. Okay, so it was dot exit, not exit. Okay, so that adds how you can. And now if I will go to my container, and if I will type docker ps, so I don't have any running container. And if I will type docker ps hyphen a, you can see I have two container running, right, for the same image of node. Earlier it was just ran and stop, and the other one was running for some time, we performed some action and then we closed it. Okay, so we have seen how you can perform different operation when you are using an existing image pulled from your Docker Hub or Docker registry, right? Now let's go ahead and let's understand our Node.js application. Again, this is not a Node tutorial, it's a Docker tutorial. So I will try to Dockerize a Node application, and I have created it just taking reference from an web. So I will give you the functionality how it works, but I'm not going to explain you how I have written the code, right? And then we will first see the running of it on our main operating system, and then we will try to see how you can dockerize that using our Docker. So I will move to my Ubuntu VM. I will open my VS Code, and I have these files and folders here. So in the public, I have style.css. You might be already aware of it if you have worked on a web development. So this is just for a styling purpose, in which I have given some font and some colors, right? Then I have one file called package.json, in which I have specified some dependency which npm module will use to install these dependencies. Okay, and I have some options in here: name, versions, and author. Okay, then I have a main file server.js, in which, so it's just a simple application in which I will run this also. So it's just it's giving a headline of Dockerized node.js, and it will ask the user to set a user goal for today, and it will save it on the upper icon. So it will store it on the localhost /store goal, and our app is listening on port 3000. You can give 80 also, but for the safer side I am giving a higher port so that it does not needed a sudo privilege. If you are using port less than 1024, so it might need a sudo privilege, so that's why I'm using 3000. So what I will do in here, I will open a terminal inside in here itself. Okay, inside my VS code. And now first I will install my packages. For installing a package you should have a npm installed in here. For in my case, npm is already installed, so I don't need to worry. I can go ahead and install the packages. If you don't have npm installed, you can go ahead and install it. You can go on the web and search for npm install on Ubuntu, and either you can get your npm package from your app manager or directly from the scripts. Okay, in my case it was already installed, so it's done. Now what I will type, I will type npm install. What it will do, it will look for package.json file, and it will create package log.json file, in which it will give you all the details about what's the dependency that it has installed. Also it will create node underscore modules folder, in which it has some metadata about your package and all the binaries and dependencies. Okay, so this command is very helpful. It is going to install and configure your dependencies. So once if I will hit enter npm install, now it will take some of the seconds and you can see it has created two folders. First one is package log.json, which has all the dependencies and modules specified here, where it came from, right, and the version. And then it created a folder called node modules, and with the sum of the is some folders. Okay, now once it's done, I will use node server.js. I am finally starting my node servers. So once if I will hit enter, so now it will give the output of whatever we will be entering on the our port itself. So I will go to my browser, I will open another tab and I will type localhost 3000. And once if I will hit enter, you can see I have my app running. Set your goal today, Dockerized Node.js. I will type the goal and let's give the course goal as first Dockerize of Node.js app. And once I will click on set goal, it will replace here, and at the same time it should give here, right, in the terminal. Same you can give one more. I will learn more stuff about it. Not out, it's about it. Okay, so it has replaced, and in our terminal it has given a new line. So that is how it's working on my local environment. I will cancel it. I will go ahead again. What I did first, I need to go ahead and run npm install command to install all the dependencies, packages, and modules. Then I started my server node server.js. And in here, if I will go to server.js, you can see at the end it's listening on port 3000 on where I am running this. So in my case, I'm running on my base OS, which is my Linux VM. Okay. So for now, as I was just showing you how I ran on my OS, now what I will do, I will try to run it on my Docker image, means my own Docker image. So I will delete these folders because what's the matter if you are going to keep them manually, right? So I will delete them. Okay, so I'm hoping you have understood the working of our node.js application. So let's move ahead. Now let's create our own image for our Docker. All right. For creating an image, you need a file called Docker file. You need to be very specific when writing this file name. It should be capital D with all small letters Docker file. Okay, it does not have any extension, and you can see my Visual Studio extension has already detected the type of the file, right? It's a Docker file. Okay, so it's saying to install the extension, so it will make my life easier. So I will install my extension for it. I will wait for the installation to get installed. So let's wait. Okay guys, so looks like my extension was installed. I can close this and I can go ahead here. Okay, and in here I can type to Explorer. Now the first line for any Docker file is from keyword. This from keyword is like your base image. So you are going to install, or if you are going to purchase an laptop, right? So you definitely need a base image to use. In the using my Docker extension for VS Code, it's also giving the suggestions here. So it should be the base image. So for the base image, I am going to use Node here. Now the first command is done. Next one, it will start the container from it, right? Now how do I know how my application is going to work? Where are the files? So these files are in this category, right? So I am going to write that copy all the file from my current directory, dot represent current directory, right? That go ahead and copy from my current directory all the folders from my current directory to my current directory inside the container. So that's why I first illustrate you some Linux command, right? So dot means current directory. Okay. Now I will go ahead and I will type run to running the command npm install. What we did after that, once our packages and files were ready, we installed npm install to install some dependencies, right? And after that we need to expose our port. So we need can spy expose, and the port number is 3000. And then we are going to run command run node server.js. Okay, so you might be wondering that it's good, it should be running, but it is not going to run. The first improvement is this one. In here, I am installing this one inside my container. Once the container is ready with Node, then on the top layer of it, I am installing this run npm install, right? And it is going to package this image bundle. Now, what it's doing in here, if we want to run it inside the image, we could have used run command, right? But we want to use it for starting our node server. So here it will not work. Here we need to use a file called cmd. And then for cmd, our extension got changed. So it will be this one, then this one. And so now it's ready. Okay. So it can work here. So what is this? This is a executable and parameter for this executing container. Whenever this container will get ready, it will try to run this command after creating the container. But these thing, it will already package these image, these instruction as bundled. Okay, so that is the difference between run and cmd. There is another one also, entry point. We will discuss it in the upcoming chapter. Basically, that is one for providing the arguments. So we will see that, no need to worry. So that's why I'm telling node server.js. Now one more improvement, instead of providing dot forward slash, so once if you will specify from node, it will be a more like of a linux container, right? So by default you will be entering into your root folder, right? And do you want to keep this folder in your root home folder? Definitely no, right? So what you will do, you will create a folder called workdir. This is another instruction for giving the instruction like, and I am creating a folder called app, and go ahead and do all the stuff in this app folder. And similarly, I will mention here, either I can mention dot forward slash, it will take the workdir, or I can mention app itself. So I will repeat again. The first line should always be from where the base image should taken from. The next one is workdir. You can work without it, but for the best practices to do not mess it with your root folder, because if you will not specify it, it will directly take your main folder, right? Which you don't want that. So for the best practice, I will type workdir. Then what I will do, I will copy all the folder from it, from my main folder to my current location to my app folder, my workdir. Then inside it, once if I will navigate it, I will try run npm install, right? And then it will create a package lock.json file and then npm underscore modules folder. And also I will expose it to port 3000. You don't need to worry about it because it is already running inside it. So you don't need to worry about it, but we have mentioned it for the safer purpose. And then in here, I am specifying cmd instead of run because I am going to execute on side my container. It's not going to run it as a dependency of my image, right? So I used ran because it's going to package and bundle with my image, but I'm using cmd to execute this command when my image is ready. Okay, so I am hoping you are ready with it. I will save this file. I will go to my terminal that is already open my VS Code. If I will list the file, so I have Docker file in here. Okay. Now I will try to build my images. If I will type Docker images, so you can see I have only node image with the latest. Okay. So what I will do, instead of playing with it here, let's open the terminal here and let's navigate to the file, which I think it is on my desktop, right? So Dockerize. Okay. So if I will list the contents, I have Docker file in here. If I will type Docker images, so you can see I have only node image. Now let's try to build our images. So for building our images, we have command docker build and then dot for representing a current directory, right? If you don't have Docker file in this repository, you can also specify relative path here. In my case, as the Docker file is already there, so I am just mentioning dot. Also, you can specify your name like node or custom underscore node and then your tag name by colon. But for now, I'm not going to give any name. I'm just going to hit enter and it will assign a random name and ID to my newly built image. I will hit enter. Now you can see what it has done and why it was very much fast. Okay, package.json is not there. So looks like it was not able to check for the package.json file. No such file or directory open this one. Okay, so let's do this. So I have specify here a forward slash itself, which I don't want that dot, and then let's give this one. So now what I will do, I will again type docker build dot and let's try to build the images. Now it has detected my package.json file and now it's trying to run docker run install. It giving some warnings, but you can definitely ignore them. And now it has finally given our image, right? Now if I will type docker image, sorry, not image, it's images. So I have two images in here. The first one is this one and the another one is 4D47 that was just created here, right? Now you can see that the base image was of 1.13 gigabytes, but we added our code, we customized it and it was just 1.14 gigabyte. Now let's try to run our container using our randomly created image. So I will use docker run, and what is the image that you are going to use? We are going to use this one. So 4D47. Okay. So once if I will hit enter, so you can see it might have already started. If I will go in here and if I will type localhost 3000, you can see it is not giving, this can't be reached, right? If I will go in here, if I will open another window or let's use this one, if I will type docker ps, you can see that it's currently running, right? Now what is happening in here? You have mentioned here expose 3000. Also in the servers.json you have mentioned 3000, right? Now what it is doing, this thing is running inside a container, right? So somehow if you can go inside the container and run localhost 3000, then you will be able to run this application. But in my case, as I am mentioning directly here localhost 3000, it will not work. So there should be a way to connect my localhost port to container port. Okay, so I will exit it. I will close this window because it's stuck. Okay, so what I will do in the another terminal, if I will type docker ps, so you can see that this container is running. So what I will do, I will type docker stop and I can give the ID of it. So 2758. The only four character of the container ID should work fine. If I will hit enter, so it will take some seconds and it will stop our container. Okay, so let's wait for it to stop it. And after some time it has stopped our container. If I will go to my terminal inside here, you can see that it was stopped. Okay, and earlier it was stuck, we tried to control C or exit it, it didn't stop. Now how you can map your container port to your local port? Okay, so we are on the step of running container from our image. Okay, so let's see this. So how we can see how we can map container port, because when we ran docker run, so once it ran this, it started the container in the 3000 inside the container, not on our localhost. So let's map our localhost port of any port to inside the container. Okay, so for that I will clear the terminal. I will use docker run. First I will verify the images, obviously. So I will use this one, right? So I will use docker run hyphen p for port mapping, and first port will be your local port, means my host port, and this one will be my docker container port. Okay, again this one, the first one will be my local port and this one will be my docker port. For easily specifying, let's give the 33200. Okay, for the easier purpose. Okay, and then I will give the container name. So container name, I can give the full image ID or the 4 ID should work. So 4D47. Now if I will enter it, it has started our container in the background. How you can verify that? If I will type, so earlier the name was heuristic, some random name. Now if I will type docker ps, so you can see now this is exciting new man. And now you can see this thing, and what's telling that local host of our 3200 is contacting to 3000 port inside container of TCP. So let's verify that. I will go here and inside of 3200 I will type 3200, and you can see our container is up and running, and we have contacted from our local host to our container host. So I'm hoping you are clear with how you can run the containers using your old on images, and also how you can build your custom image, right? So I will go ahead and I will cancel this. So as the image is BDA9, so what I will do, I will type, or in here itself I will type docker stop BDA9, and after some seconds of time it should stop. Okay, now let's move ahead. Now Docker images are read only. What I mean by that, suppose if you are making change a file in here. So in here, what I will do, I'm changing the button and I'm changing set goal, or I'm giving the set goal as exclamation mark. I will save it, right? You can see I'm giving set goal and then this one. Now what I will do, if I will go ahead and so currently my port is not running. If I will go localhost 3200, right? Now if I will go ahead and if I will try to run the container again, now it might be running in the background. If I will refresh, you can see that set goal button is still there and it didn't reflect exclamation mark. But in my case, I have exclamation mark and I have saved it. There is no white dot icon, right? Means we have saved it. So there are two solutions to it. The first one, go ahead and rebuild your image. The another one is using Docker volume, and we will run the Docker volume later on. So using Docker volume, what it will do, it might not need to recreate your image. All right. Now let's understand about our layers. What are layers, imaging layers in our image? While creating our new version of image, we will understand it. Okay. And we'll also see using that how we can optimize our Node app to look very good and very interactive. So I will navigate back. Now in here what I will do, I need to rerun and rebuild my image, correct? So just first understand this. What I'm going to do here, I have modified in here, right? I will try to run as my container was stopped. Okay, I think it's still running. I will go ahead and if I will type docker ps, so it's still running. What I will do, I will type docker stop 4373. So now it will stop my container in here. Okay, so now it has stopped. If I will go to my terminal, so it has stopped. If I will go to docker images, so it has 4D47 that was created 10 minutes ago, right? Now I will create one more image, but you can see that checking with the image ID it might be complex, right? So that's why we have images name of our image, and tagging is easier, which we will understand later. For now, let's understand with docker images. Okay, so now we have created our server.js image, means we have modified it, right? I will go ahead and I will rebuild our image again. Docker build and dot. I will go ahead and I will hit enter. So you can see how much easier it was and what the steps it's telling. You can see the steps are telling cast, means till here there was nothing changed in here, right? So it was using the cache of everything else that was built from our this image. After that, it copied our stuffs. Then it detected the change, and then after it again tried to run npm install. But pay attention here. We have copied all the files and folders, right? But why we need to run npm install again? Because the npm install is going to install the packages from our package.json, but we haven't modified it. So why we need to run it again? So for that, what we can do, go to your Docker file, and after work dir, let's copy our package.json file itself to this one, because we are not going to change it, and our node.npm install it's going to run it again and again, and it's going to make our process slowly. We are optimizing with this process. I will close this one, and it will install npm install, and then I will copy the rest of the folders, right? So what it did, till here it will use the cache stuff. Earlier, once we specified copy dot this one here, so once it detected the change in here, it was going to the next step, and it was again trying to run npm install again and again. It was going to install packages and dependency again and again, right? And it was making the process slower. But we haven't changed in package.json file, so why we need to run npm install again and again? So that's why we try to copy package.json first, then try to install npm install, and then we try to copy the rest of the folders. All right. Also, as we are specifying the ports while running on here itself, so we don't need to mention expose here. Okay, so that is our final Docker file. So you can use this Docker file if you are working on a Node.js project, right? This is a fully optimized. So now I will go to terminal, and I will type now Docker. So if I will see the Docker images, you can see I have various images. So the using cache, I have 2264, which was created 2 minutes ago. Now I will try to create one more image. So Docker build dot, and you can see it has also clear, and it was also being copied many things. So this time it takes some time, because uh, we have specifying the first time of this one. Okay, so if I will type Docker images, so I have these images. So let's remove these images. So Docker RMI, and let's try to remove this one. So or let's remove the first image. So 4D47. Okay, we need to force it because it's used by the stopped container. Okay, and also let's use the before that container, which was 2264. Okay, I will clear the terminal. Now if I will type Docker images, so you can see I have only these two, and this one was created on our latest image, this one. Now let's try to modify something. I will remove this one, and in here I will type set your course goal here, and let's modify something more, and I will remove the exclamation mark, or let's give one more exclamation mark. I will save it, right? Now what I will do, I will type docker build dot. Now you can see how it was much faster. It didn't even take time on run npm install, because the package JSON was not changed. It was just server.json. So you can see it took almost 1 or 2 seconds and created our file. Why? Because of our optimization in here, in our Docker file, and also because it's of our cached. So you can see in all of the steps it uses our cached stuff. And now if I will type Docker images, I have these images in place, right? You can see also it's not changing our size also. Now let's try to run our container hyphen docker run hyphen p. Let's use 3000 from our localhost to 3000 on the container, and let's give the image as d3 core b. I will hit enter. It might have already started. I will go to Google Chrome, and I will mention 3000 in here, and you can see it's giving Node.js and set your course goal here, right? So that is the another way to review the changes once if you are changing any code in here. So you are going to create a different version of a file, different version of image, and then you're going to run image from it. If you don't want to create an image from it, there is a solution which is Docker volume, which we will discuss later. So for now, keep in mind that Docker images are read only. Once they are created, you cannot modify them. They are immutable. Okay. So with it, let's move ahead and let's learn about more on images and containers. Okay guys, so I am on my Ubuntu VM again. If you want to see the stopped container or even a running container, you need to type docker ps. The docker ps is a command for see the running container. And if you will type docker ps with hyphen a, it will give you the status of all the stopped container. If you want to see the details about some more options, you can go ahead and type docker hyphen help. So it will give you bunch of options supported for Docker. So in my case, I was concerned about PS, okay, which was list container. Now, if you want to see the help on further on this command itself, you can go ahead and type docker ps hyphen help. So it will list out the option for these things. So it's a alias the docker container ls, right? Docker container list or docker container ps. So you can use these command itself. Docker container ls, and in the Linux we use ls command to list the things. Similarly, instead of docker ps, you can use docker container list, docker container ps, or docker ps itself. Now these are various options supported, and with hyphen a, you can show all the containers including the stopped one. All right. Now you can see that you have some stopped container, right? So you have some stop container. Now you don't need to go ahead and run the command. So if I will type docker images, so I have these options. So I don't need to go ahead and run the same command again and again, right? To run a new container from the same image, correct? Because due to some experiment, I was doing some changes and the container was stopped and I need to run it again. You can do that. How you can do that? This one was the container that was built on D34B. This one is our latest image, right? So what we can do, I can specify docker start and the container name. The container name currently it's not given. We will learn how we can give the name of container. For now, you can take the ID of the container. And for the ID, you can even take 3 characters or 4 characters. So I will type 820 and I will hit enter. And now, once you type docker start 820, you have given and you know that it's just given the things here, right? And while when we run docker run and the command name, so what it did, it was keep the thing in the terminal and it was giving the cursor in the next line, right? So what it was doing earlier it was in the attached state, and once we restarted our container with this command, so it was started with detached state. So if I will type docker ps, so you can see, oh not ps, it's docker ps. So you can see I have my this container running, and this container id 8205 is the same is this one. Okay. So the naming and the first row of the column is messed up, but you can understand that container id is this, images is this, name of the container is this one. So you can see the name is the same. Okay. If you want to access it, you can go ahead and type 3000 in here and it will allow you. Now if you want to stop this container, you can type docker stop and the container id or name. So if you want to give the name, you need to type full name, and if you want to stop with the id, you can just type 820, and within a second of time it will stop the same container. Okay. So you can see after some seconds it has stopped. If I will type docker ps, so it was stopped. I will clear the terminal and I will move ahead. So I'm hoping you have understood the concept on images and containers more, how you can list them. Now let's understand how you can attach or detach to your containers. Okay. Now, what do you mean by attaching or detaching to your container? Suppose if your program or your script needs an interactive terminal while running the image, then how you would proceed it? So if you just run the container without proceeding anything, it will throw you an error. Okay. So for illustrating that, what I will do, I will go to my desktop and I will create a folder Python Docker. Okay, and I will navigate to this folder Python and Docker. And in here, I will create a file Or let's open Visual Studio Code here. Okay, and here I will run a Python script so that it will take some input. Okay, and then I will try to dockerize it. So let's go ahead and let's write some script in here. So I will write demo.py, the Python file in here. Okay, and I will write some commands in here quickly, and I will install Python extension here, and I will come back after the extension is installed, and after quickly I write the commands. Okay, so I have written a very simple script in which I will take the input from the user and then I am trying to print it. Okay, so I will open a terminal in here to test it out, and I will just write Python 3 demo.py. So it's asking for my number. If I will hit enter 5, so it will print, right? So this script is doing. So what I will do, let's try to dockerize it. So in the same file, I will create a Docker file for it, right? Now the first line is, it's from base image and I will use Python. Then I will specify a work dir here. In my case, I will use app folder. It's completely optional. And then I will try to copy all files and folders. In my case, it's only one demo.py to the working directory. And then I will execute command. I'm not using run because I am going to execute this command once the image is creation, and once the container will ready, it will start executing after it. Okay, if you will use run, then it will start executing while preparing the image itself, which we don't want that. Okay, and I will use dash, and I will mention Python and demo.py. I will save this, and what I will do, I think I already have terminal open in here. What I will do in here, I will type docker build dot. Okay, so now it will start building my image, and it will take some time because it's the first time it's fetching my Python image from Docker Hub. So let's wait for it to get completely downloaded all the layers of Python image. Okay, now it's done. If I will type Docker images, you can see I have these images that was created a very few seconds ago, which of 1 gigabytes. Now let me try to run the container on this one. So Docker run 35e3. Okay, and once if I will hit enter, so you can see it given me please enter a number, and then after some time it failed. And what it did, it require a number in here. Now why it's happening? Because this container was ran in detached mode. Similarly, if I will type docker container or docker ps-a, so if I will go in here, if I will go in the top, you can see I have this container running, this one, and this one exited or could created 29 seconds ago. Okay. So to overcome this, so we have another command or another option in Docker which is called -it. I means interactive, T means terminal. So once you run this container, go ahead and give me interactive terminal while starting this container. And then I will provide the name of my image, and which was 35e3. Okay. And now if I will hit enter, it will ask for a number and it will not crash. Once if I will hit 56, it will print 56 and then it will quit the container. But if we just type docker run and 35e3, it just started in detached mode and it crashed because our container needs an interactive number. So that is about detached and attached mode. If you start and stop container, so it will start in already in detached mode. So suppose if I have a container in here, this one, if I will type docker ps hyphen, so if I will type docker ps, so I don't have anything running. But if I will type docker ps hyphen a, So I have this one, right? 8184 container ID that was created. If I will again type to start Docker start 8184, so what it will do, it will start in detached mode, right? So if I will type Docker PS, now what it's doing, it's running in the background, and it might be asking for a pop-up to enter the number. Now if you want to execute and go ahead inside this container, for that we have another section which we will learn it about it. Okay, for now let's move ahead. Alright guys, so I'm hoping you have understood about attaching and detaching your containers. Let's move ahead. So we have seen this, right? So whenever we try to run Python script using our Docker container, so we used option called -it to get inside the container to get the interactive terminal for it. Okay, so that was the interactive terminal. Now suppose if you want to get attached to this existing container, because we started this with our docker start command, right? So how you can do that? We can type docker attach and then the container ID, which is 8184. So once if I will hit enter, so it is now attached, but still it will not give you option because we are just attached to this container. We haven't got any interactive terminal. So what I can do, I can just type docker run and then it, and then you can start entering the commands inside this container. Okay, again for executing inside the container, you have a separate section which we will discuss later. Okay, so for now I will go ahead and stop this container. So docker ps, so I have this container running. I will type docker stop 8184 and it will stop our container in a seconds. So let's move ahead. Now we are clear with attaching and detaching to your containers, and also how we can get interactive terminal inside our container while running to it. Okay, so if you want to execute any command while running after running the container, so you can do that. For that we have a separate section. Okay, so for now let's move ahead and let's see how you can get rid of unwanted images, containers, and how you can remove images and containers which you don't want that. Okay, so first let's discuss, we will discuss about containers. So if I will type docker ps, so you can see we don't have any running container. If you have any running container, so what you can do, you can type docker stop and then the container id or the name, right? Now what I will do, I will type docker ps hyphen a. So it's giving the list of all the stopped container, right? And they are ready to be restarted again, but they are bunch of containers and I don't want to keep them in my background, right? So what I can do, I can type docker rm to remove and then the container IDs. For example, ad2e. So I can type just ad2 and it will remove the container. Okay, so if I will type docker ps hyphen a, so you can see it's gone. Now, if you want to remove all the container, so if I will type docker ps hyphen a and hyphen q, so what is giving is giving the ID of all the containers. That was it's this command. So what I can do, I can type docker rm and pass the all container ID one by one or the name one by one, or I can just type this command by passing to this command. Okay, so I will type this one and I will pass it to this command. Okay, so once if I will hit enter, it's given the ID of all the removed container, and if I will type docker ps hyphen a, so now all my containers are gone, right? Now coming to the image part. So if I will type docker images, so I have bunch of images. If you want to remove the images, so you can type docker rmi remove images and then the image name. Okay, so for image name you can type image name. In our case it says repository. So basically it says repository because if you are fetching it from docker hub or if you are going to push it from docker hub, so it needs to have a repository and a tag name. For example, these three are our local images that we created, so it does not need a repository or tag to be needed. But if you will try to push it on Docker Hub, which we are coming in the next section, so it needs. So I can type a repository name and then the tag name. For now, what I will do, I will type 35E3. Now suppose if you are getting an error that cannot remove this image because it is attached to a running container or a stopped container, what you can do, the first option is remove the container and then try to remove the image, or else type docker rmi this and then use hyphen hyphen force to forcefully remove it. Okay, and it will keep your container intact. So for now, what I'm going to do, if I will type docker images hyphen q, so it will give you the ID of all the images, right? But I don't want to remove my base image or my this image, right? The existing image. So what I will do, I will try to remove the first one and last two, and I will keep intact this one for my future lectures. Okay, so let's remove this docker rmi, and I will give only three IDs, 35e, right? Then 69f and A13. And once if I will hit enter, you can see all it has untagged and deleted. The image that does not have repository name or tag, it didn't give untagged because it was tagged to a name. First is untagged it and then it removed it. Now if I will type docker images, so you can see I have only one image which was for our node application. Okay, so I will keep this for our future lectures. Okay, so I will clear my terminal and I will move ahead. So I'm hoping you are now clear with how you can get rid and clean up your image design containers if you don't want them. And now let's move ahead and let's understand about this quick topic, how you can get details about your images. Okay, so for getting details about your image, you have an option called inspect. So if I will type docker image, so I have this image, and what this image was all about our node application, right? The node.js application. So suppose if you want to get details about it, and it will give you the details in JSON data, so you can use option docker image and inspect. Okay, and then the image ID, which is v3 4b. So you can see it is giving you all the details. Now let's see some of them very quickly. So this is the ID of the container D3P. It does not have any repository tags. If you will tag it, it will give you when it was created, what's the Docker version. Now you can ignore about these. These are the metadata. Now if you will go at the bottom, you can see that command it ran was node and server.js, and entry point is just like a command, is just the difference from cmd that it can take an argument also. Okay, so that is for the entry point. Now if you will go on the top, you can see that it uses os as a linux itself underlying to it while building this image. Okay, that is proving that all the images that we are building or using docker, it's building on linux architecture. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear how you can get details about your images, and you can see this here, these are the various layer. So one of them might be the first layer from your docker hub, the main node base image. Then the another layer can be your command, then the another layer can be one more command, right? And it's adding top of it. All right, so I'm hoping you are clear with how you can get details about your image by inspecting to it. Also, one thing I have forgotten, suppose if you want to remove all the unused image or unused container at one time, you can use command docker image prune hyphen a. So it will remove all the images that are not being in use. So keep in mind and very be careful for using this command, okay, because it's going to remove all the images and it's going to clear your infra, okay, which you don't want that. Now let's move ahead. Now let's see how you can copy data to and fro from your running containers. So you can copy the files and folders from here to there, from your local machine to your containers itself. So you can do that via docker cp command. Okay, so let's see how you can achieve this. I will first navigate to my desktop. I will list the file I have dockerized node.js. I will move to this folder and I will open Visual Studio Code here. At the same time, I will type docker ps. I don't have any container running, and if I will type docker images, so I have this container, right? So what I will do, I will try to run a container from this one and I will try to copy paste some data to it. So let's run the container. Docker run hyphen p 3300 3000, right? And then the ID D34B. All right. And let's give the detached mode stat because I want to perform all the commands in here itself. So once if I will hit enter, okay, so it's not detecting. Let me close this one. And now it has started our container. If I will open another terminal in here, and if I will type docker ps, so you can see it's running. Also, our files will be running. If you will navigate to your Google Chrome, and if you will type localhost 3200, oh, sorry, it was not 3200, it was 3300, right? So I have this container running, right? So what I will do, I will go in here and on the top layer of the image here, I will create a folder, or let's create a folder. Let's give the folder name as demo, right? And then at this folder, let's create a file called demo.txt and let's write hello world. I will just save it. So I have this file folder at my local repository, right? Now what you can do, I can go to my terminal and I can use docker cp. Now first you need to navigate to that terminal. So I will use terminal, built-in terminal for my Visual Studio Code here itself. If I will type docker ps, so you can see my container is still running. I will use docker cp for copying, and this one will be my source, which is demo.txt, right? And then the next one will be my container name. So for getting container name, you can see this one. I will copy this, I will paste it, and I don't want to paste it in the root folder. So what you can do, I can provide a path and I can give the folder as temp. Okay. So if this folder is not there, it will create it. I will hit enter. Okay. So we need to specify at least one container source. Okay. So looks like we need to provide this one. So now you can see you can have copied 2 kilobyte of data to this one. Now how you can verify that it was copied? Again, for executing inside the container, you have a command that we will cover later, which is docker exec. We will discuss it later. For now, you can verify how you can verify. I will delete this folder, right? I have deleted this. Now I will just press upper arrow key and then I will try to remove this one. I'm just swapping out source and destination, okay? And I will type demo and then forward slash. Once if I will hit enter, so it's telling successfully copied 0 to this one, no such directory. Okay, so we need to create it. So let's create a folder and let's use it in a public. Okay, so once if I will hit enter, so it's had copied. If I will go in here, you can see my temp is there and hello world is there. Okay, so that's how you can copy paste from your local station workstation to Docker container or Docker container to local workstation. All right, I will delete this for now and I will stop this container. So Docker stop 894. So now it will stop. Let's move ahead. Now let's understand the standardization in Docker, which is naming your container and images. For now, we were just trying to use docker build dot and it's done. We were not using and we were not renaming our images and containers, which is a bad practice, right? So let's see how we can rename our containers and images. So I will navigate to my desktop again and I will navigate to Dockerized Node.js. If I will list the files, so I have all these files. For renaming your images, what you can do, you can use Docker means you are going to rebuild your image, right? So what I will do, I have one Docker file, I have Docker images also. So I have this one. So first let's try to give the name while building the image itself. So what I will do, I will type docker build dot current path, and then I will use hyphen t to tag the image to the name of node custom. I'm giving the name node custom, and then I can give the version name as, let's give the name as v1. So you can give any alphabetic and numeric. You can give any numeric also, and you can give also latest. Okay, so you can give any kind of tag. So for now I'm giving v1. So once if I will hit enter, it will take all the things in here, and as we have deleted our node image, so what it did, it fetched and it takes some time, but after that it uses cache data which was already there in our this image, right? So now if I will see docker images, so now you can see I have repository and also I have a tag name, and you can see that it's tagged to already our image d34b. Again, if you already have an image id and if you want to name it, the existing image, if you want to name it, so how you can do that, you can type docker tag, then give the image id which is d34b, or you can give the first id means first name. So what you can do, I can type my custom node and then the name of v1, and then I can use node custom and then v1. So your new name and the old name. In my case, I can have a new name and then I don't have a new name. I can give the image id d34b. Okay, d34b. Okay, so I have done a mistake. I need to provide or d34b here, and then I need to provide the new name here after it. Okay, so let's give DevOps node and then v1. So now if I will type docker images, so you can see I have another version of image DevOps node here. Okay, so for now what I can do, I can remove one image because I don't want to keep it on my storage. So for removing the images, what you can do, you can type docker rmi and then the image id. So if I will type d34b, so it might remove all the images associated with it. So what I can do, I can use DevOps, and if I will type dev and the tab, it will automatically detect, and I can hit enter, and it was untagged. Now why it was not deleted? Because this copy of that image ID is associated with another repository. Okay. Now if I will type Docker images, so I have, sorry, Docker images, so I have only one image. So that's how you can rename your images. I will clear the terminal. And now let's learn how you can rename your containers here. Okay, so if I will type docker ps-a, so you can see I have all these containers running and they have some random generated names by docker, right? So first let's remove my containers. So docker rm 8944, then docker rm 682, and it has removed. If I will type docker ps-a, so I don't have any container running or stopped, right? So what I can do now, I can run the container, and I will type docker images. So I have this one, right? Our node custom image. So what we need to do, we need to type docker run hyphen hyphen name to name the container first, and let's give the name as node custom, my custom node, and then the image name as d34, or I can give the name. So now you can see it has given our name, right? Earlier what we were doing, we were giving this option hyphen hyphen name after the image of the name, right? Which was not working. It was taking as an option or an argument to the container. Okay. So now if I will open another window of my terminal, and if I will type docker ps, so you can see I have given the name of my container, right? My custom node. If I will verify the connection, so it's not there because we didn't provide any port, right? But it is running in the background. Okay, so what I will do, I will try to stop all the containers. So docker ps, so docker stop, and f31, I can, just for better purpose, I will provide the id. it will stop the container and let's move ahead. So I'm hoping you have understood how you can give name to your containers and images, right? Now let's understand Docker Hub. So the name hub represents a repository, right? Whether it's a GitHub or anything, right? Similarly, in case of Docker Hub, the Docker Hub is a repository, the by default repository and a very popular repository for your Docker images. Now, not only you are storing your images there, there are millions of developers, and in fact, many companies are building their images and storing on it. Whether it can be a private repository if you want to limit it within your organization or limit within your friends, or if you want to collaborate in open source community, you are storing them as a public repository. So in this chapter, we will learn about them. So Docker Hub is one of the most popular for storing and managing your images. The another option you can use is private repository, for example, Azure Container Registry, or you can use Amazon Elastic Container Registry. Okay, so private repo means here the repository owned by any cloud provider. Okay, and now those are not free. You need to pay for them. You need to purchase their subscription, and then you can create the repository, and then you can push or pull your images to it. For Docker Hub, the image's name is very simple. It will be like your repository name that you have created and then the image name and the tag. But in case of private repository, for example, for Azure, it will be you need to create a container registry in Azure, which is called Azure Container Registry ACR, and then it will give you the name of your container registry with the extension azurecr.io, and then you will have your repository. You create your repository and then you create your image and then the version, right? While in case of Docker it's just your repository and then the image. In case of Amazon, what it will be like your AWS account ID, then d.dkr, then .ecr, then there will be reason, then .amazon.aws.com, and then there will be my repository and my image v1, right? So in case of private repository, you have some bunch of suffix, while in case of Docker Hub, you have just repo name and image name. Now, if you want to push it, you need your credentials. For Docker Hub, you need to type Docker login. For Azure or AWS, you need to log in also. For pulling it, if you have these as a public repository, you can directly use Docker pull to fetch. But if it has a private repository, you need to log in again. All right. So let's understand this. I will go to Google Chrome and I will type hub.docker.com. And as I don't have my Docker Hub account, so I need to first create it. So I will go ahead and I will type sign up and I will use personal and I will quickly give my email and I will sign up. Okay. You can also continue with your Google or your GitHub. Okay. So for now, I will go ahead and I will continue with GitHub and I will come back once I will log in. Okay. So I have logged in with my GitHub account and I'm ready to move ahead. And while setting up, you need to provide an ID also. So for now, I have provided an ID of DevOps channel 23. Okay. So if you will go to Docker Hub, you can see there are millions of repository around there. In which, while starting our lecture, we have searched for Ubuntu, right? We have searched for Ubuntu and then we try to pull it, right? This is the Docker official image. Now what I will do, I will go on the top and I will create a repository here. So I will click on the drop down and I will click on the repository here. And once if I will click on repository, after logging in, I can click on create a repository. And then I will give the repository name and I will give the repository name as my custom node.js. Okay, my custom node.js. And if you want, you can give a description about it. So I will give the description. Dockerize a simple Node.js application, right? And I will provide public as a appearance, and I will click on create. Okay. So once if I have done that, my image is ready to push on this image, okay, on this repository. Now similar like your GitHub, it's giving the command here to push your image, right? But for now, what I will need to do, I need to first tag my images. So if I will type Docker images, so you can see I have bunch of images in here, node, custom, v1 and all of those things here. But first I need to tag my image to this name so that I can directly just push it. Okay. So I will go in here and what I will do, I will use Docker tag and then the old name which will be node hyphen custom and then v1 and then here will be my id of the newer thing that here it is. Okay, so it will be my repository name and then the image name and the tag name. So I will copy it and I will go in here, I will paste it and I will give the tag name as v1 itself. Okay, so what we are doing here, we are, as it is not going to detect the repository that we are going to push, so we are just creating one more image, a clone of it with the name, repository name and with the same image name that we have just created. Okay, I will hit enter, it's done. If I will type docker images, so now I have this tag, right, and it has the same image id. Now I can do what I can do, I can go ahead and copy this whole command in here. So let's copy it and let me paste it. So we need to provide v1 and now if it is trying to push, it will give you denied because we haven't logged in yet. So for login to Docker, you have command called docker login. Now it is a one time, means after you sign out or close the container or close the Docker daemon, it will again ask you to log in. If you want, you can also log out. I will hit login and now it is using web-based login interface here. Okay, please enter to open. Okay, and I will use confirm. So you needed to click on that link and once you click and it will tell you that login was succeeded. Now our credential was stored encrypted in this file config.json which is used for our configuration management of our Docker stuff, right? If you want to change anything or if you want to remove these things, you can remove that. Okay. If you want to protect it, you can go ahead and protect it. So now our login was succeeded. Let's go ahead and let's try to push it. If I will refresh my page in here, so you can see I don't have anything in here, right? I will refresh now. You can see I don't have anything here. Now I will go here and I will, if I will hit enter, so now it has prepared all the image layer. It is preparing and now after some seconds it was pushed. So now if I will go to my Docker Hub and if I will refresh my page, so you can see I have my custom Node.js stored on my Docker Hub. Now anyone can go ahead and anyone can fetch this image and use it. And now you can see the OS is Linux. It was created less than a minute ago and it has a compressed image of 400 megabyte. And what was the earlier image of Node? It was 1 gigabytes. It is also giving the details about our image layer. What are the different image layer that was contains in this image? Okay, it's also giving the ID of my image. That's how you can push your images to Docker Hub or any private repository. For private repository, what you can do, first you need to log into that private repository, whether it could be as your ACR or your AWS ECR instance, right? First you need to log in, then you need to tag it to the name, right? And then you need to push it using the same image name. Now in here it will be not simple. In case of private repository, it will be a complete domain name, right? For example, in case of your AWS, what it will be? It will be like AWS account ID, then .dkr, then .ecr, then the region name, and then .amazon aws.com, and then there will be repository name and then the image name. In case of Azure, will be same, okay, lengthy name. But in case of a Docker, it is easier. So I'm hoping you are clear with it. Let's move ahead. And now let's understand how you can pull images from a repo, whether it could be a private or whether you it could be from Docker Hub. Okay, so you need to make sure that if it is a private repository, you should have an access to it, because it will ask you to log in if you will try to fetch a private repository. So let's understand this. First, I will try to see the images. So Docker images. So I have these images in here, right? So let's remove these images. So I will type Docker RMI and let's give D34, right? And 923. And let's use hyphen fours for all of them. Okay, so it was tagged. If I will type Docker PS, so I don't have any container running. If I have Docker PS hyphen A, so I have bunch of stopped container, right? Let's remove these containers also to Docker RM, and I will use F3 1, then 0 to C and 517. Okay, and if I will type Docker PS hyphen A, so I don't have any stopped or running container. Also, I don't have any images in here, right? So now let's try to pull our public repository image that we have just pushed, and let's try to run the container from it. Okay, so for now I can use Docker pull, right? And then I can use the repository name, which is this one, right? And the tag name was v1. I can use this one to just pull the image, not run the container, and it will just create a local copy of the image. Or else what I can do, I can just run the container. Okay, let's give the name of container image from Docker Hub, right? And then we will give the image name, and the image name will be, first let's use the container port also so that we can test it out, and I will give the port name as 3200 on my local host, and 3000 was inside the image, right? And then I will right click to paste my image name, and the tag name was v1. Okay, so let me hit enter, and now it's telling unable to find image locally, and what it will do, it will try to fetch it from my Docker Hub. So you can see all the image layer where already exists, so it's saying already exist, and now it downloaded our any top layer of it on my local image, and now it has started our container. If I will open another terminal window in here, if I will type Docker images, so I have this image came again, right? And it has again the same image ID, and the size you can see it's 1.14 gigabytes here, but on the Docker Hub it was a compressed size. If I will type Docker PS, so you can see the name of the container is image from Docker Hub, and it's the name of my image. It's listening to port 3200. Let's verify. I will go ahead and I will use localhost 3200, and now you can see I don't have any script of these things. It was just a image on my Docker Hub. I just pull it and I just use it, right? Similarly, you can, so that's how it helps on testing purpose and isolated environment. If you want, you can give these images to your colleague to test it out some functionality of your script. In previous chapter, in previous lecture, I have also shown you how you can dockerize your Python script. So suppose if the Python script is not working, what dependencies you are using, you need to verify that. So what you can do, you just package them, you just push them to Docker Hub, you just hand it over to your colleague, then your colleague will try to pull the image and try to run the container, and then he can see what's the issue, what are the dependency issue that it is not allowing you to run, right? So I'm hoping you are clear with the concept of Docker images and containers and Docker Hub, right? Now let's move ahead with chapter 4 on Docker volumes. Okay. If you are liking my contents, please go ahead, subscribe my channel, like to this video, and also share it with your friends who wants to learn Docker and more tools practically. I have also various tools lectures on my channel. So please go ahead, navigate to it, and also subscribe to my channel. It will motivate me to make more lectures like this. Okay. Hey everyone, and welcome to chapter 4. So similar like your Docker images and container, Docker volumes, Docker data, and Docker networking is also plays an important part when you are learning Docker. So let's understand about Docker volumes first, and in the next chapter we will learn about Docker networking. What you are going to learn in chapter? First, you will understand types of data. So there are bunch of data, but you will understand some mostly used data inside Docker. Then you will learn about Docker volumes, the type of volumes, and the mounts with their use cases while we will be performing the operations on our Ubuntu VM where our Docker is running. Then you will learn about .docker-ignore file. So suppose if you have some sensitive data and you don't want to make it public, so you can use .docker-ignore file to mention those files and it will take care of it. The next we will going to learn is about environment variables and argument. If you have some key value pair and if you don't want to mention it inside your Docker file or while running the container, so you can use the help of environment variable or build argument. So we'll see each of them in detail in the upcoming slides. So first, let's understand about types of data. So for each of these, we have some upcoming slides. Here, I will give you some brief info. So first one is container layer data and image layer data. We have some understanding about image layer data. If we are trying to modify anything in image or in our code, so we need to rebuild the image, right? And whenever it will change the layer of the image and it will take time for rebuilding that layer of the image. So we have discussed it, right? Next one is the by default data type. If you are not specifying any volumes or bind mounts, so it will take a container layer data. Okay, so this is only read layer, but this could be a read write layer depending on the situation. Next one is volume. So there are two types of volume, anonymous and named. We will also see this while running our Ubuntu container inside Docker. Our topic, our type of data is bind mounts. So here the volumes are like they are completely managed by Docker and they will be stored at location at Docker host. But bind mounts, you can specify your files to be mounted to the data inside the container. Then there comes a TMPF mounts, which are mounts. Those are just for temporary purpose and basically they uses your volatile memory means RAM memory to store the data. So let's understand each of them one by one. We know about image layer data, these are only read only, right? Because whatever the change in code or change in data or even a change in your Docker file, it is going to completely rebuild your image for the changes to take effect. In case of container, what it happens, you have a read write layer. Now what I mean by that, if I will stop or start the Docker container, the data will be there. But if I delete the container, if I will use docker run hyphen hyphen rm command, which I stop the container, it will automatically delete the container, so it will delete the data. Let's understand this section while moving to on our Ubuntu VM. I will open my terminal in here. So we understand about image layering data, right? So whatever change we have on our code or whether you are going to change in a Docker file, you need to rebuild the image. In case of container, it's different. So first I will verify whether I have my any images. So I have one image for illustrating of container layer data and Docker volume. I will be using Ubuntu VM itself inside the container. And for bind mounts, to see the binding of my application data inside the container, we will use our Node.js application. All right. So let's see this. What I will do, I have Docker images in here and I have this image. So what I will do, I will type docker run hyphen it and Ubuntu. I will start the container and I will go inside it. So I have this container running and I'm logged in as root and I have the container ID in here. So the container ID is same like your host name ID. Okay. Now if I will list the files here, so I have bunch of folder and if I will go to cd home, if I will list, so I have Ubuntu. So I will go to Ubuntu. If I will list the file, so I don't have anything here, right? So what I will do, I will type and try to create a file. If I will list, so I have file.txt. So what I will do here, I will try to exit the container. Means I am stopping the container. Okay. So I will stop the container. If I will type docker ps, I don't have anything running. If I will type docker ps hyphen a, so I have stopped container running, which is this one. Okay, so what I will do, I will try to start this container again. So docker start d17. I will hit enter and it started our container. Now you need to attach to this container also. So docker attach d17. So now I am attached to the container and you can see the name is still same. So you might be already guessed that our data will be there. So if I will navigate to cd home ubuntu and if I will list the file, so I have my file.txt, right? Now let me exit the container and let me, so if I will type docker ps hyphen a, so I have this container stopped. Let me remove this container. So docker rm d17 and 122. So I have removed my containers. If I will type docker images, so I have still these images. I will use the same image to create a container, means our Ubuntu. So let's try this again. Docker run hyphen it and Ubuntu. In our case, it will not fetch as it already had. And now you might be already guessed that it has changed the name of the container ID. If I will navigate to home and Ubuntu, and if I will list the files, so you can see we don't have the files. So I will exit the container and I will move ahead. And I am sure that you understood about container layer data and image layer data. Let's move ahead and let's understand about Docker volumes. While understanding about container layer data, if you are going to delete the container, what it had, it was not persisting your data. To overcome this, we have something called Docker volumes. It helps in persisting your data even the container deletes. And how it is managing it? So it is completely managed by Docker. You cannot edit them, you cannot do anything it. And where it is storing these file structure means volume is like a file structure, right? So where they are storing, where the Docker is storing it. So they are storing at var lib Docker volumes and inside this. Okay, here I am mentioning Docker host directory. Keep in mind that if you are using Docker desktop for Mac or Windows, so it might have created a Linux VM inside it. So you need to access that Linux VM first and then you need to navigate to this directory so that you can verify it. In my case, as I am using Docker on my Linux OS, so I can go and navigate to this folder structure directory to see all the volumes and its data. So we'll see that, no need to worry. But if you are using Docker desktop on Mac or Linux or Windows, so you need to first find the Docker host, the name of the Docker host, then you need to connect to it and then you can see these data. And keep in mind that these data is completely managed by Docker. You cannot go inside it and change the or alter the data. Okay. So I have one Docker host and this Docker host is not your main laptop. In case of my Linux, yes, it's a main laptop, but in case of Windows or Mac, it's a Linux VM that is running your Docker desktop. Okay. And inside the Docker desktop, I am running a container and this container is basically running my application. And suppose my application is forward slash app forward slash data. So we have mentioned work dir while creating our Docker file, right? So that I am specifying here and it needs to be remapped to my Docker volume, which is at somewhere this location. Okay. So that is the Docker volume is used for. We will see the use cases of this. Let's move ahead. Let's understand the two types of Docker volume. The first one is unnamed or anonymous volume and the second one is named volume. They both have their own use cases. Generally, we use named volume. First, understand about anonymous volume. These are a random volume and they are some randomly given name by Docker. And how you will create anonymous volume inside your Docker file. So you can specify vol and then the part to container directly, like your app or data. If you want to create a named volume while running the container, you can specify -v and then the folder structure inside your running container. In case of your running application, you can specify the work dir that you have mentioned while creating the container. Next one, if you will run this or if you will specify this, it will create a randomly generated volume on your Docker host that store data about our this directory inside container. Okay. And where this directory is at where live Docker volumes folder. Okay. Your doc inside your Docker host. Now, if you will delete this container, so if you are running this with the image with your this command docker run hyphen v, then your volume structure, and then the image name. So after this, you will stop the container, and if you will remove this, it will keep your anonymous volume there with the random name. But if you will try to use docker run with hyphen hyphen rm command, just remember what was the hyphen hyphen rm option. So hyphen hyphen rm option was once you will stop the container, it will automatically delete the container. If you want to remove automatically your anonymous volume, you can use hyphen hyphen rm command. So once the container will be deleted, it will automatically delete your anonymous volume. Now what's the named volume? So here we are not mentioning anything, right? We are just mentioning the path to our container. But in the named volume, you will specify a volume name, whether it's existing or newly created. Means if I will specify here, it will be a newly created, and then the colon, and then the path to your container, and then the image name. So what it will do, whatever directory structure I have at here, app and data, it will map it to my volume. And where this volume, this is at var lib docker volumes inside my docker host. So here, if it is not existing, it will create a named volume called my vol. We will see all about these things, means how you can play with the docker volumes, how you can inspect them in the upcoming slide. First we will see the commands, and then we will practice them. So if you will use hyphen hyphen rm option with the docker run command, and so what we are doing, we are just removing the container. Even the container stops still there, you will have your volume in there, and you will have your data in there. Okay, and then you can use the data later to either map it to another volume or another container, or you can directly fetch it somewhere else. Instead of hyphen v here and here, you can also specify hyphen hyphen mount, which is not recommended because it's a lengthier. You can see you first need to specify hyphen hyphen mount instead of just hyphen v, then source, then comma destination equal to, and then ro. So it's not needed, but it's a read only. We will see this in the upcoming slides. Okay, now in both of these cases, as this is completely managed by docker, you don't have control on your docker volume. You cannot alter the volume or edit it. Okay, so once the docker volume is created, it's done. You do not have control on your, because the docker is managing completely. So to overcome this, we have docker bind mounts. We will understand this in upcoming chapter. So before moving to on our ubuntu vm and to practice docker volumes, let's see the commands, some commands first. First one, if you want to create a named volume, so you can create it by using docker volume create my volume, and you can specify this volume also while creating a named volume. If you want to list all the volume, you can type docker volume ls. It will list all the volume including your anonymous volume. Next one, if you want to inspect a volume, you can type docker volume inspect my volume. So it will give you the details about name, its location, where it is mounted, about the metadata, about its data, what is the data that it contains. If you want to remove a volume, you can use docker volume rm and then the volume name. In case it's anonymous, you can provide its ID. Now, if you want to remove all unused volumes, so you can type docker volume prune and hyphen app option also. Okay, so be very careful while using this command. So I am hoping you are having some confidence in docker volume command. So let's move to our Ubuntu VM and let's see docker volume in practice. So I am on my Ubuntu VM. If I will list all my volumes, so you can see I don't have any volume in here. Okay, so what I will do, let's first understand anonymous volume. I will use docker run hyphen it, then I will specify hyphen v for volume, and then I'm going to mount my Ubuntu home folder with Ubuntu, right? So inside my home there was a user called Ubuntu inside that, and I am mounting this one as anonymous volume, and I'm using Ubuntu as a image. So once if I will hit enter, I am inside my container, right? And it is, and what I will do, I will navigate to home and then Ubuntu. And if I will list the file, I don't have anything here. If I will touch file.txt, okay, so before creating it, what I will do, I will open another window and I will type docker volume ls. So you can see now I have a volume name here. So let's inspect this volume, docker volume inspect, and then the volume name. Now, while mentioning the Docker volume name, you need to specify the full name. It will not work if you are going to specify only 3 or 4 characters because it's the volume name. So if I will hit enter, you can see I have this one. And where it is at my where lib Docker volume. We will see this, no need to worry. And it does not have currently anything else, right? It's just having giving a underscore data. So can we navigate to it? So let's go ahead and let's navigate to it. So if I will type sudo su hyphen, let's become a sudo user first. And first navigate to where, then lib, then docker, then volume, and then let's first navigate here. If I will list, so in at this location, I will have all the volume in here. Okay. So for in my case, I have only one volume. So let's navigate to this one because it's a blue, so it's a folder structure. If I will list, so I have only underscore data. So let's navigate to this. So cd underscore data. If I will list, so you can see it's empty currently, right? Now let's go ahead and let's create here touch file dot txt. Okay, I have created it. Now what I will do, I will go inside here or let's write echo at this same folder hello world from container and let's write to its file.txt. Okay, so it's written it. If I will type kayak file.txt, so I have this one, right? What I will do in my another window, if I will list the files, so I have file.txt. So you can see in the real time, it's mounted the container data to our this location. If I will type cat file.txt, so you can see I have the data outside my container also, right? This is not the Ubuntu container. It's my VM on which I am running this container, right? On which I am running the for. So you can see. So some guys will tell you that you cannot see the volumes, but you can see them. If you are on Linux, you can definitely see them. If you are on Mac, on Windows, you need to find your Docker host. What's the Docker you host? So in the Docker desktop settings, what you can do, you can specify to use Ubuntu VM to use for Docker host so that you can later on access that Ubuntu VM. Okay, so you can see how you can see all the details about all the data. I will keep this container running, and what I will do in here, I will try to exit it. I have exit the container. I don't have any container running, right? What I will do, I will go ahead in here and if I will list the file, so I have still my file.txt. What I will do in here, I have that container running, means stopped. Let's remove this docker rm and eca. I have removed this. What I will do, I will go in here and if I will navigate back, if I will navigate one folder back and if I will list the file, so I still have that volume and I will still have that data inside it. Okay, while I have removed the container. Now what I will do, let's run one more container in here and before that let's remove the volume first. Okay, because we don't want to mess it. So for removing the volume, what I will do, I will type docker volume ls and I will type docker volume prune hyphen f. Okay, so it will delete the volume because it was not used, right? Now what I will do, I will clear my terminal and let's use docker run it with hyphen rm option. Okay, then I will specify hyphen v home ubuntu and if I will go to this folder again, if I will list, so you can see that folder is gone. Okay, and hyphen rm specifying that whenever this container stops, delete this container also, and then I will specify ubuntu. Okay, I will hit enter. I am inside my container. I will navigate to home and then Ubuntu. I will list. I don't have anything in here. I will try to create one file, touch file 2.txt. If I will list, so I have that file. I can go here. If I will list, so I have this folder, right? And I will have that folder. Okay. Now let me stop the container. I have stopped the container. Oh, sorry, not stop. You need to exit from the container. Okay. I have exit the container, and if I will type docker ps hyphen a, it has also removed our container. Once if I will go here and if I will list here, you can see my volume is also gone. Now you might be wondering what's the use of this. It's working same like your container layer data, right? So we will see the use of it when we will be understanding about binding mount. On the overview, I will tell you what's the use of it. Suppose if you are using any data that is overwriting it. So suppose I have this data where lib docker, okay, and I have this data where lib. Due to some scenario, a command is trying to copy all the folder from where lib to where lib, okay, but but we don't want to mess our where lib docker folder. One folder, one hierarchy, one more down. We don't want to change this, but I want to change, copy, paste all the data at where lib, but we don't mess it with our this folder. So what you can do in that case, you can mention anonymous volume for this location. So anything, any operation that is going to affect your where lib folder due to copy paste operation, it will copy it, but it is not going to affect your docker where lib docker because it is going to store at the same location. Secondly, this where lib docker will have a higher priority than where lib. Okay, so as I have given an overview, if we will see the node modules and the node.js application, we will understand the use of anonymous volume. So now we have understood about docker anonymous volume. So let's list my learning container. I don't have anything else, and let's list the stopped container. I don't have anything else. Now let's try to run named volume. So for running our named volume, I will specify docker run hyphen it, and I will also use hyphen hyphen rm. Okay, hyphen hyphen rm. Then I will use hyphen v, and before that, let me list the volumes docker volume ls. So I don't have anything else, right? So docker run hyphen it hyphen hyphen rm hyphen v, and let's give the volume name as my vol, and I'm going to map it to my home and Ubuntu folder, right? What's the image name? The image name that for testing purpose I'm going to use Ubuntu itself. In your case, if your application is collecting log, collecting data, giving you an output file, then you can use this volume in the real world scenario. Okay. Now what I will do, I will hit enter to this container. Now I am inside the container. Let me first create a file. So I will type docker, or let's first navigate cd home ubuntu, right? Let's create a file echo hello from named volume, and I will list it to demo.txt. I will write it to demo.txt. If I will list, so I have demo.txt. In the another window, okay, it's this one. In the another window, I will clear the terminal. If I will type docker volume ls, so I have now my volume in place. Now let's try to inspect it. So docker volume inspect my, and if I will hit tab, okay, it's not detecting. So if I have specified my volume, okay, not this one. So you can see it has giving data about our volume. If I will list the files in here, so you can see now this time it's not giving a randomly generated volume. It's giving a volume. You can navigate to this volume. You can list the file. You can go to underscore data. You can list and you have that file inside here. Okay. Now what I will do, if I will stop this container here itself, let's try to stop this because we have used hyphen rm command. Okay. So I am going to stop it. If I will use docker ps hyphen a, I don't have even a stopped or running container. But if I will try to run docker volume ls, so you can see my volume is still there. Now what I can do, I can mount this volume to my another application and I use that folder. Or you can directly use this volume to copy paste that data and map it with any another application to use the data. Okay, I will clear the terminal. Now let's understand about bind mounts. So till now, the Docker had control on your volume, Docker had control on your data. What if you want to map your particular folder to your container? So that is for the mounts. So mounts allow you to mount a specific file or a folder from the host machine into a container. Unlike Docker volume, bind mounts are tied directly to the host file system. Now keep in mind that bind mounts are not helpful when you will be performing operation in production, because in the production environment there will be a different server. In here you are going to mount to a specific file, right? So that file inside your laptop or computer, you have that. But on the production server, when you deploy this Docker image, you don't have it. So be very careful while using bind mounts on the deployment server. Now, how it is helpful? Now you have control on your bound volumes. Earlier, the Docker had control on your volume. Earlier, we need to rebuild our images for any change in your code or Docker file, right? You need to rebuild it, then you need to run it again. But in case of bind mount, what it will do, you just run the container, you bind your data, and you just refresh the page, it will reflect the changes. Okay. So this was the limitation when we were creating the file, our Node.js application, right? So we will overcome that using that one. So let's understand this. I have my host. So in my Linux, it's my Linux VM. But in case of Docker desktop, it's a Linux VM running behind your Docker desktop. Okay, it's not your main laptop. Then inside this host, you are running a container, right? And you are mapping your app data. So we have mentioned this work dir while creating Docker file, right? Now we are mapping this. We will map this data, this folder structure to our file where all of our code is there. Okay, so code file. Now if you are mapping this, so it is trying to keep all of these files and folder in sync. That is for the mounts. You will be see that once you run the Docker file, so in the Docker file itself, we had some instruction for npm install and installing the node modules, right? But if we are trying to remap it at this location, I don't have node modules, right? And also I cannot directly write node modules because it might be outdated or anything else. So I cannot just store it here also so that it could be remapped. So for that use case, we have anonymous volume use. So we'll see that. Okay. So let's move ahead and let's see some common scenario. The first one is syntax. So syntax will be docker run, and then you will specify -v to mention your volumes also, to your named volume, because you will need it. And then I will use -v, and then in double quotes I will specify my folder structure and then column my container structure. I am specifying it's in double quotes because suppose if your folder have a space or any special character, so it should not throw error. Now could you remove the copy dot command from Docker file because we are mounting it? So yes, you may, but it's not for deployment environment, because using copy dot you are trying to copy the folders and then you are trying to run npm install. But in this case, we are yes trying to copy paste all the files and folders here itself, but it's ignoring our node modules. Again, if you will use this, is it ready to use? So it's no, because so it will come to the use of anonymous volume, because first so using that, before this I have already created my image, right? So what do you mean by that? In the Docker file I have node modules. Okay, so let's see this. I will move to my Ubuntu VM. In here I will navigate to my desktop. So I have Dockerized Node.js. I will open Visual Studio Code in here. Let's understand the use. I have Docker file which I have used to create one, right? So in here, I have already created my image, right? And I am using with the copy command, means copy all the folders here. Also, I am using copy package.json to here, and then I'm using .package.json to create run npm install, right? So what it will do, it will create a node underscore modules folder along with this folder inside my image, inside my running container, right? Now the next one, if you are trying to bind mount, if you are trying to bind mount it using this one, so what it is doing, it is again trying to overwrite it Please try to understand it. It's very important. I have created my image, Docker image, right, using Docker file, and I have specified this one, run npm install, and it has created a npm underscore module folder which is needed for running my Node.js server, right? After that, this image was created. I am using docker run command with my bound maven to map it all the files and folders from my current directory to inside this app directory. And what was the inside my app directory? This inside this app directory was my node modules also, right? Because it's my work dir. So what it will do, it will overwrite my node underscore modules folder, and it will overwrite all these things to that one, and it will remove that. Okay. So to overcome this, what I will do, I will mention unnamed volume or anonymous volume here, and it will take the precedence while performing this operation, my bind mount. So what this command will do, if we are trying to copy paste all the files and folder from here to app modules, it will do that, but it will ignore this node underscore modules because we have already created it, right, while creating our image. So that is the use of anonymous volume, right? So let's see the use of it. I am inside my in here, and I already have that image, right? So if I will type docker image, okay, not image. If I will type docker images, if I will type docker images, so I have my this image running, right, already there. And what was the container port? The container port was 3000. So let's try to run this. I will use docker run hyphen it, or not interactive because I want to keep this in here itself. Actually, it's accessible on the web. Docker run it for illustrating volume from your Docker volume to the container we have specified, and we have used it using your Ubuntu. For this chapter, for explaining about bind mount, I will use my Node.js application. So I will use docker run hyphen p, and I will specify 3200 to 33,000, means to map our local port of 3200 to container port 3000, right? And then what I will do, I will use v, and I already have a volume, so let's use as my vol, and then I will try to map it with my container, so app. Okay, and I'm not using anything else, and I will just mention DevOps. Okay, my image name. So I will go ahead and I will hit enter. So now as okay, app server.js, it didn't find anything module. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try to remove this one. Let's not use volume here. And now it has started our container. So let's go ahead and let's try to use Chrome. And if I will use localhost 3200, so I have my container running. Okay, and I have Dockerized Node.js colon set your goal today. If I will go to server.js, right, and if I will try to remove this one, and if I will save it, right, I saved it, Dockerized Node.js, and I have only one exclamation mark. And if I will refresh the page, you can see it is not reflecting, and it is correct, right? Because once we have modified it, we need to change everything, and we need to rebuild our image again. Okay, now using bind mount, what I will do, I will stop this container. So for stopping the container, I will open one more terminal in here. I will type docker ps, I will type docker stop 719, and I will also remove the container 719. Okay, and I will close this one. I will go here and I will take all the folder structure right here. I will right click on it and I will click on copy path. So it has copied the path. Okay. So what I will do in here, I will go ahead and I will again press upper arrow key, this one. And instead of volume, now I will type hyphen v, and then I will write click on it and I will paste the absolute path of my folder, and I am not going to provide only node.js server.js. I will cancel this one, and then in here I will press colon and then app. Okay. So let's try to run this, and as we are using this one, so okay, so it's okay. I don't want to use hyphen d for detached mode or hyphen it. Okay, now let's try to run this. So it's giving the error because our node underscore module was not found. What this did, let's understand this again. I have rebuilt my image. I have rebuilt my image. Now this image has npm install and node underscore module folder, right? With my that image, and I have all the structure inside my this work folder inside my container, right? Now using my this command, what I'm doing, I am overwriting. I have whatever I have at this structure, at this highlighted structure. It is trying to copy all of these things at my and overwrite it at the app folder, which had node underscore module folder. But in my case, I don't have node underscore module folder. But you will say that, hey, why don't you create node underscore modules folder here itself? Because I cannot. If you will try to use this application 1 year later, this package might be outdated. So for that use case, I have command and I have the use of anonymous volume, which you can use hyphen v app and then node underscore modules. So now what it will do, the anonymous volume, the managed volume by Docker will take higher precedence. It will overwrite all the things from home to app, but it will not overwrite this node underscore modules folders. So now let's try to run this. It's done, right? It might be running in the background. We don't get error. Now I will go to my Chrome. I will refresh my browser. Now it has reflected our change, right? We didn't even rebuild our image. Now let's try to change all these things in the real time. I will go to server.js, and here I will type, let's dockerize node.js app today. You can see I have just given the number and I've just save it. I will go to browser, I will refresh it, and after some time, if you will navigate to your browser, it took around 1 to 2 seconds, and we have just tried to made the change, and I have just tried to refresh the page. You can see my change is reflecting, right? So that is the use of bind mounts, and it is very helpful. Again, using bind mounts, you can remove this one, but it's not for the ideal case because we have used this for building our image. It has already copied the files and folders here. Now, in here, if you will see, once we try to bind mounts our folders, so if I will go inside here, we have tried to bind mount, right? Means I am trying to mount /app node modules to this one, and it is also mounting it back to my local folder, right? So whatever app underscore node modules that was created using Docker file, it has tried to copy in here itself. You can see it has mounted here, which we don't want that. So for that, we can use read only volume, which we will see next. Okay. For now, I will delete this and I will move ahead. So you have understood the help of use of bind mounts. It's very helpful when you do not want to rebuild your image for changing and testing anything. Now let's understand about PMPFS mount. So basically these stores files in your RAM memory, not on disk. They are very fast because they are going to store it on your RAM memory. Volatile because it's lost when the container stops, and used for very temporary or sensitive data. Now what are its use cases? If you want to store temporary session data, caching file, if you want to reduce disk input output while running all the things on RAM, you can do that. And if you want to hold a sensitive data, means if it should be deleted on a container stop. Now what's the syntax? The syntax is docker run hyphen hyphen tmps part to the container and then the my image, right? So it's just like your unnamed volume, and these are completely being stored on your RAM. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with it. As I cannot illustrate you because I don't have any sensitive data, you can go ahead it, play with it. Let me know if you face any issue or if you have any doubt. Now let's move ahead and let's understand this use read only volume problem. Okay, so I will go in here, and what I will do, I will try to stop this container. If I will go here, if I will type docker ps, I have this container running. Let's try to stop it. Docker stop fca. Let's wait for it to stop. And in here, I will also remove this container. I have removed it. I will claim a terminal. If I will go inside Visual Studio Code, you can see if I will refresh the page, I don't have anything else, right? I don't have node underscore modules folder. But if I am going with this command, understand this, I am trying to overwrite my this folder structure app node modules that was created using my Docker file. I am trying to overwrite it using this one. But as the mount is like real time mounting from your local host to your Docker container, so what it is doing, it's also trying to mount my this folder. It's trying to keep them in sync, right? So let's try to run this again. If I will, you can see I don't have node modules here, right? Now, if I will try to hit enter, it's running, right? If I will go ahead, if I will, so I have my container running. If I will go to Visual Studio Code, then you can see due to sync of bind mounts, it has copied my node underscore modules folders. So which we don't want that. We also don't want that from our folder, any sensitive data from our folder or from our local workstation should not go inside the container. So for that, we use read-only volumes. So for read-only volumes, what we have, first I will stop and remove the container. First I will verify the containers. I will stop it and then I will try to remove it. Okay, if I will list docker ps, I don't have any running container, and if I don't have any stopped container also. Okay, I have a stopped container. Let's try to remove these also. Docker rm dc and 1a. I will clear the terminal, and if I will type docker ps hyphen a, I don't have anything else. Okay guys, so in here, if we want to specify read only volumes, we cannot specify in the bind mounts, right? Why? Because in here we are telling that go ahead map all these folder to our read only volume here, which it will throw error, right? Because this folder is read only and we are not going to specify this one. It will not be able to map it. So either we can specify read only in anonymous or named volume. In Docker, anonymous volume cannot be mapped to read only. So for that, what we need to do, we need to create a named volume here. Okay. So I will skip for this one, and also let's give a hyphen hyphen rm option so that our container stops. It will remove the container also. So this one is my bind mounts from my location to by this one, and in here we need to provide a named volume. Okay, so for named volume I will give a node vol. Okay, and I will give colon because this is the named volume syntax, and in here I will give option means colon ro. Okay, read only means go ahead and do this folder as read only because I don't want to copy it to and fro. All the things should be copy paste successfully. Okay, now I will hit enter. You can see my Visual Studio Code. I don't have node underscore modules folder. I will go ahead, and if I will hit enter, it has started our container, right? If I will go to my local host, so you can see it's still running my application. If I will go to Visual Studio Code, now this time it didn't copied node underscore modules folder in here because that container data was read only volume. Okay, so that is the use of read only volume. I will stop this container because I don't need it. Docker ps and Docker stop E8. Okay, and it will stop the container and it will also delete it. Why? Because we have provided hyphen rm, right? So let's move ahead. If you are clear with use root read only volume, and let's understand about Docker ignore file. So in our case, we don't want, there are some files and folders which you don't want to copy on the production environment, right? So for that, we can use something called a docker ignore file. So you can see that it has given the syntax. My Visual Studio Code Docker extension had already detected the syntax. Okay. So whatever the file or folder, the pattern you will mention here, it will get completely ignored. They are similar like your .git ignore file, on which they don't get pushed to your GitHub server. Okay. So in here, what you can do, you can specify your node underscore modules folder, right? Because they are related to dependency. You don't want to copy and paste these again and again, because these dependency and the version of the server might be outdated when someone might be using it. So you don't want to create an image from it. Or for Mac OS, you don't want to copy .ds underscore store file. This is created by your Finder application, and basically it stores attribute about your data. Similarly, you don't want to make available your .git folder because it contains the data about your git things, right? Similarly, you don't want to expose your environment file. We will see the environment file in the upcoming slides. Also, you don't want to copy your stuff related to Python, right? So pyc or a cache, right? You don't want to copy them. If you are working on Java, then you don't want to expose the target folder. You don't want to mess it with your dot credentials folder. For example, for Azure, there is a by default directory called dot credentials. Okay, so you don't want to expose it also, right? So that's how you can specify some patterns for your dot git ignore file. And once if you will create a Docker file, or if you will run your Docker container, they are not going to expose. They are going to completely ignore it. So that's the use of Docker ignore file. All right. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about environment variable and build arguments. So the scope of environment variable is at runtime while the build argument at build time. And how you will specify? If you want to specify in Docker file, you can specify environment env, then variable, and then the value name. These will be basically a default value. If you want to specify during runtime, you can specify hyphen e, then variable, and the value name. While in case of build argument, it's not applicable. If you want to specify a environment file, you can specify hyphen env hyphen file equal to your file name. So let's see about environment variable first. So I will navigate to my Ubuntu VM, and you can see in here I have app.listen, right? And I am specifying here 3000. Suppose you have many folders. In my case, I will just take the use of environment variable to set this port. So for that, what I can do, I can use process dot env dot port. Okay, and I will save it. Now what I can do, I can go in the Docker file, and just after my run npm install, I can use env and then port 3000. So I don't need to go to the server.js file. If you have some developer and if you have some operations who are working on only Docker, you can specify the Docker file and you can use the environment for. Okay. Or what I can do, I can type expose from the command terminal itself here. I can type $expose port equal to this. Okay. So that will also work. Means export dollar port equal to 3000. If I will set this one, so that will also work because it is setting my environment variable port to 3000. In my case, I am specifying environment variable port 3000 in my Docker file itself. All right. So what we can do, I can rebuild my image. So I can go to my terminal and let's open the terminal in here and let's build it. Docker build dot hyphen t node image v2. Okay. Okay. So node v2. Now it will take some time and it has built our image, right? Now it's telling one warning found because we did not have any variable set in here, right? And now as we have built our image, what I can do while running my Docker file, I can specify hyphen hyphen env, and if you will not specify, by default it will take port of 3000, but if you will type port equal to 3300, now what it will do, it will verify and it will edit the port. Okay, so if I will type this and if I will type my image, and what was the image, my image was node v2, and if I will run this, so it has started the container on the port of 3300. How you can verify that? Let's go to terminal and let's go to docker ps. Well, now let's verify docker container inspect 5a0. So there will be some port in here. So you can see in the environment I have the port of 3300, right? But in our Docker file we have tried to expose it to 3000. But in the runtime it had overwrite it. I will try to stop it and it will stop the container. If you have environment file, so you can specify that one also, like .env, and in here I will give port equal to 3300. I will save it. What you can do while running this one, instead of hyphen hyphen env port, you can specify hyphen hyphen env hyphen file equal to your file name. So .env colon v2. Also, you are not limited to use only one environment variable. You can also specify another environment variable and you can use another environment variable. So that was for the environment variable. I will cancel it and I will clear the terminal. I will go ahead and let's understand about build argument. What are those? Okay. Now build arguments are available inside your Docker file and they are not accessible via any CMD or any code. So via CMD you were able to access your env, right, using export and then the environment name, right? But using Docker file you can only do that. If you want to run your container and if you want to specify build arguments, then you can specify hyphen 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 build hyphen arg. Okay, build, it will be build. Okay, so let's see this. What I will do, I will remove this one and I will save it and I will also go to, I will not modify the server.js. I will keep this one it as a port. I will go to the Docker file and what I will do, after npm run npm install, I will type argument default underscore port equal to 3300. I am giving the default port as 3300, right? Also I will specify environment env port and I will take this variable default port here. Okay, this one, this default port. What I will do, I will save it. Now let's build the image first. So I will type docker build dot and I will give the tag name as node underscore v3 using my build argument. Okay, it's not built, it's build, and it will take some time and it will build my image. So let's wait for it to build it. It has built it, right? And now it is also telling us to use our key value pair. And now if I will try to see the image, so I will clear the terminal. I will type docker images. I have these images and v3 was for my using my build argument. If I will type to inspect this image, docker image inspect node v3, so you can see it is specifying port 3300, right? Now what I will do, I will type here, I will go ahead, I will use docker build t and instead of node v3 I will use node v4, and with it I will also give an option called build argument build arg, and then I will specify default port, and I will give the default port as 3500. Okay. Now if I will hit enter, it will build the image. Now if I will go ahead here, if I will type Docker images, and if I will type Docker inspect v4, so now I have port for 3500. So how it is helpful? I have same image of version 2 version, those are running on the different port. So one of them you can use it in your test environment for different port, right? It was on 3300 port. And the another version of image using build arg, you can use it in your main production environment on which we have used port 3500. Similarly, there are bunch of options, bunch of variable you can use with your build arg variable. Okay, so that's it for this chapter. And I know it was a bit lengthy chapter, but it was needed to make you understand Docker volume. Now let's meet in the next chapter with one more aspect of Docker, which is called Docker networking, in by using which you can enable communication between containers, because currently the containers are isolated and they won't be able to communicate to each other by default, right? So if you are liking my lecture, if you are liking my sharing, please go ahead and subscribe to my channel, share it with your friends, and like to my video. It will motivate me to make more lecture like this. Okay, so thank you all. Let's meet in the next chapter. Hi everyone, and welcome to chapter 5. In this chapter, we will talk about Docker networking in depth, and we will also see their example when we will be doing some stuff on our Ubuntu VM or on our Docker host. Okay, so basically, it's all about enabling communication between different environment. Like if you want to enable the communication between containers, enable the communication between your container and web, or even your container and your local host. Okay, so let's understand this, what you are going to learn in this chapter. First, you will understand what are the different ways to communicate to container. Means if you are going to communicate via web, or between container and container, or container between host. Next one, you will learn how you can achieve these different scenario and how you can make them unable to communicate to each other. Then after it, you will understand about different type of network drivers. In Docker, they are not different type of network. It will use the same network, but they will use different type of drivers. Also, we'll see the what are the uses of. And at last, this section will be bit lengthy, in which we will run our WordPress app, and we will also connect it with PHP admin and our MySQL database to run it properly. And we'll also see the implementation of Docker network and environment variable that we learned in the earlier chapter. Okay, so please don't miss this part of this chapter. So let's move ahead. Now, what is Docker network? So Docker network will allow container or other aspect of resources to communicate with each other. Either you can allow containers to talk to each other, or you can allow to connect with the Docker host on which the Docker is running, or with an external network. Docker basically use different type of network driver to control communication between these different resources. So let's understand about these drivers. So we have bunch of drivers in here, and the most used are bridge and host. So the bridge driver is enabled by default. If you are running a container, it already using bridge driver. We will also try to run one demo container, and then we will try to inspect it to see that it's already using a bridge driver network. Then, and it's only for communication between your containers within the same host. Okay. Now, the enablement of container to container communication is only enabled via IP if you are using already created bridge driver or network. But if you want to enable communication between container to container with their host name, not IP, then you need to create custom bridge network. Okay, so we'll see that. Next comes host driver. So this is used if you want to communicate your containers to your Docker host, to your network host, right, on which the Docker is running. Now by default, if you are using Linux VM just like me to run Docker, you will be able to connect your container, you will be able to directly ping it using IP. But again, if you want to enable communication between their host name from my Linux VM, so you need to attach it to existing host created network. So if I will list the Docker network right now, after we will move to on our Ubuntu VM, you will be able to see that there is already one host network created. So at once, you will be able to create only one host network per Docker engine. Okay. So if you want to create another host, then you need to delete this existing host network and then you need to create it again, the new network. Then at next, there is network type of none. If you will specify it, it will completely disable the communication between different environments like your container to container or container to host. And also it will disable the communication between from your container to outside World Wide Web. Next one is overlay. It's also used and it's basically a multi-host container communication. If you want to set up communication between a particular container to different type of container running on different instances of host, you can connect with overlay. Okay. Next one is Mac VLAN. If you want to assign a Mac address and IP from your on LAN from your Docker host on which the Docker is running, so you can use of Mac VLAN. So if you are using Docker desktop on Mac or Windows, you won't be able to use Docker host directly, means you won't be able to communicate with using container host name from your local host. Okay, so for that you need Mac VLAN. This host type network, if you want, so it will be enabled only on the Linux Docker host. Next one is third party. If you want to create a container network model on your own, you can do that and it will support a custom network plugins. So I'm hoping I was able to make you understand about different network type and most popular network type that is currently supported by Docker. So you can see there are vast of here and the most used are bridge network only because use of bridge and host network you can enable communication between all these things. The overlay is basically used for your Docker Swarm. A Docker Swarm is like using different type of cluster of Docker in the different host. Okay, and then you communicate them. So let me know if you want another course on Docker Swarm. So I will separate create a course on Docker Swarm itself. So I'm hoping you're clear. Now let's understand the case scenarios. First one is my container one. I have just run a container. If I will try to inspect it, it's definitely connected to a default bridge network that is already created by my Docker engine. So we'll see that if we will try to run Docker network ls, so we'll see that all these things, whatever the scenario I'm going to explain you here, we will see that when we will be on our Ubuntu VM. So I have my container one, and there is one possibility that if you want to access World Wide Web from this container, so it's basically enabled by default. Whatever container you are running, you are allowed to fetch the details publicly from web. If you don't want to enable it, you can use network of driver type none. It will disable the communication. The next scenario, if you want to enable communication between containers to container, so it's also enabled by default if you are using IP to communicate between them. But keep in mind, the communication between IP is not reliable, right? Because Docker is assigning these IP manually. They are not static, right? So for that, what you can do, it's allowed by default by using IP. But if you want to use it hostname to communicate with each other, so you need to create a custom network of default driver bridge adapter, right? And the Docker will internally create a DNS system inside it so that it will map your hostname to that network IP. And the next scenario, if you want to connect to this container one to your local host. So you might not know, but you are already using it. And how you are using it? You are using it via port mapping, right? So whenever you are specifying Docker run -p and then your local port and then the port inside the container, so you are already using communication between container to Docker host, right? But still, if you have some configuration or some app that you want to use it to directly use the resources of container, so you can use a IP called host.docker.internal. So whenever inside your container or inside your Docker host, if you are going to access this container from my Docker host, and if you need its underlying infrastructure, so you can use host.docker.internal here, or you can use this IP. Means suppose if you are running MySQL here, okay, and if you want to use MySQL from your Docker host to inside the container, suppose there is an application and that uses MySQL and you don't want to run that MySQL application on another container. You want to use your Docker host system. So instead of running another container, you can also use MySQL running on your Docker host. And for that, how you can specify the configuration, you can use host.docker.internal and it will take the configuration file, okay, for your MySQL. The another option is we recreate our container and attach it to existing created host network. Again, if you want to create your own host network, you can definitely do that. Just delete the existing host network, because at one time you can only create one host network. So delete that network, you create it again, but you need to recreate your container again if you are going to attach it to host network. Okay, so I'm hoping you have understood about these three case scenarios of container communication, and I didn't see any another possible way other than this. And yes, there is another way. Suppose if you are using another cluster, Docker cluster in your infrastructure, on which the Docker engine is running on another infrastructure like your Docker Swarm, that is also the option, but in my case I'm not illustrating that. So in that case you can use overlay kind of network. So let's understand all these things while moving to on our Ubuntu VM. We will understand all these things here. Hey guys, and welcome back. I am on my Ubuntu VM, my Docker host, right? So if I will list my container, I don't have any container running, and or I don't have any stopped container also. If I will type Docker images, so I do have Ubuntu, but in my case, for better illustration, I will use an another lightweight image called BusyBox. So that image is similar like your Ubuntu or your Unix like Linux OS, but it's very lightweight with some pre-built command like ls, cd, and only basic commands. Okay, and also if I will try to list some Docker network commands, so I can type Docker network hyphen hyphen help. So you can see some basics commands. So first one is connect. If you already have a network already there, and if you want to connect to the container, so you can type docker network connect and then your network name and then your container name. So what it will do, it will attach to that existing container to that existing network. All right, now keep in mind that this will not work if you are going to specify host network with the already running container. In case of host network, you need to recreate your container. Next command is create, by which command you can create your own custom network, and you can specify hyphen d, right, to specify the driver of type bridge or host or overlay. The next one is disconnect, is if you have connected a network to your any container and if you want to disconnect it while it's without stopping the container, you can use it with this command. If you want to inspect a network, you can use docker network inspect and then the network name. If you want to list all the containers, you can type docker network ls. If you see that no network is being used, your own created, and if you want to delete them, so you can type docker network prune. It will delete all the unused network. If you want to remove manually your docker network, you can type docker network rm and then the network name. So if I will list docker network ls, and I believe me, I haven't created any network yet. If I will list here, so you can see by default it has three network created by default. The first one is bridge. It given the name and type same, which is bridge name, and the driver is of bridge. And believe me, whatever container you are going to run, it is going to attach to this network itself, right? Because it needs to be communicated to outside world. If you are seeing that it's not connected or none, then you will not be able to connect from that container to the outside world. Then another type of network that is already created by my Docker is host, and the driver is type host, which we have discussed it. And the third by default we got is none, which of driver null. So if you will attach any container to this one, you won't be able to communicate anywhere outside world or another container or from your host. Okay, so let's do this. I will clear my terminal here and let's try to run a busybox container, which I already have explained is kind of a Unix like OS that you will be logged in. I will hit enter and it's telling the busybox container is not on my system, so it is going to fetch from my Docker Hub. If you are seeing library, then it's going to fetch from Docker Hub. Okay, and now I am inside my container of busybox. If I will list, so I have by default this folder. Another window, I will open a new window. I will type docker ps. I have this container running, right, of my image busybox. I will try to inspect it. Docker network or docker inspect, and the container ID I can just give A90 and I will hit enter. Now if I will go on the top and if I will try to see the details about it, you can see it's given the network of type bridge, right? And if I will see the network ID, it's A114. Now let me again try to list my network. The network ID is A11 and the network name is bridge of driver bridge. So you can see while running the container, I haven't specified my network, but by default it's connecting to it. So it's needed to connect to it because without it, it will default connect to this none network and you won't be able to communicate anywhere. Now from inside this busybox container, I can ping google.com. So it will be pingable, means I am able to communicate from my container to outside world, right? If it was network of none, means it is not connecting to any network by default. So what it will do, you won't be able to ping anywhere, not even Google or anywhere outside the world. Okay. So I'm hoping you are clear with communication from container to your outside world, how it is enabled. It enabled by bridge. Now let me do one thing. Let me go ahead in here and let me try to run one more image or one more container. Docker run hyphen it and I will use busybox. Okay, busybox, and I will use the container name here. The container name is busybox 2, which is my image, and the image name is busybox. Okay, I will hit enter. It has created my container. In the another, I will open another window here. I will type docker ps. I have two container running. Okay. Now you can see the second container that I have is busybox2 given the name, and the another one is epic hierarchy, the randomly generated name. So what I will do in here, I will try to inspect these things, and by default, if I will if I will see my Docker network, so by default it might give a network. So let me type IP EDDR. It will give you the list of all the network connected to your local host, your Docker host. If I will see the third option of Docker 0 Ethernet, it has 172.17.0.1.16 of address space. Means within this address range, it is going to assign the IPs of all the containers, right? So if I will try to let me clear the terminal and let me type docker ps, and if I will type docker inspect busybox busybox 2, sorry, not bus, it's busybox 2, I will hit enter. You can see it has given me the IP address of 172.17.0.3 and it's my busybox 2 container, right? If I will go to inside my container which is already running, right, the busybox, if I will type host name hyphen I, so you can see it's 172.17.0.3. If I will go inside here, if I will go here, and it's my first container, right? So host name hyphen I is my first container of IP, this one. If I will try to ping it, so 172.17.0.3, I will be able to ping it because by default both of these containers are connected to the same, right? So if I will go in here, you can see both of them are connected to bridge of network ID A114. But I am in here, I will cancel this I am still at my first container. If I will type ping busy box 2 and if I will hit enter, you can see bad address busybox 2. I am not able to communicate with my name. Now you will ask, why can't we still use IP address? Why you need to access it via host name? So in the production environment, you might not have a dynamically assigned IP to work on. It's not reliable because it might get changed. So that's why you should be able to access from one host to another using your host name. So what I will do, I will exit from my container. I will type docker network ls and I will type docker network create and I can type hyphen d bridge, but by default it's going to create a bridge network itself. And I will give the name of my network is my custom bridge. I will hit enter and it has created. If I will type docker network ls, so you can see it has created by default of driver type bridge. Now if I will type docker ps hyphen a, so I have exited this one, right? Now what I will do, I will start this A90, right? And I will connect as this container is already running. I will connect this container to my manually created custom bridge. Okay. So I will type docker network connect my network name. It has already detected my custom bridge and then the my ID. So A90. It's done. Now I will try to attach to my this container, my first VGBook container. I will hit enter. I am in. Now I will go to second container that I am already using of this one IP. I will exit also. If I will type docker ps hyphen a, so now my first container is running and the second container is top of name bgbox. What I will do, I will type docker network connect and my underscore custom bridge, the network name, and then my container name bgbox2. I will hit enter and I will again type docker start 2d1. It started and now docker attach 2d1. So now if I will type host name, so this one is my 2d1, right, of name busybox2. And if I will go here and if I'll type host name A90, so it was my first one. Now let me try to ping it. So ping 2d1, this one. So let me go ahead and fetch the number, fetch the IP from here. And if I will paste it, if I will hit enter, you can see now you are able to ping it with the host name. Earlier, you were not able to ping it. In here, the name is bgbox2. I understand that. But if you will go inside the container, so it's giving the host name of 2d155. You can change the name of your host and you can directly ping it. You will be able to change and you will be able to ping it. Okay. So let's try to change the host name of this container. I will type host name and let's give busybox2. Okay, so it's not permitted. Sudo host name busybox2. So looks like it's not allowing me to change the host name also. So it's okay, but we have understood that this time using, if you are trying to connect your both container using your custom bridge network, you are able to communicate with the host name. Okay. We have now seen the understanding between the networking from your container to outside world, means your world wide web. The second, we have seen how you can communicate between two container, right, with the help of IP, with the help of host name. Now let's see if you are able to communicate directly from your main host. Okay, so I have another terminal here of my local host. If I will try to ping my IP of my another container, so 172.17.0.0 3. So you can see I am able to ping it. So by default, you will be able to ping it and you will be able to connect to your container from your local host using IP. But again, if you want to try to connect using your host name, you need to create a new container with the host driver. Okay. So what I will do, I will exit from any one of the container. Okay. And I will close one window and I will go to another window. I will exit from here itself because if I want to connect to the host network, so I need to recreate my container. If I will type docker ps-a, so I have these stopped container. Let's remove this docker container prune. I will type yes. And now I will try to run using my host network so that I am able to connect to my this container. So let's run docker run hyphen it and then hyphen hyphen network, which is host that is already created, right? And then I will give the name of my container of bzbox2. Although it's a name, it's not going to change your name. And the image name is bgbox. Okay. I will hit enter. I am inside my container. If I will go ahead and if I will try to run docker ps, it is running my container. If I will try to talk docker inspect 98a, so this time you can see I have connected to the host network of id 7748. Again, if you want to try to connect a new host, you need to delete the existing host and then you need to create it and then you need to recreate your container. Okay. And now I am inside here. Let me get the ID of this container. If I will type the host name of my BZBox container, so this time it's Ubuntu. It's given the name Ubuntu itself. So let me try to copy this. And if I will try to ping, okay, so in my case it has Ubuntu name, so I think it will ping to my local host network itself. Yeah, it's trying to ping my Ubuntu itself, my main VM itself. So let's do this. Let's get the IP of that and let's see. I will cancel this and if I will type docker ps, I have this container running, right, which is the ID of it. So let me type docker or ping this container ID. Okay, so it's telling temporary failure in the name resolution. And whenever we try to run our host, so what it did, it tried to create a host name of the same name. So in this case, what you need to do, you need to create another host, the named host, because right now it is using default host, right? So what you can do, you can create a new host here, delete the existing host network and then recreate the host network and then retry to attach it. You will be able to communicate using your host name. Okay. If you will try to attach the existing host network to your container, what it will do, it will attach to the by default created network and it will give you the same error like this one. Okay. It will not be able to detect your container ID as a host name. It will assign this your main laptop, your main Linux OS host OS to that container ID. Okay. So I'm hoping you are clear with all this concept and these are going to help you when we are going to make WordPress web app using WordPress and MySQL. Hey everyone, and welcome back to chapter 6. In this chapter, we will try to orchestrate multi-container app with Docker. So you might be heard about Docker Compose, but we are not going to do that. We are going to achieve that in the next chapter. But in this chapter, we are going to see how we can create multi-container app, connect them together with the help of only Docker. We have learned about networking, volume, environment variable, right? So let's use all of them together to create this multi-container app. To be precise, I will be using WordPress web app for this illustration because in the backend, it is using MySQL as a database to store its data. In the backend, if we want to access MySQL instance, I can either use by CLI or GUI. For accessing it via GUI, I can use PHP myadmin to access my MySQL instance. So instead of running them all of them on my local workstation on my Linux VM, I will create separate container for each of them, means WordPress, MySQL, and PHP my admin. I will connect them together because we have seen in the networking section, if you want to connect them together, they can be connect them together using IP, but we don't want that because IP gets changed in the future. So how you will use the container name for their use? So we need to create a custom network also. Okay. Also to persist data in MySQL, we need volume mapping and bind mounts, right? So let's collect all of them together, and also we can use our environment variable for my MySQL app for setting up my database username, password, root user, and root password, right? So let's collect all of them together that we have learned in few slides back, and let's use it in this example, and let's create our web app. Okay. So I will move to my Ubuntu VM, and in here, I will first navigate to desktop because I want to create a folder for this project, because I'm going to write lengthy commands, but I will keep it saved on a .txt file so that it will be easier for me to show you that command. Because in here, I will be able to write the commands in one line, right? But I can also use forward slash to make the commands in the next line so that I can better illustrate you. Okay. Then in here, I will create mkdir WordPress multi container. Okay, and then I will navigate to it, and then I will open Visual Studio Code in here, and it will open my Visual Studio Code. I can write the commands here, commands.txt. Okay, and it's done. I will minimize this window for now, and let's start with some basics. So I will navigate to my home folder. I will navigate to browser, and I will go to hub.docker.com. And at first I need a WordPress app. So let's search for WordPress image on the Docker Hub. So I do have an Docker official image. So let's try to pull this. Now if I will go to the bottom, you can see how I can run this image using this one. Also, there are some environment variables supported for this image, the WordPress image, that you can use here. And if you will go inside, you can also use Docker secrets. So Docker secret is like if you are going to run any secret stuff, that you can use Docker stuff. If you want to use Docker Compose, that we are going to learn in upcoming section, we can also do that. So we'll learn about all of these things. If you want to use Docker file for creating your WordPress app, then you can also go ahead and run this. And there are various options that is supported for your users. So go ahead and check this out. For now, I will just try to run WordPress application. So I will use Docker run -p for port making, and I will use 8083, and then I will use 80 because in the backend it will be using 80 port inside the container. So by default, most of the container used to run 80 itself. Okay, so how you can verify that? I will go and I will use Docker run WordPress. I will hit enter. So it's unable to find the image locally. So it's going to pull from our Docker Hub. Now it will download all the image layer, and let's wait for it to get download. Okay, so looks like it has started the server in running as I didn't have specified -d, so it's started in attached mode. If I will go and if I will open a new window and if I will type docker ps, you can see I have these things in running, and at the port section you can see it's using port 80 inside the container, right? But you can see I haven't mentioned it while running the container. I haven't mentioned it to specify our port, so we won't be able to access it. So what, let's do this. Let's first stop this container. So I will type docker stop 040, and let's start the container again. So I will use docker. Let's first remove this container. Okay, now it's removed. What I will do, I will go to the earlier container and I will use docker run -p, and then let's say specify 8083 on our port, and It's using 80 on the container port, right? We have seen this. And then let's start WordPress. And I will start the container and it has started. Now I will go to my Google Chrome and I will open another window and I will type localhost 8083. So once if I will hit enter, I am on my WordPress setup page. I will click on continue. Then it's asking me to set up database name, username, password, and host. If you want, you can set it up via running the commands. You can specify -e and these things. Okay, so you can also do that, but in the backend, it will be using MySQL to store these database. Now, if I will hit let's go, so it's asking for a database name, username, password, database host, which we don't have that, right? We haven't submitted. If you will try to use WordPress, anything else, you will not be able to access it. If you want to access it directly from WordPress, you can go ahead and type environment variable. In my case, I'm going to use a MySQL container. Then I will set up these things and then I will connect my MySQL to the WordPress. Okay. So let's go ahead. For now, let's stop this container. And you can see in the real time, it's giving me logs also. So if you want to see the logs about these particular things, suppose you have started this container in detached mode, and if you want to see the details about it, you can see it's giving the details about my Linux architecture, where it's being accessed and what's the architecture that it's being accessed. You can see that it has just accessed this one page. Okay, when we try to create and when we try to set up. So what you can do, if I will type docker ps, so I have this container running. If I will type docker, there is one another command called logs. So you can use this and I will use 99f. So it will give you the logs till now for that particular container. So you can use that and it's saying that where it was used on my Docker host. So it's the IP of my Docker host, my browser, right? And what is the API that I have accessed and what's the link, right? So it's giving all the details here. If you face any issue or error, you can type docker logs and then the container name, it will give you the details about it, right? So it's asking, for now it's asking for us to set up a database, so which we will do that later. So for now I have closed this container, right? Okay, so I haven't closed this, so let's close this container. So docker ps docker stop 99f. Okay, so it will stop the container. I will clear my terminal. Now let's try to create MySQL container in here. So again, I will go to the Google Chrome. I will go to hub.docker.com and in here I will type MySQL. So I will be on the official page itself, because if you will use this link, so you will be directed to Docker official image. It's my Docker official image. Now, if I will go to the bottom, it will tell you all the necessary things that you need to run. In my case, it's asking for to set up a MySQL root password for sure. Without it, it will not work. And also, it's asking if you want to set up using Docker Compose, you can do that. Also, if I will go to the bottom, it have some environment variable which we will try to set up when we will be finally creating our VM. For now, I am just trying to show you how I will pull these images and how I am going to run a basic container images. Then I will try to connect them together. All right. So if I will directly try to run Docker, run MySQL, so it's unable to find image locally. It's going to pull from my Docker Hub. Let's wait for it to pull the all layers, FS layer of the images. And as I have used attached mode, so it will try to attach my container in here itself. Okay, so I ran the container in my attached mode, but it's giving the error that you need to specify one of the following as an environment variable. Okay, so either I need to provide MySQL root password, the same thing that it is showing on the top here, right? Either you need to specify MySQL allow empty password or MySQL random root password. So it will allow empty password and it will allow you to set up randomly generated password for your root. So you need to specify them. So why I can do that, I can go ahead and I will copy this command in here. I will paste it Docker in, and I am not going to give the name for now, and also I'm not going to give the tag. Let's it use a default, and it's using a detached data set, but it does not matter because we won't be able to access MySQL because MySQL need either a GUI or CLI to access it. Or in my case, I'm going to use a GUI called phpMyAdmin to access my MySQL instance. So I'm not going to use it in detached mode and I will give a very simple password, my pass. And I am not giving container name also. So let's remove these also. Okay. And I will hit enter. So, okay. So I have copied this one also. I will hit enter and it started our container and you can see by default user was created as a empty user, but my root password was filled. And it has started my container and you can see by default it is using where run mysql inside my docker host to write all these things there. So we will use this path when we will be using docker volume or bind mount when I will be persisting data for my sql. So you can see now my container is running. If I will open another terminal window and if I will type docker ps, so you can see I have my container running and it's using 33060 port here. Okay, so that is for your MySQL. Now you can either connect to SQL either CLI or GUI. In our case, we are going to use GUI for connecting to SQL instance. And to be precise, I will be using PHP MyAdmin. That is the interface on the web that is going to allow you to connect to your database instance of MySQL. So let's go to the hub.docker.com and let's search for PHP MyAdmin. And I have one official image of PHP MyAdmin here. Instead of using Docker official image, I will be using this PHP MyAdmin, PHP MyAdmin. So means if it is a not Docker official image, then it will be showing you your image as your username and then means the repository name, the owner, and then the image name. So I will be using this one, phpMyAdmin, the non-official Docker image of phpMyAdmin. I will use Docker run -p for port mapping, and I will use port 8084, and it also use port 80 inside the container for running my phpMyAdmin. Okay, and I will use phpMyAdmin /php myadmin. Okay, if you will specify php myadmin only, so it's going to pull from Docker official. But for now, I'm going to use unofficial that is owned by php myadmin itself. Okay, so let's try to hit enter. It's unable to find image locally, so it will try to fetch it and it's going to fetch this image, right? So let's wait for it to fetch all the fs layer of our image. By the time it's downloading, what I will do, I will go to the terminal and my SQL is running. And what is the MySQL password? So by default, the username will be root, correct? And the password is my pass. Okay, this is my pass. I will go to the terminal and I will wait for it. So now I think it has started my container. If I will open another terminal window and if I will type docker ps, this one is the container of my php myadmin and it's running on 8084. So let's open my browser. I will go to localhost 8084. So I am at my php myadmin and it by default uses mysql to connect to the database. So let's use as root for my username and password will be my hyphen pass. Let's try to log in. So you can see that it's not able to connect to my SQL instance and it's not able to get that. Now, why is it so? Because we haven't specified even a connection to it. Okay, so we haven't specified any connection to it for my MySQL to my PHP MyAdmin. So if I will go back to Chrome and if I will go to my PHP MyAdmin page, so if I will go to the bottom for its use, so I can use this one link hyphen hyphen link with MySQL DB server, or if you are using an external server, in my case, my MySQL, so I can use this command itself. Okay, so let's use this one, means the environment variable of PMA underscore host. So I will go ahead and instead of MySQL, as I haven't set up a custom network, I will be using its IP. So I will go to the terminal and first I will stop the container of my PHP MyAdmin. So 9A4, I will also remove this container. Okay, now I have removed it. If I will type Docker, let's first clear the terminal. Docker PS, so I have my SQL container running here. Okay, now if I will try to inspect its IP, because as I don't have created any custom network, so I can use for now IP. So I will use Docker inspect and F1 EA. Okay, so I will go inside here and you can see I have the IP address assigned to it is 172.17.0.2. I will copy this. Okay, and I will clear the terminal and I will again try to run command for my PHP admin to start the server. Okay, so let's try to run our PHP container by specifying pm underscore host. Okay, so I will use docker run hyphen p 8084. Let's first get the images. So docker images, so that I don't want to specify this long name. I want to specify only image ID for it. Okay, so for now, when we will be running our main app, then we will be using our repository or image name. Okay, so let's try to run our PHP container now by specifying pma underscore host. So I will use docker run hyphen p and I will use the same port 8084 and I will map it to 80. Then I will use environment variable of hyphen e and then I will use pma underscore host. Then I will specify my IP of the SQL container because I cannot use my host name of my MySQL because it's not connected to a custom network, right? So if I will go to the another window and if I will type docker ps, so I have this container running. If I will type docker inspect F1EA, so you will be able to see it's connected to the bridge network and I have this IP assigned. So let's do this. Let's specify 17.0.2. So I have specified a port. I have specified environment variable that it's needed to run. And are we forgetting anything else? So no, we don't want to name our container for now. We don't want to detach it. Let's specify the image name. Okay. So for specifying our image name, I have the image name of 0276. Okay, also I will be using hyphen hyphen rm to remove the container automatically when we stop it. Okay, so let's run this and now it has started our container on 8084. Let's try this. So I will go ahead and I will close this one. I will hit enter and now I am gone on my php my admin. I will use root and the password would be same like your password that you have specified while running your MySQL instance. So my hyphen pass in my case, I will hit login and there you go. You are able to log into your MySQL instance. In the real time, if you want to see the logs, you can see that it's giving the logs for my PHP container. If you want to see the logs of your MySQL, so you can see it's giving all the details about it. All right. So till now you have connected your PHP container to your SQL container using your IP. Okay. So if I will go here and if I will go to the bottom where we have ran this container, so you can see we have specified IP, right? But if you will try to specify repository or the image name or the container name, we won't be able to do that because we need to create custom container. Okay. So we don't want to use IP because it's also going to change in the future and in the production environment also it's not. So let's start building our main container. So I'm hoping you have understood about the concept, what we are going to do. So I will write, so this is the very long command, right? We are also going to give the name of our each container, right? What we are going to do, we are going to write all the command in our Visual Studio Code now. So for now, I will stop all the containers here. So I will go in here, I will clear the terminal and I will type docker ps and I will stop all the container. So docker stop 6df and f1ea, and I will also docker ps hyphen a, and I will use docker container prune, not prine, it's prune. I'll give confirmation and it might have removed all the containers so that I will not get confused and I have only these images pulled here, right? So let's do one thing. Let's try to also remove these and let's try to fetch only some random tag so that we will also see how you can pull a specific tag of the image. So let's do this. Let's use docker rmi mysql and let's also use docker rmi wordpress and it's done. So if I will type docker images, so I have only php myadmin and my node.js application that was created earlier. So I will clear the terminal and I will close all the window that I don't need it. Now I am hoping you have understood the concept. So what we are going to achieve in this section, what we are going to create further. So first we will try to create a custom bridge network for our all these apps. Then we will try to create a container of our SQL. We will give the name. We will also give these environment variables. So if I will go in here and if I will go to, let me open a duplicate image and I will try to use MySQL of version specific version. Let's use 5.7 version. I will use version 5.7. Then I will use all these environment variable that it is showing here. So if I will go to the bottom, so I will use all these environment variable, MySQL user and MySQL password also because I don't want to log in using my root again and again. And of course you need to provide this one. So there are four things we are going to use: MySQL root underscore password, MySQL user and MySQL password, and we are going to use it for my WordPress. Okay, and these environment variable in our WordPress. We are also going to run our WordPress container. We are going to give its name. We are going to give it support, and we are going to use a specific version of 5.4. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's try to first write all those commands together, and then let's try to run our container. So I will first navigate to my desktop. So if I will list, so I have WordPress. So let's move to it. If I will list, I don't have anything here. So let's use my Visual Studio Code in here. I have opened my Visual Studio Code. The first task would be to create a custom bridge network because we are not going to connect all these containers together using IP. We are going to use their name. So for that, what command we have docker network create, and let's give the name container name or the network name as WordPress, right? We are going to give the, and if we are not going to specify hyphen d, so it's going to use a bridge network by default, which we want that. Okay, now the another task too is we have to run SQL container, right? We are going to run our SQL container here. Inside this task, let's give some subtasks like attach to created network, then B use environment variable for root password, username, password, and DB. Also use the name of container because we are going to specify the container to connect to PHP myadmin or WordPress. Okay. Then we are also going to map it to port definitely, but we are going to use a specific image of version 5.4 for my SQL. Okay, so I have these tasks. Now the task 3 would be to run PHP my admin container. Okay. Now what's the subtask for it? So I will connect attach to the created network, of course. I need to also give the name. So use the name of the container, and I will also connect to my SQL instance, not using IP. So you can specify PMA underscore host environment variable, right? And of course, you need to provide your port mapping. And then we have finally a task 4, and the task 4 is all about using WordPress. Okay, so what's the subtask for it? So first, use the database of MySQL, give the name of the container. All right, for MySQL, let's use 5.7. For WordPress, use specific image of version 5.4, and you need to connect it to your MySQL also, right? So we'll see how you can connect to the MySQL instance, because whatever we are going to provide here, you can use directly for to our WordPress. Okay, and of course you need to connect them together to a created network. Connect it to created network. I know it's not difficult, it's easy. You can do that. So please go ahead and give it a try first on yourself, and then come back and verify the things by matching to my commands. Okay. So I'm hoping you were able to create these tasks on your own. Let's try these solutions. So I will use task to solution. So first I will use docker run command. Then I need to specify the network, and network will be your WordPress. I will give backslash to give go to the new line, and I will start specifying environment variable. Now, what is the environment variable for my SQL container? I will go ahead in here, and I have this one. Okay. So let's use all of them. So first one is MySQL root password. So let's do this. And I will specify the password as simple my pass. Then I will use another environment variable, and I will use MySQL database. And let's use the database as WordPress. Then use another environment variable and use MySQL underscore user. Let's specify whether I am writing correct or not. So yes, user and password. So this one, and let's use the user of WordPress itself. Then I will use another, and you need to specify backslash in each of the lines, so that whenever you will be running in the command line, it will take it as a single line. Okay, so don't forget that. E MySQL underscore password. Okay, and I will use the password as, let's specify any password, and let's use the password as WordPress also. All right. So we have completed this one, we have completed this one. Now we need to specify the name. We need to use the name of our container. So let's give the name hyphen hyphen name, and let's give the name of the container as MySQL. Let's run it in the attached mode. I don't want to unseen the error if it is throwing any. So I will use that. And I will also use port mapping, because I definitely need to use that, and I don't need to port map it, right? My SQL container, because I'm not going to access it, so I don't need port mapping. But yeah, I do need an specific image, so let's use that. I will use MySQL 5.7. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with the solution. If you have ran this, then well done. Let's verify the task 3 solution. Before task 3, I will try to write commands for my task 4, because it's not, the WordPress is not going to connect to PHP my admin. PHP my admin is just to connect and see the details or the running instance database for my MySQL. So I will try to write my WordPress first. So let's run this. So I will use task and for and solution. So what's the solution for it? So Docker run. Then I need to first specify the network, and the network will be my WordPress because I have used that. I will go to the next line and I will achieve another sub task. I need to give the name of the container. So let's give the name hyphen name, and the name of the container is WordPress. I am giving only. Then I will give backward slash. Then I will use port mapping because I am going to port it because I need to access it, and I will going to use 8081 to access my instance of WordPress, my main application. And once done, you need to specify your image, and I need to use a specific image as per my task, which is 5.4. So let's use that WordPress 5.4. All right. And also, I don't want to run it in the detached mode because I want to see the live logs for it. If you are running them in detached state, then you can go ahead, check for the container name, and then you can type docker logs and then the container name. So it will also give you the logs, right? So you might be wondering, hey, why we are not specifying MySQL database to this WordPress? So we are not specifying because by default, WordPress is going to run and search for MySQL database running on this cluster by default. So we just need to provide a database name and the username and password. In the backend, the MySQL server is going to detect automatically by this WordPress container. Okay, so now we are done with WordPress app. Also for task 3 solution, if you want to check about running instance of MySQL, let's run our PHP container also. So task 3 and solution. So what's the solution here? So Docker run would be my first command. Then I need to connect it to my network, and network would be my WordPress. Then I need to specify name of my container, and I'm going to specify PHP my admin of the name of the container itself. Then I also need to port map it because I am going to access it, and I'm 8084. I will use 8084 from my localhost to the container, and we are not going to use any specific image. And the main thing is here we are going to connect to MySQL instance not using IP via PMI host, PMA host. So let's specify hyphen e environment variable and the PMA underscore host. And this time we are not going to use IP, we are going to use the running host of my MySQL, which is MySQL. So let's specify this MySQL. And then I'm going to see the image of it. So it will be PHP myadmin forward slash PHP myadmin. Okay, I will also verify the name of the image. So yeah, it's correct. Now I am done with it. I have ran. So let's go through the solutions again. So first I have created a custom bridge network. I am not specifying hyphen d bridge because by default it's going to create bridge network. Then at task 2, I have a solution for running a SQL container, and I am using this environment variable here. If you are not going to specify hyphen b here, so what you can do, I can write a .env file, and then what I can do, I can paste all these things here, right? I can paste all these things here. I will save it, and instead of these commands, what I can do, I can use I'm not going to use it here. I can use instead of all these four, I can use env file, and my file name will be .env. Okay, and it's done. It's similar like running all these things, and you need to be sure that whenever from where you are running this command, the env file should be there. Else you need to specify an absolute path for it. Okay, so I don't want to use it, so I will close it for now. And let's try to run all these containers one by one. So I will open the terminal here. I will go ahead and I will first try to create a WordPress network. I will verify whether I have any container or not, network, Docker network ls. So I don't have any custom bridge network, so I'm good. Let's try to first create the network here. So it has created the network. I can verify using Docker network ls. I will clear the terminal and I will first try to run my SQL container. Okay, so I will copy it. I will go to the terminal and I will paste it. I will hit enter. So now the 5.7 is unable to fetch locally. So it's going to first pull the images, and once it will pull, it is going to run this container in the background. So let's wait for it to get download and to wait for see whether we are going to see any error or not. Okay, so let's wait for it. Okay, and looks like it has started my container of MySQL. So now you can see I have the socket running and the port is 3306 inside the container. And again, it's saying var run MySQL for storing its database, which we will be using. This path we will use when we will be volume mapping all these things when we will be using Docker Compose. Okay. So I will go to the Visual Studio Code. Now my SQL container is up and running fine. You can see I didn't get any error. I will open another terminal window here and I'm going to run our WordPress app first. Okay. So let's go ahead. It's not WordPress, it's PHP my admin. So let's try to run this copy and I will paste it. Now it is also unable to fetch 5.4 version of WordPress locally. So it's going to pull from Docker Hub and let's wait for it to get download. And then we will also see whether it has given any error or not. So now it has downloaded and it has started our container in the background. Okay. Now the next one is to access our my MySQL container. So for that also I will open another terminal window and I will paste the commands here. And it is telling that okay, it has started our container. So let's verify by our MySQL container by navigating to this localhost 8084. So I will go here, I will type localhost, not go here. Let's open another terminal window and I will use localhost 8084 because here my PHP my admin is running and I will specify root and the password would be easy my hyphen pass and I will log in and you can see what I did using my MySQL host name. I am able to connect to my MySQL container. So if I will go to the MySQL, you can see I have all these things in here by default table created, right? So that's how you can create it. And I have WordPress also created by default. You can see here. I can create a table for it and I can import it. So let's verify our WordPress because it's saying that it is now attached to our WordPress. So let's go ahead and let's verify our WordPress image also. And the WordPress is running on our 8081. So let's verify that. So I will use localhost 8081. I am logged into my WordPress and I am on my setup page. Whatever the things I am running here, it will be updating to my live WordPress logs. Okay. So I'll go here. I will click on continue. I will click on let's go. And first one is the database name. And as we are using a custom bridge network, so what it will do, and as we have specified database name, so if I will go to here and you can see the database name is WordPress, right? So let's give WordPress. The username we have specified was also WordPress. The password is also WordPress. So whatever the things you are doing, we are doing here. The username and password, right? This is the password for my root. And the database host that you are going to run, it will be MySQL because that's the container name, right? This is the container name and this is the database name that is running the host. And I will leave the table prefix as it is. I will click on submit. And now you can see we are logged in and we are ready to run the installation. So let's go ahead and let's run the installation. We need to provide some basic stuff. So we are good. Let's specify some site title. So DevOps channel Docker tutorial. Okay. I will give the username. So let's give the username as DevOps channel 23. Let's give any password. I will hide the password. Okay. And if you want, you can give the email. So let's give some email. So I will give some dummy email. So I will give my personal email here. Sarvottam Singh 23 at the rate gmail.com. Okay. And I will click on install WordPress here. And now it will start login our WordPress. So let's go ahead and log in. My username and password was autofilled because I have saved it, and I will click on remember me, and then I will click on login. And now it will take some time because it's a first time setup, and then we are logged in. Okay. If we want to view our site, I can click on view your site, and there you go. I have my hello world DevOps channel Docker tutorial, and I am logged in. Also, on the real time, if I will refresh my PHP my admin page, if I will go to the WordPress, you can see I have all the things right down here. So if new, I have my user, the username that it is just created DevOps channel. The password is giving a randomly, right? My username. Okay. It's also giving our posts, whatever the posts that you have by default. So who we are. This is an example page. Welcome to WordPress. So whatever the things you are seeing here, welcome to WordPress. This is your first page. So it's storing all these things in our database. Now suppose it's whenever we are going to stop our container of our SQL. So let's do that. I will open another terminal window here. If I will type docker ps, so I have my WordPress container running, right? Not WordPress, sorry. I have my MySQL container running of this ID. Let's try to remove this. First, I will stop it, and then I will try to remove this MySQL. So Docker RM540. I have removed it. I will go to the terminal, and if I will refresh the page, so I don't have my SQL server running, but I have my PHP, right? Similarly, I have my WordPress. So if I will refresh the page, so I don't have a database now. Now, if I will try to run my container again, so let's go ahead and let's see where my MySQL was running. Let's go ahead and let's run this SQL container again. So I'll go inside here, I will clear the terminal here, and I will run the container again. And now it has started my container, right? And okay, so it started the container. I will go back, and if I will refresh the page, so I need to log in again. I will log in. And now if I will go to my WordPress, you can see all the data is gone, right? But we don't want that. In the production scenario, it might be very dangerous if you are just starting or restopping your container. Now, how we will persist the data? So yes, you are already right. You have already guessed. We will use Docker volume and bind mounts for our case. Okay. So let's do this. Let's use it. So I will go to my terminal, and I will use the already running terminal, and I will use Docker PS. I have my MySQL container running. I will stop it, and I will also remove it. If I will type Docker PS, so I have only PHP MyAdmin running and WordPress running. Now, what I will do, I will go to my Chrome, Google Chrome. I will go to my SQL page, and I will see whether I can persist the data in my MySQL or not. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's run this documentation for some time. Okay, so this is for start a MySQL server instance. This is for connect to MySQL for command line. So if you want to connect using command line, but in our case, we connected via PHP MyAdmin, which is a GUI. If you want to use using Docker Compose. So we will see that when we will be using Docker Compose, we will come to this section later. We will come to this section also later. Then we don't need configuration file for now. We have used environment variables. We know about Docker secrets. If you want to initialize a fresh instance, if you want to start against an existing database, so you can also do that. And okay, so okay, and in here it's telling inside KVit section where to store data. It's giving the details about your data. So part of command mounts the my own data dia directly from the underlying host system as this one inside the container where MySQL writes all the data by default. So you can go ahead, you can write this documentation, and I will not waste your time. I will go ahead and while running the container, I can use this data. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's use this bind mount here to persist our data so that we don't lose it again and again. So I will go ahead and I will edit my file, this file of my MySQL. And I have edited one more task here, right? To use bind mounts to persist data. And I will save it. Okay, guys, so you have seen it's not persisting our data, right? Whenever we are stopped and removing the container, so it's not persisting our data. So in case of persist our data, we need to create something called a bind mount or a named volume. Named volume will be helpful, but it will be completely managed by Docker. So in my case, I am going to create a custom volume or a bind mount on my this folder. So I will click on create new folder and I will use MySQL backup. I will hit enter and I know that it's showing on where lib and MySQL inside the container. But if you want to find out where it's storing the data for your container, so what I can do, I can run this and I can run this container. So I will go ahead in here and if I will type paste and let's use hyphen rm option so that it will remove my container and I will hit enter. So it will start my MySQL container and let it get it fully started. Once we will see socket thing and you can see now the socket thing is showing and it's done. It's running. Now in another window, I will open a new window. I will see the running container, this one. Now I will type docker inspect 006, the container of my MySQL. I will hit enter and I will see where it is mounting inside my container. So I will go here, it's some details about network. Now the volume is at where live MySQL. Now let's see the the mount section on the top. It will definitely have. So if you will go to the mount section, you are seeing that it is mounting from our where lib Docker volumes to this where lib MySQL. Okay. Now you can see by default it is using anonymous volume here, right? We have seen when we were discussing about volume that it is storing a unnamed volume or anonymous volume. So whenever we will stop and remove the container, it will delete these data, right? So let's do this. We now know the destination of the container is where live MySQL. So I will use bind mount for this to this location so that it will keep track of my data. So I will go ahead and I will clear the terminal. I will type docker ps and I will stop the container docker stop 006. Now once if I will stop it, it will also remove the container. Let's also try to list the volume. So I have bunch of volume, right? Let's remove all these volumes. So docker volume prune -f. So now it has stored and removed all the volume and I've got it. Okay. So if I list the volume, so I don't have any volume here. So now it has basically the default volume, right? So now what I will do, I will go to my Visual Studio Code and I will modify my this command to use a bind mount. So I will use -v for bind mount and I will paste the path inside double quotes because suppose if it's contain a space, it should not give any error. So I will right click and click on copy path. I will right click on it. So I will click in here. I will right click on it. I will click on paste, and it's the location of my Docker host. I'll colon, and then I will use var lib and mysql. Okay, and as we are going to next lines, I will use backslash. Now I will save it, and now I will copy all of these command one by one, and I will try to run them. So I will clear the container if I will type docker ps-a. So I have these. So first, let's try to run our MySQL container. I have already this network created. So let's try to run our MySQL container. So I will go to terminal, I will right click on it and I will paste it. I will hit enter and it started our container. Let's wait for it to get fully up and running. Okay, now it started. In the another window that I have in here, I will clear the terminal and I will type docker ps-a, that is stop container, and I will also start these container and this container. Okay, with the same configuration. We don't need to volume map to these things because database is the main thing that is storing our data. Okay, now I will type docker start 979 and I will also start my 9ee, that is my WordPress container. Now it's done. I will go to my Google Chrome. I will go to the localhost and I will go to this one. I am here. I have used root and password is my hyphen pass. I am logged in. You can see now my WordPress is showing. Now let's try to run my WordPress also. I will hit enter because my WordPress is even on 8081. Let's use the same title. Let's use the password, some password, and let's use the email that we have done and let's click on install WordPress. Now it will take some time and it will install it. I will click on login. I will click on login again because we have gone through these steps earlier, right? Now within seconds of time, it's done. Okay. So I can go ahead and I can visit your site, right? I can also go ahead. I can go back and I can click on customize, or if I will go back, I can click on set up our page, or let's write your first blog. It's my blog editor. I can write anything. So this is my first blog written by a Docker. If you are liking my content, please subscribe to my channel. Okay, and I will click on publish immediately, and it's updated. Now if I will click on view post, so now it is the post, right? And optional and these things. If I will go to this one and if I will refresh the page again, extend my WordPress, and if I will go to the post, so it will show you all the posts that here. Okay, that whatever you have, this is my first blog, right? So it's storing our data. Now, if I will go to the Visual Studio Code and if I will go to the MySQL backup, you can see all the things that it's there, it's already mounted, right? So WordPress and all the things related to my MySQL. So it's created a backup for you, right? Now, once you delete your container, if you are removing the container, so what it will do, it will have the files here and you can again mount it to get your data back. All right. So that is the use of volume to persist data whenever you are running container. So that's it for this chapter. In the next chapter, we are going to use something called a Docker Compose, the container orchestrating tool. So currently you can see that we are going to writing these bunch of commands here, there. We are getting confused on writing these commands and organizing these commands. Now we are going to use something called a Docker Compose to write a Docker Compose configuration YML file to write all these things here, and I will just use one command. It will bring all the containers together, it will connect them, and it will run our services together. Okay, so let's meet in the next chapter. Till then, take care. Hey everyone, and welcome back to chapter 7. In this chapter, we will learn about Docker Compose. So, till now, we were using Docker Engine to manually create all the containers and all the services like volumes, network randomly. And then we were trying to create a network, and then we were trying to attach all the network together to build their services. So, is there any way to create all the things together at once? And if you want to scale it up, scale it down, or if you want to stop all the container at once, if we want to remove all the container at once, if you want to run all the container one in the background. So yes, there is a tool called Docker Compose that is sometimes built in with your Docker engine. So you can see that this is the engine of your Docker Compose. So let's understand this. It is a tool for defining, means you will define your configurations and also running multi-container Docker application instead of running them one by one and instead of connecting them one by one. So let's understand this, what we were doing earlier. So first we have our Docker engine, and then we were trying to create either a network or a container or a volume. After this, we were trying to manually patch them by using creating custom network, and then we were trying to attach them all together. Also, if you want to create another infrastructure or another container, then we need to create it and then we need to attach to this container. Suppose if there is a dependency of one container to the another, then we also need to create custom network and then we need to bound them together, right? So for all these tasks to do the things manually, we just what we can do, we can use tool Docker Compose. We can write these things in a YML file and we just need to type Docker Compose up and it will bring all the services up and running. Okay, so let's understanding. We have our Docker Compose engine and then we just specify Docker Compose.yml file. We push to Docker engine. We tell them that we are going to run Docker Compose configuration and then it will. So if you will not specify any network, so in the background it has created a service of our network that is going to attach to by default. But in our case, as we want to use custom configuration and the name of our container to connect to the services to each other, so we will also create a custom network. And then after it, the Docker Compose will create container, volumes, or all the services together. And if you want to create another one, then it will also create another one. Okay. So that's how Docker Compose is differ from your Docker. Now next come is the basic YML file, the Docker Compose YML file. Here is a basic file. So you can see the first thing in the Docker Compose will be your version. So you need to specify the version 3.8, and currently I can see it's version 3.9. So we will use that. Then you need to specify whether services. So if you are going to create containers, so in Docker Compose it called as services. If you want to create volumes, so you will use volumes. If you will try to create networks, then you will create network. Now, all these things I am writing in our YML configuration file. So you need to be very careful while understanding about dictionary, list, indentations. So if you want to learn about YML, then please go ahead and navigate to my YML crash course in which I have talked about YML configuration in 30 minutes. So in here I have given services and that is the service name means the container name. Then if you want to use image, direct builded image, the already built. So I can specify image, then colon, and then the image name with the tag. Or else if you want to use Docker file, if you don't want to use pre-builded image, so you can specify build, then in the build section, you need to specify context. If it's in your current folder, then you can just specify dot. If it's not, then you can specify absolute path of the Docker file where it is stored. And then if you have given the file name is Docker file, then it's good. If you haven't given some random file name of your Docker file, you need to provide Docker file, then colon, and then the file name of your Docker file. But as we know that the by default is Docker file, so you can ignore this line and you can just specify this one. Okay, and instead of here, you need to provide capital D because that is the default name. Also, if you want to specify volume, so you can specify volumes, then colon, and then the list of the volume, because we can add multiple volumes, right? In my case, I am specifying a named volume, right? And I have created the volumes here. So volumes, my volume and driver local. By default, the driver is local itself. If you want to use different types of volume, you can use it and you can mention driver and then the volume name. Okay. And then I'm using here named volume. So volume and then the path to the container. If you want to use bind mounts, so you don't need to specify these. Just give another hyphen, then the path to your current directory on which you want to mount it, and then colon, and then path inside the container. Right? So I'm hoping you have understood this concept. Let's understand about some fields in the services. So these are the fields, the basics fields. First one is image. If you want to specify the image, now what are these fields? So these fields are like if you want to specify inside these services. Okay, so inside the services. Next one is build. If you want to specify a manual image Docker file, then the ports, right? For port mapping, you can specify that. No need to worry. I will show you. So in the earlier chapter, we have created a WordPress and SQL container and PHP container, and then we combine them together to build our WordPress app, right? So, and we try to create each container one by one. So we will use that scenario to build our Docker Compose file here, right? And we will use all these things together. Okay, so no need to worry about that. So volumes, if you want to mount volume, then environment variable, we will use also this, right? Then there is comes depends on, it's very important. Suppose my SQL container was running. So PHP container won't work if your MySQL container is not running, right? So I will specify depends on keyword inside my PHP container. Also, my WordPress container will not work if my SQL container is not running. So in my WordPress also, I will specify depends on keyword. Then the networks, if you want to specify or attach to a specific network, then there comes a restart policy. So suppose if something happened and if something changed, so do you want to restart the containers? So you can specify, and there are two options, always or on failure. Okay, and the name is giving the illustrations you here. Then there is command and entry point. These are similar like if you are going to specify inside the container, if you want to run something inside the container. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with the different field in services. We will use this, no need to worry. Next one, let's discuss some Docker Compose command. We have gone through Docker volume command, network command, Docker container command. Let's understand Docker Compose commands. First one comes Docker Compose up. So it will start all the services in the attached mode. You will be able to see the live logs of the services also. If you want to start in background, so you can start in detached mode. If you will specify down, so what it will do, it will first stop the container and then it will automatically remove the container. So it's similar like hyphen hyphen rm option with docker run. Then if you don't want to remove the container, you can type docker compose stop. Then if you want to restart them, you can type docker compose start. If you want to see the services and containers that was created during that docker compose, you can type docker compose ps. Now keep in mind that earlier version of Docker Compose, so the commands was Docker hyphen compose and then the command's name, right? But in the latest version of Docker Compose, you don't need to specify hyphen. Okay. Now, if you want to just build the services, you don't want to run the container, you just need to type Docker Compose build. If you want to just pull the images that you have specified in the images section in services, you can just type Docker Compose pull. We will come to this in the next chapter if you will try to execute a command inside a running container. And then Docker Compose RM if you want to remove the stop services after Docker stop. Okay, so let's move ahead. And if you want to scale up, so Docker Compose gives you flexibility about it. It's similar like your Kubernetes, which is also an orchestration system for combining and for working with multiple container. So the alternative of Kubernetes is Docker Compose, but the Kubernetes is more advanced. I will try to create one Kubernetes course as soon as I can. Till then, please stay with me. First, learn Docker and Docker Compose. And if you want to specify multiple compose files together, so you can type that. So you can use Docker Compose, then space hyphen F, then one file, and then hyphen F, another file, and then up or down or whatever command you want to pass it. All right. Let's see one more detail in which I have specified all the things in here, and it will be not 57, it will be 5.7. My mistake. So first line is your version, then you specify services, and the services indentation should be at the same. Then I have specified a network, and then I have given the network name as backend, and the driver I have given bridge. You don't need to specify this one if you will not specify this line. So by default, it is going to create a bridge driver itself. Then next come volumes, and it's creating a named volume. Then next comes services. Inside we are creating two containers. First one is the app, and we are using build and then dot forward slash app. So what it will do, it will try to search for Docker file inside this directory. Okay. So you can see we haven't specified context or Docker file. We just type build and then provide the path. So this folder should contain Docker file. We have a specifying ports, and the port should be in the double quotes, right? Because they are list and these are going to pass as it is. So this will be my localhost port, and this will be the port inside the container. Then the volumes, and as I am using named volume, so I can specify my named volume and then the path to my container. Then I can also specify network, and network is backend, and I am specifying depends on Redis. Okay. So if you want to specify here container name, so here I am not taking Redis image, right? But you can take it. So what it will do, it will only run this container once my Redis container is up and running. So it's dependent on this one. Okay. So you have specified a dependency. Now I am also mentioning another container of name MySQL. If you want to name to this container, because it's going to be service name. Okay. It's not the container name. If you want to specify a container name, so you can type container underscore name and then the name of your container. Here I am specifying image, network, backend, and then I am specifying environment variables. And for specifying environment variables, you have environment keyword inside your services, and then the key name colon space value name. Okay. And then after it, I am specifying volume, and I am specifying my named volume here. Okay. If you want, you can specify bind mount also. Okay. So that it will take the data from your local workstation to inside the container. So I'm hoping you are clear with it. Now let's move to on our Ubuntu VM, which is my Docker host. And in the earlier chapter, we have tried to create a WordPress app. We try to run it differently, each container one by one, and then we try to connect them together, right? By using custom network, and then we try to specify the custom network to each of them. Now let's try to achieve the same app using my Docker Compose. Hey guys, I am on my Ubuntu VM, which is my Docker host, and you might be remember that this was the my holder, right? So I will click on open in terminal, and I will open Visual Studio Code here. So now my Visual Studio Code is run, and these command I used to create separate container for them, right? And it was very tedious to understand them because it's not clear, right? And also we are going to manually create them one by one. So let's do that. Let's create one file, and I will give the file name as docker-compose.yml. Okay. So you can see my Docker extension of Visual Studio Code already detected its icon. So if you will give a file name of Docker file, so it will be in blue icon, and the Docker Compose it's in pink icon, right? As I don't need this, so I will delete that. If it's giving you suggestion to install it, so please go ahead and install it. It will make your life very easier. I will show you how. Okay. Now the first line of my Docker Compose file would be version, right? And then I need to specify the version. So currently I'm going to use 3.9. And then I will not first create services. I will create networks. So network, okay. And then I will give network as WordPress. Now you can leave it as it is, or you can specify driver and bridge. But by default, as it is going to take driver as bridge by default, so I don't want to specify it, and I want to make my Docker Compose file similar. Then I can specify volumes, and you can see whenever I am typing, it's giving automatic detection of my Docker Compose extension for Visual Studio Code. And if you want to create a volume of named volume, so you can go ahead and type volume like my wall, and you can give driver and then whatever the driver type you have, right? So it will create a named volume, and then you can use this named volume throughout your containers. But as I am using for my MySQL, I am using my bind mount. Okay, so I don't need to specify volume, but you can go ahead if you have another type of container, you can go ahead and you can do that. And also for these folders, what I will do, I will try to select all of these things, and I will delete this, right? Because I don't want to overwrite it. So I will right click on it and I will delete permanently and retry. Okay, so access is denied. What I will do, I will go to my terminal. Okay, so as I have my directory also, so I removed all these things. If I will list, so I don't have anything here. Okay, I will go back. I will clear the terminal, and now I have all these things clear inside my MySQL backup. Okay, and my network is done, and now I will start creating containers. So by default, it's giving the auto completion. I will hit enter, and I will give indentation, and I will start writing my three containers. Okay. The first service I want to create is MySQL. And once I have given you the services name, now you can see it my extension for Visual Studio Code already giving the option to run all services from here itself instead of command line. Okay. Docker extension of Visual Studio Code make your life easier, and it's give you a GUI interface to run all the services if you are using Docker Compose. Okay. And you can see it's also giving the options here. So I want to give the image, so I think it's not giving the option for image. No issues. Let's give the image, and now it's given the image, and I'm going to use specific image of 5.7. In my case, that image, I think I already have fetched it. Yes, I have fetched it, right? So it's done. It will not take time. So Docker image MySQL 5.7. Then I will try to mention container name, and the container name I will MySQL. Then I will also use networks, and the network name would be WordPress. Okay, so I just need to type few word, and the Visual Studio Code is automatically typing all these things for me. Then next come volumes, and I need to give as a list. Then I need to give double quotes, and what I will do, I will take this path, or I will take all the things from here, right? Because it's going to be same. I will copy it and I will paste it, right? Now my volume section is also done. Now what we are missing here, so image name, container name, network and volume is done. So image name, container name, volume name is done. Now we are left with environment variable, right? So for environment variable, we have seen this, right? So we need to provide environment. You can also specify env underscore file, and you can provide the file name. And for now, I am going to use key value pairs. Okay, and you can see it's giving the key value pairs syntax here. So I will go to the commands and I will type, and I will copy all these things here, and I will be very careful for indentations here. and I will give this one. I will quickly organize it. Okay, so I have written my environments also for my MySQL container. All right. Now let's start and let's give another services. And you can see you need to be very careful with the indentation. Now after MySQL, I would not like to directly give WordPress. Let's try to give. And of course, you can also add comments here by typing hash and then a comments name. So this one is PHP container, right? And if you want, you can provide here the space also. MySQL container. And let's specify PHP container. So I will be at the same indentation of this one, right? So let's give. So I will give PHP my admin as service name. And you can see I can only run these services itself. Then I need to give the image name, and the image name would be PHP my admin / PHP my admin. All right. I need container name also. I don't want that, but I need that. And I will give name as PHP my admin, the same name as service name. In my case, I'm giving the same name, but you can give anything. Then I need to specify to networks, and the network name would be WordPress that we have just created above. Okay, so this one. And our networks is also done. Now, what I will do, I will mention depends on because this PHP admin is not workable or not functioning if you are not running MySQL, right? So I will give that one. So MySQL. All right. So it's depending on this container. Next one, whenever we were discussing, it needs an environment variable. Sorry, not env file, environment variable, and the environment variable is pma underscore host, and the pma underscore host would be your service name or your container name that is running your MySQL. So I will be using MySQL. All right. And as you want to access your PHP, so you need to specify ports also. And let's access this port on 8084 and 80. All right. Now we are done with PHP container. Let's go ahead and let's mention our WordPress, our final WordPress container. Now for that, I will give the name of WordPress. I will specify image, and image name would be WordPress and the version would be 5.4, right? I will also give container name, and container name would be WordPress. Then I need to specify network because I want to use it, and the network name would be WordPress that was created on the top. Then it's also need a depends on because this WordPress is nothing without MySQL or any database. So you can also use inbuilt database of WordPress. For that, you can specify environment variable of WordPress, right? That I have given you the illustration on Docker Hub when we were discussing about in the earlier chapter. And the services name would be MySQL. All right. Now, definitely, I want to access my WordPress, so I can specify port and let's specify 8081 inside the container of 80. So I'm hoping you are clear with it. Now, whatever I have written here, it's the same like the bunch of commands that you have written here, right? So now my Docker Compose file is ready. So let's go through quickly through this Docker Compose file. First, I have mentioned version and current version is 3.9 as of my recording session. Then I am specifying networks. And if you want, you can just go to the next line and you can specify driver, right? And then the driver name. In my case, I want to specify as it will take the by default driver as bridge. If you want to specify volume, because if your app suppose uses a named volume, then you can specify volume and then the volume name and then the driver. By default, it will take local driver. Then I am starting services because if you want to use container, if you want to run them, Docker Compose uses keyword of services to mention your containers. And then I am starting my three containers, MySQL, PHP, and WordPress. So for MySQL, then after the indentation, I am giving its properties like image, container name, networks, volumes, and environment. And then I am specifying all the things. Okay. Similar for my PHP admin. In this PHP admin, as it's depend on MySQL, so I am giving depends on keyword. And similar for your WordPress, as it's depend on MySQL, so I am giving MySQL. Now I will save it. I have already one terminal running. I will check I have Docker Compose file at my this location and the name is docker-compose.yml. If you have given another file name, so you can type docker compose hyphen app and whatever the file name, even it's not in this location, you can give the absolute path here and then you can type, so it will up the Docker Compose engine. Okay. For now, as it's in the same location, so Docker Compose will look for the file called docker-compose.yml, the default file name, and then I will type up, right? And I'm not going to run it in detached mode because I want to check the functionality, I want to check the logs, right? Now let's go ahead and let's run this and it will start the container if it has some images to be pulled up. In my case it's not, so it's going to start the services. I will hit enter if it is giving any error, so let's give that. Let's wait for the things, and now you can see it is starting all the services, and you can also see it's giving the different interface from your Docker, right? So now I can see it's giving the socket thing, and I suppose it should be up and running. I will go to my Google Chrome and I will use localhost, and the WordPress is running on 80, or let's first check about our PHP my admin. So I'm logged in, right? Root and the password was my hyphen pass. How I'm seeing this? If I will go to PHP my admin, so you can see PHP my admin will connect to the container and by default the root user will be root and the root password will be my pass. So let's go ahead and access it and I am logged in. If you are seeing WordPress by default, so that means your MySQL is connected to WordPress. Let's access WordPress also. Localhost 8081 because my WordPress, I have specified the WordPress on 8081. Let's go ahead, let's hit enter and I am logged in. Let's go through the setup page. Let's go and the database name would be, we have specified that, right? So if I will go in here and you can see by default it's giving the all logs that I am trying to access it. You can see that's it's giving that you have tried to access 8081 and earlier 8081 and you are on this page, right? So it's also enabling the lifetime logs. If you will run it in detached mode, you won't be able to see that. And if I will go to environment variable section of MySQL, you can see the database name is WordPress, username is WordPress, password is WordPress, root password I don't need to specify here. And you can also see due to my bind mount, I deleted this entire directory. Due to this bind mount, it has given us all these folders here, right? Now let's go through this. WordPress username is also WordPress. Password is also WordPress. The database host would be MySQL, right? And then I will click on submit. I will run the installation. And now I need to give the title. So let's give the title and let's give the personal image. And then let's try to install WordPress. I will click on login. I will go ahead and click on login because I have saved it. And within a second of time you will be able to log into your web page of WordPress. If you want, you can click on view your WordPress and I am there. Let's click on back. I will click on customize our site and you can go ahead and you can play with all these things here, right? So if you want to add widgets, so you can do that. You can add a widget. So let's add a calendar, right? And then done. So if I'll go here, so you can see at the end, I have the calendar added. So it's done. And what I will do, I will click on publish. All right. And now I will go to my main page of WP admin and I will click on visit your site. I will go to the bottom and you will be able to see my calendar at the bottom, right? It's not needed to show you calendar at the bottom, 2nd of August. And whatever I am doing here, it will be storing the data inside my WordPress. So it's not detected. Let me refresh the page here. And once I refresh it, I have these things here. So you can go ahead. I have the WordPress user of DevOps, right? Then I have the posts here, whatever the post I have. Okay. Okay. So I have my Docker Compose networks and containers, all the things running. But if I want to stop them, how I will stop it? So I can type Control plus C at here itself and it will just stop my container. So it will work similar like Docker Compose stop. It will not going to delete our containers, right? Now in the new window, if I will type Docker Compose PS, okay, so in here we are not at correct location because it needs to have same files at here location, okay? So let's go to that folder first. So cd desktop, then WordPress, and if I will list, so I have Docker Compose here. Now let's try Docker Compose PS. So now it's giving me all the details here, all the running containers, right? Now what I will do, instead of typing Docker Compose stop or Docker or pressing Control C, because it will just stop the container, it is not going to delete our resources. What I will do, I will type Docker compose down. Okay. And I will hit enter. And now you can see it has stopped our container and it's also giving remove, right? And it has also removed our container. If you will just type Control C at the running container here, so it will just stop the containers. It will not remove the container. It will not remove the network and it will not remove your containers also. Okay. So thank you all. That's it for Docker Compose. Let's meet in the next chapter. Hey everyone, and welcome back. And in this chapter, we are going to learn about executing command inside Docker and all about utility container. If you are running a container and if you are providing Docker run -it, so it will give you interactive terminal while running the container. Now, suppose if you are not attached to that container and if you still want to execute some quick command or if you want to stay connected with that already running Docker container, then how you can execute commands. So we can use it via use of exec option provided by Docker. And then we will also try to run utility container. What are those? Because they are related to if you are executing command inside Docker. So first let's understand about executing command inside Docker. So I will move to my Ubuntu VM and in here if I will type Docker images, so I have bunch of images in here. So first let's pull Docker pull and let's pull Ubuntu image. So now it's going to take some time and it will fetch all our images layer FS layer of Ubuntu. So let's get it pulled. And now it has pulled it. If I will type Docker images, so I have bunch of images now and I have Ubuntu images also. Now what I will do, if I will, so I will clear the terminal first and if while running the command inside this Ubuntu image, I was doing docker run -it and then Ubuntu, the image name, right? Now this time, if I will type docker run Ubuntu and I will run it in the test mode, right? So I will run it if I will type docker ps. So, okay, it's not running, no issues. Let's go ahead and let's try to run it docker run -it at Ubuntu. So I am inside the container and the container name is by default the host name of the Ubuntu OS. In the another window, I will open a terminal and if I will type docker ps, so you can see my Ubuntu container is running, right? Now, if I want to execute something inside this, so docker exec, and I will give the container name as d25, and I want to execute command called ls. So if I will hit enter, so it will give you all the list that you have inside the container in here itself. Now suppose if you are not connected to this Ubuntu container in here, and if you want to connect here also, so how you can do that? You can type docker exec -it and then the container name. So if you will type just exec, so what it will do, it will just try to run the command that you have specified after here, right? And then it will exit it. Or in my case, once I type docker exec the container name and the command, so it just try to run that command and it just exited. But suppose if you are not connected to that container, in my case, I am connected in another window. But suppose if you are not connected to this container in another window, and if you want to execute this command inside it, okay. So how you will do that? I will type docker exec it and d25. So what it will do? Okay, so we need to provide our terminal means our what we are going to execute it means what are the cell type. So we want to connect using bash. So you can see I am now connected to bash. If you want to specify anything and if you want to be connected within, so you can do that. Similar, you can use it via your node pack modules or node images. Similar, if in here, if I will exit from the window, if I will exit from it, and if I will type docker run -dit, so I am going to run it in detached mode, and also I am asking for interactive terminal so that it will start my container in the background, and I will give the name as node. So it's given the node. If I will type docker ps, so you can see my node container is running, right? So now as my node container is running now, right? So what I can do, I can type docker exec and either I can give interactive terminal and I can just type 715 means my container ID and I can give that connect to this terminal as node. So if I will hit enter, so as I didn't give anything, so it just given me nothing. Okay. But if I will type exec and then -it, so I will be able to connect to this already running container before that using my exec it command, right? So this was my container name and that is the command means what shell or command executable that you are going to attach it. So I am now connected to this container. And if I will type control D or control CC twice, and if I will type docker ps, so this didn't exit my container, right? Now it's still running. Now, how it is helpful? It is helpful if you are going to test some quick commands, test some functionality, to debug something, to run some administrative tasks quickly without getting attached to the container and without worrying about moving the data here and there. All right. Now I will clear my terminal and I will close one of the window. Now I am hoping you have understood how you can execute command inside the Docker. So it's also using exec-it command. Now let's understand about utility containers. So you might be already aware of this term utility. So if you install any operating system or if you install any application, it downloads something called pre-installed application called an utility. So these are just a tool in a box that is going to use for any quick purpose to diagnose something, to check the logs for something, or to test something, right? So a utility container is a container used for a specific utility or a helper function. Okay, so these are just a small bound of function or application that you are going to run or check if you want to run a script, convert files, seeding data, collecting logs, or running admin or debug tasks. And it is a not long running services but more like a tool in box. Now why you should use utility? Suppose if you have some dependency and while running the container, you are specifying that, hey, take these details from my local machine itself. In case of my Node.js application, if you might remember in our earlier chapter, we created a Node.js application, and in that Node.js application, we asked Docker to copy all the contents from my local workstation to Node container. And what was the content? The main content was package.json, which includes dependencies. So you can use utility container to install and to specify those dependency inside the container itself, and then you can start running the script inside it. Also, it enables shareability of your code, and you can share across your whole team. You can use minimal version of your container, and you can start installing all the dependency and all the utility inside it itself. And of course, you can package it. You can package your app and dependency and combine them together to the deployment environment. Okay. So let's understand this. I will move to my terminal again, and if I will go to desktop, if I will list the files, so I have these files, right? Let's open code, Visual Studio Code here itself. And in here, if I will list the files, so I have these files. Let's create a folder called utility node.js. Okay. And then I will move to this utility node.js. Okay. So I don't have anything here. I will go to my Visual Studio Code, and if I will go to Dockerized Node.js, so this was our Node.js application, you might have remembered if, and it had my style.css file and my Docker file and the most important package.json file. So this file was used to install dependency. If I will go to Docker file and if I will go to npm install, so you can see you have copied. I have mentioned workdir/app. Then I am copying package.json to the working directory inside my container. So npm install basically uses this package.json file to install all the dependencies for my this app. But in my case, what I am doing, I am trying to copy my package.json from my local workstation to inside the container. But in your case, you might not be allowed. So how you can get this package to get inside your container itself? So for that, we can use something called utility container. We can start executing command inside the container itself, right? If you don't have npm or node installed on your local workstation, so it might not work. So what I will do, I will go here, and if I will navigate to utility container, and if I will list, so you can see I don't have anything here, right? And if I will see node, so I have node installed right on my local workstation. I will press Ctrl D to exit it. If I will list, I don't have anything here. Now for initializing a package.json and if for installing it, I have a command called npm init. So once if I will hit enter, it will ask for some bunch of commands. So I will give package like DevOps. Let's give the version at 1.0.0. I will give the things quickly. Node.js app. Entry point it will be server.js. Test command none. None. I will give these things default and I will click on yes, and it's done. Now if I will list the file, so you can see I have package.json file, right? And if I will cat this package.json, so I have by default it given me this dependency. All right. Now what I can do, instead of copying pasting this data from my local workstation to the container, I am going to write some Docker file, and I'm going to specify npm install. I can type cmd and npm in it. I can do that, but I'm going to use something called a entry point here. Okay, so I will go here, not this one, and okay, this one utility node.js. I will right click on in it and I will click on new file and I will use Docker file. First, I will use from, and I'm going to use minimal version of Node, which is Node 14, Node of version 14 Alpine. So basically, Alpine is an image that is less bundled with some dependency, means it's very lightweight image, lightweight version of any version. So if you are specifying Ubuntu and then the version of Alpine or any Alpine, so what it will do, it will try to fetch the lighter version of that image. Okay, so in Docker, for every official image there is a Alpine image version. Okay, now I'm going to specify work dir, and then I'm going to specify app, because I'm going to work all these things in the app. And then in here I'm going to specify entry point, and in here I'm going to execute npm. So what it will do, instead of entry point, what you can do, let's use Ubuntu. Okay, let's use Ubuntu here. For better registration, I'm using Ubuntu. After this I will use Node, I will use sleep. Okay, and I will save it. Now what I will do, I will go here and I will type ls. So I have these files here, right? I will clear the terminal and I will remove first package.json. I will list, so I have only Docker file. Let's try to build one image. So Docker build dot, and then I will tag it to Ubuntu sleep image. Okay, I'm giving the tag of latest. Now I will hit enter. So now it might have created our image. If I will type Docker images, so I have Ubuntu sleep image, right? Now let's try to run this image. Docker run Ubuntu sleep. I will hit enter. You can see it's missing one operand, and now it's already detecting that, hey, whatever entry point you have said here, it wants an argument. So what I will do, entry point is for providing an argument for already built app. So in here I will type 5. So what it will do, it will sleep this OS for 5 seconds. So it will wait for 5 seconds and then it will stop it, right? So you can see it waited for 5 seconds and then it stopped it. So that is the use of entry point. I'm hoping you are clear. So now let me remove these images. Docker RMI Ubuntu. Okay, so I will use fourth option to remove it, and also I will remove my Docker file. Okay, so if I will see here, I don't have anything here. Now let's try to use Docker file for my node image. Okay, so I will use from, and I will use node and then 14 alpine, the lighter version of my node. Then I will specify work dir, and then I will specify /app, and then in here you can see I don't have any package.json file, right? So I'm going to install inside my container here itself. So what I will do, I will use entry point, and I am going to use npm, because whatever the things in here, it is going to do all these things here itself. I will stop it, I will save it. Now I will go to terminal. I have my Docker file here. I will clear the terminal. I have my Docker file here. Now what I will do, I will try to build the image. So I will type Docker build dot Docker build dot, then I will tag it to node custom, right? And I will hit enter. So now it will build our image. So okay, so now you can see, okay, I think this image is not there. Let's do one thing, let's go here. Okay, I have a specify alpine. So let's do that and let's try to run it again. And now this time it will be successfully able to pull it. So yeah, it is pulling up. Let's wait for it to pull all the fs layer of images, and let's wait for it to build the image. Now I have built the images. So if I will type Docker images, so you can see I have bunch of images and node custom is on the top. Now if I will type Docker run node custom, So it will throw error and it will ask whether it's unable to find anything here because you have a specifying npm as the entry point, but you haven't specified anything here. Now also, what I will do, I will try to use -v for bind mount because I want to see whatever changes it's going to do inside this container, fetch it and pull it all the stuff or file to my this location. Okay. So what I will do, I will use -v for bind mount, and then I will use dollar pwd, my present working directory environment variable, and then /app. Okay, so I am binding mount it, and now I will what I am going to do. Okay, let's give this before the image, right? Because it will not work, and I want first init. So what it will do, it will take npm from my entry point and it will append it to init. So whenever it will start this container, it will take npm init. Okay, so let's hit enter, and now you can see command not found and invalid spec /app, right? Okay, so let's do this. Let's try to, I think it's not detecting this one. Let's try to copy the path here. Okay, and let's try to paste them in double quotes, and let's try to paste them. So now it's look fine to me. Now if I will hit enter, so you can see this time it already exited. Now what do you think? What might be the issue? The issue is at first it tried to ask for your package name, but it then tried to exit it because it might have opened a terminal for your input for specifying a package name, but as we didn't specify -it, so it exited. So this time what I will do, I will give -it for interactive terminal. Now once if I will hit enter, now you can see I don't have anything here, my package.json. Let's go ahead and let's run this. Now it will ask for these things quickly. So let's give the package name. So I will give the package name as node modules. Okay, so it should be user friendly. So let's give node and let's give this thing by default. I will just go with the defaults by pressing enter, and it done and it exited my container, right? Now what it did, it had created the package.json inside my app, and due to bind mount I have that file inside my local workstation here itself. So I used to show you, so I bind mounted it on my local workstation so that I can show you that there is no environment, there is no dependency of package.json from my local workstation to container. I have just used bind mount to show you that if you want to have your own package.json inside the container, and if you don't want to specify in the Docker file from your local workstation, you can definitely do that. So if I will go here, you can see. Similarly, what I can do, I can create another version of file. I will delete this file for now. And what I can do, I can go here and I will copy these files from here, and you can see I have the Docker file here. Okay. So instead of npm install, what I can do, I can type entry point npm, and then you can type npm install, or instead of command, what I can do, I can type entry point node servers.js. So it will also get executed once you will build your image. Okay. So I'm hoping I was able to clarify you all about utility container. So these are just container for testing purpose, for getting the logs from the container if you don't want to really attach to it. Also, we have seen the example of entry point. What is the use of entry point here? So that's it for this chapter. I know this was very quick, and but yeah, it was important. So let's meet in the next chapter. And in the next chapter, we will dockerize some basics app, Python, PHP, Maven, Node.js, and bunch of app. Okay, so let's meet in the next chapter. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we are going to start our chapter 9. It's all about Dockerizing some famous application or famous web application. So believe me, these are very most and popular used web app that we use nowadays. So let's try to Dockerize all of them each one by one. So let's see what in this chapter what we are going to Dockerize. So first we will Dockerize Python-flask app, which is most used. You might be already aware. Then we will try to Dockerize a .NET web application by setting up its build and then runtime. Then third, it's a very important and most famous nowadays, which is Laravel PHP web app. So we will discuss about it when we will be on this particular web app. Then fourth, we will also try to Dockerize Node.js application. We have already Dockerized it in the first chapter itself, right? When we were discussing about Docker images and containers. But we will try to take one more example and then we will try to Dockerize it. And then at last, we will try to Dockerize a simple Maven project by creating a archetype of quick start guide of Maven and then we will try to Dockerize it. Okay, so let's start our journey with this chapter and let's first Dockerize Python Flask app. If you'll talk about Flask, so basically this is a web framework and this is basically combined with Python to build some quick and reliable web application, right? So let's do this. Let's go to on our Ubuntu VM and let's build this application. So I will go to terminal and I will go to desktop and I will create a directory called Python Flask. Okay, and I will go to this Python Flask, cd Python Flask, and then I will open my Visual Studio Code in here. Okay, so the first file that you need will be app.py, right? Any Python file. So I will type app.py and I will close this chat and I will start writing the code. The first line would be from Flask and I want to import module of Flask. All right, then I will click and use app and I will write Flask with underscore name underscore. Then I will use app dot route so that I would be routing my home page. Then I will define a function of hello and I will return simple text. If you are seeing this means you have dockerized Python successfully. All right. And then after it, I will check for the condition if name equal to main function, right? Then what I will do, I will use run app.run and host would be my local host 0.0.0.0 and the port I will be using for this application would be 5000. Okay, I will save this one and you can completely ignore this Flask because I don't have this module installed. So if you want to get rid of this module, what I can do, I can go ahead in terminal and I can type pip install Flask. But I don't want to install or I don't want it to run on my machine. So that's why I didn't install it. And if I will save it, so you can see now Flask was identified because I earlier I didn't have Flask module. Okay, but I don't want to check it on my local machine, so that's why I didn't install it earlier. I will save it. Now the another file that you need is requirements.txt. So let's mention that requirements.txt, and in this requirements I will just mention Flask app, right? So and let's go with the particular version of 2.3.3. All right, I will save it. And now next one you need to write a docker file, and in the docker file as we are going to dockerize our Python app, so we don't need a whole heavy Python application, we can use a lighter version of Python, which is called Slim. Okay. So this is a light version of Python image. Then I will set work dir and which will be /app. Then I will copy my requirements.txt to this my working folder, my working location, right? So I'm copying this requirement.txt from my local to my inside my work dir of container. Then I will run pip install, and then I will install the dependency of Flask, right? And I will use no cache dir so that it will not take cache thing, and I will specify -r for the requirements dot txt. Now I will also try to paste because we have only pasted requirement.txt file, but our app.py was not copied. So let's copy that also, app.py, and I will copy it to this one. Now why I am specifying here requirement and here file, why I am not specifying dot dot. Suppose if there is a change in app.py, so as we have specified copy dot dot and then we have specified run pip install. So what it will do, even in the change in app.py will change and it will again run these requirements, which we don't want that, right? So I will keep requirement.txt above, then I will try to install requirements, and then I am trying to copy the app.py. Also, I need to expose it to port, and let's use 5000 because in my app.py I have used port of 5000. Now after it, what you need to do, yes, you are right, either you can use cmd or entry point. I will go with cmd, and I will specify Python, and it's just a Python. It's you don't need to mention Python 3. It will work. And I will specify my app.py. I will hit enter. And if you want to run this file in here itself, so if I will go here, if I will list the file, so I have this file. If you want to run it, so you can run it Python 3 app.py. So you can see it's given me these things. Now if I will open my Google Chrome, and if I will go to localhost 5000, so you can see my Dockerized Python app is running locally, right? So let's try to get it Dockerized also. So I will cancel it, and I have checked that it's working fine on my local environment, and it needed to be Flask install and Python 3 install. So now my Dockerize, this one is ready. What I will do, I will clear the terminal and I will check that this on this file where I'm going to run Docker file is there. Now let's first build the image. So I will type docker build dot for the current path. It will check for the current path for Docker file. So yes, it is. And then I'm going to tag it to Python-flask, and the tag name would be, I will give in v1. I will hit enter and let's wait for it to get download the image, and let's build it all the layer of the image. And looks like run pip install, no cache dir, we got some error. Flask 2.3.3. Okay, so we need to specify double equal to, it was wrong. So let me go to the requirements and we need to specify double space because we are assigning this Flask variable to this one, but we wanted to specify that use Flask version equal to this one, right? So we got that error, my mistake. Let's go through this again and let's build the image again. Now it is uses cached stuff, and now it started, and now looks like we didn't get any error this time and it was ran successfully. Now if I will type docker images, so I have bunch of images and I have python.flask ready. So let's try to run our image docker run --rm, so that if I will stop my container, it should be delete my container. I will use port, and let's use port of 5500 on my localhost, and inside the container it's running on 5000, and I will give the image id as 988. Okay, I'm not giving the image name as Python Flask. I'm just giving the image id because it's easier for just writing three three characters, right? And I will hit enter, and you can see whatever the things that were it was showing on whenever we try to run it locally, it's showing here itself. It's running on our 5500. Let's go to the web and let's go to localhost and 5500. So if I will go to 5500, you can see I have that message. Okay, so that means you have successfully deployed your web app of your Python-flask web app. So go ahead, play with it, make one more complex application and try to Dockerize it. Let me know if you got some error. Okay, for now I will cancel it. I will clear the terminal and let's move ahead. Okay, guys, so I'm hoping you are now in confident for creating or Dockerizing a Python Flask app, right? Similarly, you can just create and Dockerize a Python app. It is also very easy. Next one, let's try to Dockerize a .NET web app. So basically, it needs a .NET SDK, the build runtime environment, and then it's need a runtime environment also. Okay, so we need to fetch two images from Docker Hub official Microsoft image of .NET. Then we try to use it in our Docker Hub, and then we try to build it. Okay, so let's build this application and let's Dockerize it. So I will go to my Ubuntu VM and I can close this terminal for now and I will open another terminal. For testing on my local machine, I don't have .NET installed. So how I can verify that? If I will type .NET, so you can see that I don't have .NET installed. Okay, but it's giving the option to install it, but I will not do that. I will go ahead and type .NET install for Ubuntu. And I will go to the very first link of Microsoft. Then I will go to my version because this is my version 22.04. And then I will go here and I want, I will not go with the latest version. Let's use .NET 8 and it's giving the option for installing the SDK. Okay. So first is asking for sudo apt update. So let's copy that. So first one, it will download and it will install .NET SDK software development kit for building our app, and then it is asking to install ASP netcore runtime, which is for running our app that we have built it from it. Okay, so let's do that. I will copy the commands for my SDK and I will right click on it. I will paste it. I need to provide the password and let's wait for it to download and fetch all the details. Okay guys, I don't know why it took so much time to download that SDK, but I checked my internet connection was good, so might be some issue with fetching the data from Microsoft site. So now my .NET SDK was installed. Let's try to install .NET Core runtime. So I will go in the terminal, I will right click on it and I will paste the commands and let's wait for it to download. Let's hope that it does not take so much time. So looks like it didn't take much time and it came bundle the SP net runtime came bundled with my SDK itself. Okay, so you can see here. So we didn't need to go through that. Now I will navigate to my desktop and I will create a file called ASP.NET and I will navigate to this folder. I will list the content so I don't have anything here. Now in here, what I will do, I will create a demo app. So for that, you can specify .NET. So if you type .NET hyphen hyphen version, so I have 8.0.118 as of my recording. So I can create a demo web app. So I can type .NET new web means web app, and I'm going to name that web app as Hello World app. Okay, so I will hit enter now and now it will start installing and start creating the files and folders for me. And now it's done. If I will list the files, so you can see I have hello world app here. All right, so let's go ahead and let's open Visual Studio Code in here. And if I will expand hello world app and if I will go to program.cs, which is my main file, so it is telling you this one means whatever the request that you got, just mention them as hello world. Okay, so let's do this. Let's try to run this file. So first, as I have .NET installed on my local workstation, I will try to run it to see whether I don't get any error on my local workstation first. But you don't need to run it. For this, I will click on Remind Me Later .NET and I will type run. So after this, okay, so we need to be inside the project. So let's go ahead, cd and hello, and then let's try to run it .NET run. And now it started building our application. So let's wait for some time for get it built properly. And now you can see I have that one. And it's telling that it's listening on localhost 5193. So let's go to localhost and I will close this tab. I will type localhost 5193 and now I can see hello world here. Okay, now instead of hello world, let's do one more thing. As I am aware of this ASP.NET some stuff, so let's do this. Let's try to create one folder here and let's try to use index.html and let's specify that folder here to build that application randomly. Okay, so let's do that. What I will do, I will in the project directory here, I will create a folder and I will create a folder called www root, right? And inside that folder, I will create a new file index.html. Okay, and let's create some HTML file, doc type HTML, and then I will give HTML, right? And then let's give the head tag and let's give the head tag, and inside that, let's give title and let's give the name as Dockerized, Dockerized ASP.NET Core Web App. Now the head is done. Now what I can do is I will create a body also, and then let's give first header, and in the header let's give very simple ASP.NET app, and then let's give the paragraph. If you are seeing this means you have successfully dockerized ASP.NET .NET web app. All right. Now I will save it and we need to modify program.cs, and instead of this line we will specify to use a static file from www root. Okay, so as we have defined application to my build directory, so I will give app dot use default files, means it will check for the www root directory by default directory, and also it's going to use static files, means my index.html that was created earlier. Okay, I will save it and let's go ahead again and let's cancel it and let's build it again. Okay, and again it's listening on 5193. So let's go to our web page. Let me refresh the page, and now you can see I have simply modified my ASP.NET app, right? So we just used my use static file and use default file, and we have created www root folder, which is by default detecting folder for your web page, and I have specified index.html. Okay, so let's try to dockerize this one. So I will close this tab as I don't need it as they are already set up, and inside my docker file, uh, let's let's create a file called docker file. Okay, so I have created a docker file and let's try to do all these things here. Now first one, we need a image. Okay, so for taking the image I will again go here and I will talk hub.docker.com. I will check for .NET. I will click on verified publisher. Okay, not .NET, so let's use ASP. Okay, and I will use verified publisher. And okay, so it was .NET. So if I will go in here and if I will go to here, so you can see I have the extension name as mcr.microsoft.net, right? So let's use this. And first I can close this window. I don't want to get it running. And first what I will do, I will first specify a build stage because I will first build my application, right? Let's build stage and let's first specify from, and this will be my mcr.microsoft.com, and then the repository is .NET SDK 8.0, and I want to name it as build. Okay, so there is another keyword here as, which is used to rename this particular set of instruction that I'm going to write, and it's going to name it as build. Okay, so that we can use it if we are going to make another stage of this application. Okay, so you will understand it when we will move next. Then I will specify a work dir and I will specify app inside the container. Then I need to copy star.csproj file, which is needed for kind of a dependency for this application, and I need to store it at my this location or my working directory. Okay, and then when I have my dependency, I will finally run my .NET restore. Once it done, then I will try to copy the rest of the folder to this location. Okay, and after this I will try to run .NET publish -c release -o and out to give the output. Okay, now we are complete with the build stage. Now let's try to use it and let's use our runtime from, and it will be same mcr.microsoft.com and .NET, and I will use same ASP net of version 8.0 that I just use in my local environment. I will give work dir of /app. Then I will copy, and what I'm going to copy, I'm going to copy from whatever I have in my build stage. So I will type build. So it will try to copy all the things from this folder. Build and app out to dot. So it will try to copy to this one and then it will try to copy to this location inside this container. And then I will specify entry point here. And in the entry point, yes, you are right. I will specify .NET. And instead of just run, we need a DLL file. So the DLL file would be your project name, which is hello world app.dll, which it will create it once you will trigger the runtime. I will save it and let's try to build this. So I will go to my terminal. I will clear the terminal. If I will see Docker images, so I don't have any images for my ASP.NET. Okay, so let's try this Docker build and let's first verify whether I have my Docker file in here. So I do have. Let's use Docker build dot and I will give the tag name of sp net and I will give v1. Now let's wait for it to build. Let's see if we got any error. So till now we didn't. Let's wait for to get this image completed. So now it's on stage work dir of app. Earlier it has fetched and pulled all the images layer. So I will pause the video and I will come back until my image is ready. Okay, so looks like I have got this image completed. If I will type Docker images, so I have now ASP.NET of v1 running. Now let's try to run this image. So I will type Docker run -rm to remove the containers -p and let's give the port as 5055, and in the container it will be running as port 8080. because it's a web app and by default is web app. And I will give the image at D37, the image ID of my ASP.NET, right? And I will hit enter, and you can see it's giving the same thing, and it's giving the this listening on inside the container. So you don't need to worry about that. In your local environment, you will access via this port only. So I will go here. I will go to localhost 5055. Once if I will hit enter, you can see I have my ASP.NET, the customized ASP.NET running here. And all the logs will be also here printed. By default is /app. So that's it for Dockerizing ASP.NET app. Go ahead, play with it, modify something instead of index.html, try to include CSS file, try to fetch the API, try to include a subdomain of it, try to include one more URL to this ASP.NET Core app, right? And try to Dockerize it. Let me know once you get some error. So now as we are clear, let's move ahead with Dockerizing, a very important Laravel PHP app, okay, which is nowadays very helpful and very popular nowadays. So let's move ahead. So I'm hoping you are clear with the concept of Dockerizing a .NET web app, and we also try to modify it and we try to edit our index.html page. Now let's move ahead and let's understand a very advanced and very popular Laravel, which is a open source PHP web app framework designed for developing web apps by following the model, view, and controller architecture pattern. Now, what is the model, view, and controller architecture pattern? So, model is like handling your data logic and interaction with the databases. So, the first part of model is used for that. The second part of architecture is view, which manages how the data should be displayed to the user, to the end user. And the third part of this architecture is controller, which process user input and also how it interacts with the models. Also, it prepare data for the view, pass it to the view architecture. Okay. Now there are two main components for Laravel PHP framework. The first one is composer.json file. Now it contains all the dependency that requires to run this web application, and you can trigger to download this web application dependency by specifying the composer platform. Okay, and the second important part of this Laravel PHP web app is CLI tool, which called artisan. Okay, so now let's move ahead and let's try to dockerize it. Okay, so I am on my Ubuntu VM. Now if I will try to dockerize it, before that I want to test this Laravel PHP web framework on my local workstation first. So for that, or to initialize a dummy project of Laravel PHP web framework, you need a CLI tool or a module called Composer installed on your machine. Okay, so if I will type Composer, so I don't have it installed on my Linux VM, but I can try to install it using sudo apt install composer. So let's go to my desktop first. And if I will list, so I don't have any folders like, so let's create a folder called Laravel PHP and then navigate to it. And now in here, what I will do, let's first install Composer, and I need to provide my password and it will start installing. Now, until it's installing, let's understand its dependencies. So for working, when we were discussing about WordPress, so you knew that it is going to use a database in the background, right? So similar, Laravel PHP also uses a database to store its data in the background. And you already know that we are going to install and use MySQL database to use as a database for my Laravel PHP. Okay, and also I will use phpMyAdmin to access my database instance. Okay, now instead of creating all those Docker pattern one by one or Docker container one by one, this particular Laravel PHP web app I will create a Docker Compose file to create all these services together. Okay. So now within this directory, I will try to create a dummy project for Laravel, and I will use Composer here. So Composer, then create project, and I will use Laravel forward slash Laravel, and then I will use as Laravel demo. And now what I will do, I will hit enter here. Now it will create a project at Laravel demo. So let's wait for it to get created, and it will create a folder called .src, which contains all the data about my Laravel web app. Okay, so let's wait for it to get this created, and I will come back once it's created my folder and files structure for me. Okay, now looks like it has created our whole structure. I will open my Visual Studio Code in here, and let's see what the files and folders that it has created. So if I will go here, I can close this one. So if I will expand this one, so I have all this folder, right? And it has created our app.env file and my all the files here, right? And I have composer.json file, which will tell you all the dependency that it required for my this application. All right. Okay, so instead of src folder, it's given the name of our Laravel demo. Okay, so we are good with it, no issues. Now what I will do, I will try to create a not in here at the outer location. I will create some files and folders. The first file I need is Docker file. The second file that I need is dot docker ignore. The third file that I need is Docker Compose, in which I will write all the configurations, right? And as this is my Laravel project, I can go in the env file and I can edit these things, because as at the backend it's going to use my SQL database. So I will edit all these environment variable. So db underscore connection is MySQL, that is fine. The db underscore host, so I will give the host name of my database. While creating my Docker Compose, I will give the name as db. Okay, the port is 3306, which is fine. The db underscore database is Laravel, it's good. I will give the username also as Laravel. Okay, and the db underscore password, let's keep the password as secret, right? And I will save it, and I am done with .env file. Now if you will go in here and if you will go to the routes folder, so it contains your api.php files. So it is your main files like web, console, and all these things. So whatever the web page you will be seeing on the home page, so you will be seeing these things, which is on your routes page. Okay, so that is the main file that is required for dependencies. All right. Now let's try to build our Docker file first. Okay. To build this image. So we'll go to Docker file, and as the backend, it uses a PHP image. So first I will use PHP, and I will use specific image of 8.2 FPM. Okay. Then I need to install some dependencies here. So app first I need to use apt get update before installing any package, right? And then I will use apt get install -y to not ask for confirmation, and then I need to use zip. Let's give the next page, right? Let's give the next page of zip unzip curl libpng. So basically I am just downloading and installing all the dependency inside this php container. Okay, so let's write quickly these things. Dev, okay, so I have specified all the dependency that is required to run my application. I have mentioned this. Now I will go and I will first install Composer, because in my PHP image it will not have. So I will specify install Composer. Then I will install copy hyphen from the source image, and this one will be, I need to mention my stage. So stage I will mention as composer that is already installed in my main VM, not this one. It will be co composer and latest. Then I need to specify where you want to take this from. So user bin and composer, and where you want to copy it. So I want to copy it in user bin composer inside my container. All right. Now once it's done, I need to provide my work dir, and which will be where www. Then I need to copy and be very careful while mentioning it. I need to mention this. I need to go inside this Laravel and I need to copy the folders. So dot Laravel demo to this one. Okay. So what it will do, it will copy everything from inside this folder to this location, and be very sure that whatever you are copying, it should have a composer.json at the parent location. Okay. Now once it's done, once it's got the composer.json file, now you can try to run composer install, and now it will take composer.json file and it will install all the dependencies, and at the end you can start your commands, and it just needs php fpm to start my composer or laravel. Okay, I will save it and I will verify all the things here. All right, so I have my Docker file ready. Now I will save it and I will also go to Docker Compose YML file. And in Docker Ignore, what you can add some file that you don't want to expose it to the outside world. So you can specify the in the Docker Ignore to put and to don't use those folder whenever you are going to create image, to pull image, to build the image. Okay, so you can mention in dot git ignore dot docker ignore file. For now, I will not mention it because I'm not going to use it in my production environment. And now let's start with Docker Compose file. First line, you are already aware, I will use version, and the version for now I will use is 3.9. Then I will use volume because I'm going to use a named volume and for my MySQL app to store the data, and I will use the volume as db underscore data, and I will not give any driver or anything else. And now I will start my services. Now, the first service name I will give as a main app as app, which is my main Laravel app. I will give the context of build. I will give the context, and the context would be the same location. And I will give Docker file would be my Docker file, not this one. It will be capital T. Okay. Now, once it's done, what I need to do, I need to go to the same indentation label at build, and then I need to specify container name, and the container name would be I will give Laravel app. Then I need to specify ports also to access this, right? And I will give the port as, let's give 8000. And in the container, it will be running at 8000 itself. And also it depends on DB. So you can mention that because we are going to create a MySQL container also with the name of DB, not DB, it's DB. Then I need to specify a working dir of where www. Then I need to also start and give the command of php artisan. The artisan is a CLI tool for my Laravel app that we have that I have told you about whenever I was starting this lecture. Then serve, and I will give the host name as my local host to run inside this container 0.0.0, and I will specify port to run it on 8000, that hey, go ahead and run this container on 8000. All right, so now I am done with my Laravel app. Now the next service I want to create is DB, which is my MySQL, and I will give the image as MySQL, and let's give the version as 8. Let's take the container name, and the container name is, let's give Laravel DB. Next one, I want to give a restart policy underscore policy, and I want to give the restart policy unless stopped. Then I need to specify my environment variables. Okay, and the environment variable you are already aware, MySQL underscore root underscore password, and this one will be, I will give it as root. Then I will give another environment variable which is MySQL underscore database, and here it's, let's give the name as Laravel. The next environment variable that I will give for my username, so MySQL underscore user, and the username would be, I will also give Laravel. The next environment variable I will give as MySQL underscore password. I will give the password as secret. Okay. So whatever I have specified here, I have already specified here, right? These things. So we are good with it till now. Now I also want to use volumes to persist my data, and I will use a named volume that I have already created on the top here, right? So I will give db underscore data, and I will mount it to by default directory. And you are know where what is the by default directory for inside the container of MySQL. It's where lib MySQL. And then if you want, you can specify the ports also, but as we are not going to check that, so I will give p306 from my localhost to 3006 inside the container. Now I am done with my DB container, and I can only rely on this one. As I want to check for my MySQL, I want to check this. So either you need a GUI interface or a CLI interface. In my case, I am going to use GUI interface for accessing my MySQL, which is called PHP myadmin. So let's create service for that also. So I will type PHP myadmin. Okay, I've given the service name. I will specify image, and the image name would be PHP myadmin forward slash PHP, not PHP myadmin. All right, now I will give restart, and I will give as always whenever it's stopped or start. Then I will give ports because I want to access it and check it, and I will give port as 8081 on my localhost, and inside the container it will be running at 80. Now it needed a environment variable, and the environment variable it needed is pma underscore host. Okay, and what will be the host name? It will be db because I have specified the service name as db. So you can see I am not going to specify a custom bridge network, but using my services name, I will not specify the IP of my container, right? Using my not container name, using my services name, I can access and I can use my container to another container. Okay. And it also need one more environment which is called MySQL root password, and I will give the password as secret, or let's give the root. Okay, and once done, you need to specify depends on also, and depends on it will be db. All right, now we are done with docker-compose.yml. Let's go through quickly through this again. So I have specified a named volume because I want to use it for my MySQL database. After this, I am creating three containers. In Docker Compose, it's called as services. The first one is my app for Laravel, and I am giving build as context, which is my Docker file, and the Docker file is this one. In Docker file, I have taken a base image of PHP, then I have installed some dependencies. Then I am specifying take Composer, and basically I am installing Composer, and I am installing inside the runnable script of Composer inside this one. Then I am specifying a work directory, then I am copying all these from here to this one, and then I am installing run compose install. Once I installed my composer, then I am specifying command php fpm so that it will start trigger. I will go to Docker Compose, and once I am done, I will specify port so that I can access it, the Laravel app on my local host. This depend on SQL database. I will specify a working directory, and this is a command for starting your Laravel service. So it's done. Next one is SQLDB and PHP which you are already aware if you have gone through my lecture in which I have set up a WordPress app, right? So we are done with Docker Compose app. Now let's try to build it. Now I will go to my terminal, and if I will list the files here, so I should have my Docker Compose file and Docker file in here. Let's clear the terminal and let's try to use Docker Compose. Now be very careful, if you are using earlier version of Docker Compose, it will not work. Okay, so you need to be sure that you are on Docker Compose of version 2.28 and greater. Now I will use Docker Compose and up. Let's see if we got any error. So you can see now it's given started the interface, and now it's first pulling image for DB, then it will start all these things one by one. And now it took almost 5 minutes to build these servers at the first time, and it's giving all the things here. And you can see at the end it's giving my socket thing, means it's connected to Laravel DB, and it's waiting for my SQL to connect. So let's wait for it, and it's ready to start up. And if you will go on the top, you will see the details about all the things. So you can see now it has created all the application, all the container and volume, network, the by default network, right? So it has created all these things, and it took almost 5 to 7 minutes to do these things. If I will open another terminal here, and if I will type docker ps, so you can see I have all the container running. Suppose if any of the container is stopped and not working, you can type docker logs and the container stopped container id, so it will tell you why it was stopped. In my case, I was able to run it at first time, but believe me, that is not, I was not able to run at first time because I first ran it in my test environment on my another test VM, and then I tried to illustrate you in here so that I can save your time. Okay, because currently there are very less content that will show you how to dockerize a Laravel PHP app successfully. Okay, so first I tried different scenario on my Linux test VM, then I see that it was working fine, then I try to show you the illustration here. Now it seems it's running. Let's go and open my terminal. The Laravel PHP app is running on 8000 while my PHP is running on 8081. Okay, so let's first access my PHP. So I will go ahead and type localhost 8081 for PHP, and I'm logged in, and it's not this one. I have root, and the password is also as root. I will hit enter and I am logged in. I'll click on OK, no issues. Now by default, if you will go in here, you will see the Laravel table, Laravel schema in here, database here. That's showing that your application, your database is successfully integrated with Laravel. Now if I will open another terminal, if I will type localhost 8080, not, it was not 8080, it was 8000, right? And if I will hit enter, so it will take some time, and now you can see you have successfully deployed your Laravel PHP app. Okay, so I'm hoping I was able to illustrate you how you can dockerize Laravel PHP app. To be honest, I haven't worked on this in the detail on Laravel. I haven't worked on it, but yeah, I know some of its basic, how to create it, to deploy a basic application. I know it, but I don't know it in depth. But if you are aware of this Laravel PHP in depth, go ahead, play with it and try to dockerize it. And in the upcoming chapter, we will also try to publish it on our production environment by using Azure or AWS. Okay, so that will be very helpful. Now let's meet in the next section and let's try to dockerize something else. Hey guys, so I'm hoping you are clear with how you can dockerize Laravel PHP web app. Now let's move ahead and let's try to dockerize Node.js application. So we have dockerized it, right? But no issue, let's try to explore and let's see one more time and let's try to dockerize it. Okay, we have already Dockerized our Node.js application earlier, right? So let's open this in terminal and let's open Visual Studio Code here. So we already Dockerized our Node.js application earlier in chapter 2 or chapter 3, right? So let's go through this quickly again. So this is means server.js file which contains the code. Okay, and it listen on whatever the port you have specified here. This is package.json file which specify the dependency, what type of things that it needs. So it need express version of this one and body parser of this one. Now you have a Docker file, and the Docker file, from here I have used a base image of Node. Then I have specified a working directory. Then first I have tried to copy my package.json to my current working directory, which is app. I am not copying all the files and folders in here itself, because suppose if I want to change in any file, so it will automatically try to run the npm install again, which I don't want that. So first I am just trying to copy my package.json. Then I am trying to run npm install, and npm install will check for package.json and it will install the dependency that it is mentioned in package.json file, and it is from my previous folder, right? My previous lecture in which I have given a build argument or environment variables, right? Then I have copied all the files and folders from here to my working directory, and I don't need to copy node underscore modules folder or env folder, right? That you can mention in your docker ignore file. And then I am specifying cmd node server.js. Okay, so if you want to build it, you can go ahead and build it. So how you will build it? So you can type docker build hyphen t dot and then hyphen t, and I will give the name as node v1. Okay, I will hit enter and I will wait for it to build. So looks like it was built. Okay, now what I will do, I will type docker run and I will check on which port it's running. So by default we have given the environment variable or port of this one. If I will go to Docker file, it's taking the environment variable a default port of 3300. And then I will give the image name. The image name would be node colon v1. And then I need to provide an argument. So hyphen hyphen build hyphen arg. And I will specify default underscore port equal to 3300 itself. Okay. Because I am specifying 3300 here itself. Now let's try to run it. Okay, so looks like it has some bad option. No issues. Let's remove this. Now I suppose it might be running. If I will open my browser and if I will go to localhost 3300, so you can see now I have Dockerized Node.js app running. So that's how you can Dockerize your Node.js application in here. So now let's meet in another section. I will press Control CC or Control D, or let's open another terminal window. I will type docker ps and I will stop the container. And once if I will stop it, it will also delete this container. Okay. So now let's move ahead. So I'm hoping you are clear with Dockerizing Node.js application. We have already Dockerized it in our second chapter. Now let's move ahead and at the end, let's try to Dockerize a Maven project, which is very helpful for Java developers. So let's try to Dockerize our Maven project. Okay. For Dockerizing Maven project, so we need to create a full folder structure, which I don't want to create manually. Giving a quick start guide from Maven, I need to install Maven on my local workstation. First, I will go to my CD desktop. Then if I will list the files, so I don't have, so I will type and go mkdir dockerize Maven, and I will navigate to this folder, Dockerize Maven. I will list I don't have any file. Now, if I will type mvn, so it will tell you that Maven is not installed, but you can install it with this command. So let's install Maven because I don't want to write all the folder structure for Maven manually. I want to start a quick start guide for Maven that it already provides. So let's go ahead and install Maven first. Sudo apt install Maven. I need to provide my password. I will provide Y, and I will wait for the installation to get finished. Okay, now it's done. If I will type mvn, so I have the command installed in here. Okay, so let me check. Okay, so first it will check for the project. I don't have anything here. Let's start using a quick start guide to use this and to generate a demo project structure. Okay, and now I will start typing the things here. So I will type mvn archetype colon generate. So basically this is a command for generating a demo project structure for Maven. Then I will give D group ID, and I will give the group ID as com.devops. Then you need to provide a artifact ID, and the artifact ID should be anything. So Maven app. Then you need to provide archetype artifact ID, and I will give Maven archetype quick quick start guide. Means it will take this artifact ID and it will apply it to our this repository that we have given on the top. And I will not take interactive mode, so I will specify interactive mode would be false. I will hit enter and let's wait for the project to build, and it has built our project. If I will list the content, so I have my Maven app. Let's open Visual Studio Code here, and if I will list files and folders, so I have one pom.xml file which is basically a brain of full Maven app. And then I have one source in which I have a main, and then I have a app.java. Let's specify we have successfully dockerized our Maven app. Okay, I will save it. And what I will do, I will go to this structure and I will navigate to my this folder again, cd and Maven app. I will list, so I have pom.xml and source. What I will do, I will try to first run the stuff here. I will try to build the project so that I got one jar file. So I will type mvn package. Okay, so you can type clean or install. For now, I'm just going to use mvn package so that it will create a jar file for me. So let's go ahead and let's hit enter. Okay, and looks like we got bunch of error, and it's telling source option 5 is no longer supported. Use 6 or later. Target option 1.5 is no longer supported. Use 1.6 or later. Okay, so let's go in here, and if I will go to pom.xml. So before doing this, I need to verify what version of Java I have. So Java version. So I have 11 version, OpenJDK of 11 version. So let's do that. So in here looks like we need to specify our source and target because by default it's taking low. So let's specify that. So I need to provide properties and properties. Okay. And in here, I need to provide maven dot compiler dot plugin. Plugin name is source, right? And then I need to provide the version as 17. And then I need to close it again. So for closing it, I will use the same stuff here. And at same, I can copy and paste it in here, and I need to provide a target. Okay, so now as my OpenJDK version is 11, so I need to specify my source and target as 1111. Okay, so let's do that. I will save it and let's try to build it again. Let's see if we got any errors. So I will type mvn package and let's wait for it. And this time you can see we have built our code. So what was the error earlier? We were not specifying this source and target, which was by default, and by default it was taking 1.5 and 1.6, which is very earlier. So first I verified my Java version with java-hyphen version command, and I had version of 11. So I specified source and target. Okay, and now it's done. Now, if I will go to my folder structure in here, and if I will go to target, so you can see I have my Maven app 1.0 snapshot.jar created. Okay. And also I have some test classes and test folder created that is for test purpose. Now let's try to run the file. So how we can do that? If I will go to, I will use Java and I will use cp command. So first I am showing you how I can run it. Target and Maven app 1.0 snapshot.jar, and then I want to copy it. So com.devops.app, and I will hit enter, and you can see once I have ran it, it given us the output that we have specified in our file, right? So that's how you can use Java CP file, and we have tested that it's working fine. Now let's try to Dockerize it. Let's see how you can Dockerize it. So at this location, I will click on it and I will right click on it and I will click on Docker file. And what I can do, either I can go ahead and run my whole command maven archetype generate, but in my case I just want to copy and I just want to run my jar file. So I just need to install mvn install, right? And then I need to use add to add my target folder, target, and then whatever the my file name. So can we rename, click on rename and try to copy the whole thing here. Okay, I have copied it and we need to try it to, let's give dockerize maven.jar. Okay, now I need to provide an entry point, so let's give that. Let's use Java, then comma, hyphen jar, and the name was app.jar, and I want to expose it to 8085 so that I can access it later. Okay, and I will save it. Okay, now let's try to rebuild it again. I will type this one and I will hit enter. Let's see what the error says now. Okay, and looks like it was done. It has successfully built my image. So now what I will do, I will go here and I will type docker run, and I will use hyphen hyphen rm. I will use hyphen p, and let's use 8085 to my local workstation to 8085 inside my container, and I will give the name as Dockerize, and if I will hit tab it will automatically detect it. If I will hit enter, okay, and I'm getting error like no main manifest attribute in app.jar because in pom.xml we haven't specified our main class. Okay, and in here what you need to do, you need to provide a path of archive path of here. Okay, so it's done. I need to rebuild this image again. So I will right click on it and I will delete it. And I will go to my terminal and I will type mvn package. So by the time it's loading, I wanted to show you that I have added some plugins so that I don't get any error. I have added plugin for Maven File plugin, then jar plugin to package it, right? Then I have specified my main class, which is com.devops.app. And then I have a bunch of install plugin, deploy plugin, which I don't want that, but to not get error in the future, I have mentioned that. Okay. And I have Maven app.jar file now at my this location because I have given the name. Now what I will do, I will go to, and I suppose I should not get any error. So yes, I didn't. Now I will go to Visual Studio Code and I need to change the name. Maven app.jar, right inside the target. I will save it and I will rebuild the image again. So I will type docker build and I will give the image name as v2. Now let's see if we got any error. So now we don't get any error and it uses all the things cache. And now let's try to run our container again and let's give the container name as v2. And now you can see we have successfully built our image. It given us the output and it exited. Okay, so that's it for this chapter. I am hoping it was very helpful for you, and we struggled a lot while localizing these application, especially in this Maven app. But at the end, what I did, I go on the net and I have added all these plugins at the same time. Okay, so that's it for this chapter. Let's meet in the next chapter for deploying our some application on cloud using AWS or Azure. Till then, take care, everyone. One more thing I have forget to mention that whatever project that I have created, whatever the code and all the things that I have created in here, what I will do, I will try to paste them on my GitHub repository, and I will give you the link for my GitHub repository for all these things. On my GitHub repository, along with Docker, I have bunch of repository for my Linux or many other courses also. Okay, so navigate to those particular section and try to access these applications, files and folders there. Okay, so yeah, let's meet in the next chapter with some advanced topic. And till then, take care. Hey guys, so in the previous chapter, we have seen and we have dockerized some of the famous applications like Python, Laravel, PHP, Maven, and many more, right? And I am also hoping that you have gone through those lectures and you have practiced them well. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about Docker registry and private registry. I have discussed Docker registry and private registry in my second chapter, but in the upcoming chapter, we are going to take our Docker to production, especially on Azure. So you need to be understand and you need to be aware of Docker registry and private registry. So let's go through those points again that we have discussed in chapter 2. If you have remembered those points, then feel free to skip those. Now, what is a Docker registry? So, it is a kind of a storage and distributed system for named Docker images. Okay. So, now you push your image to registry and then pull whenever you needed it. If it is a public, then it can be pulled from any, but if it is a private, then it might need to ask your credential. And then if it's verified, if it has access to that private repository, then you will be able to pull that. There are two type of registry here. First one is public and another one is private. As the name suggests, public means anyone can pull from it unless your repository is public. So the two leading public registry type are Docker Hub and GitHub Container Registry. These are especially for containers. If you are talking about private, so these are only restricted to account or within an organization if they have access. And some famous private repository are AWS Elastic Container Registry, Azure Container Registry, and self-hosted Docker Registry. Okay, so let's understand about all of these and all the working of it one by one. For the demo, we have an upcoming chapter in which we will take our Docker to production and then we will see these things in action. So let's start with working with hub.docker.com means our Docker Hub repository. For logging in, you will type docker login command. And if you want to push it, so first you need to tag it to the same repository name that you have created in the Docker. So you need to create repository first in the Docker, and then you need to specify the name and whether it's going to be a public or private repository. Then you need to tag your image name that is already inside your local machine, and it will be like your my app and latest. Then you need to tag it, means it's just changing the name of it, it's making a copy of it, and it will make the copy of it, means this will be still on your local system, and it will create one more image copy of this one with the name of repository or your username and then the app name colon the version. Now how you will push it, once you if you have logged in, you will just type docker push username. In our case it happens to be a repository name of Docker Hub and then this one. Okay, so you just need to type the new repository name, it will just push it. Now coming to the pull section, so if it is a public, then go ahead and give this name to anyone who need it and they will be able to just pull the image. So here it will be Docker pull, right? Not push, sorry. So you can type just Docker pull and username my app latest. So it will pull your image.
If it is a private, then it might ask for a credential. You need to log into that so that it will check for your access and then it will fetch that image. You can just directly type docker run and then username myapplicator. It will also try to pull it and then it will run it in your attached container. Next one, let's discuss about self-hosted repo. So basically these are the self-hosted repo on your machine locally created by registry itself. So you will first run a container of name registry and the image name is registry of version 2. Then you will tag it to how you will tag it. You will tag your app with latest version by default it will take, and then you will specify the repository name, in our case local host 5000 because where it is hosted, and then the app name. If you want to push it, you will just type docker push and then the local host and your app name. If you are going to specify a version, you can do that. If you want to pull it from Docker private repository, your self-hosted, then you can just type docker pull localhost 5000 my app. Now, if you want that someone else should be able to pull it from here, so it will not work because it's using a localhost connection. So for that, you need to first host it on your own domain name server or domain name system, and then you need to host this app to that, and then you need to provide that link to the required user who needs this repository. Okay, now coming to the Azure ACR. So there are two prerequisites for this. First one, it needs Azure CLI tool install and you need to be logged in. You can log in by az login command. Then it needs to be Docker install. Now for these, either you can go ahead and follow the GUI method for creating an Azure Container Registry and log into Azure Container Registry. Else you can do that with the command also. Okay. Now in the backend, if you will install Azure CLI, it will create a .azure folder inside your home, and inside that you will have a credential folder. So I have talked about this in my Ansible lecture. So basically you can give some stuff like your tenant ID, your subscription ID, your secret ID in that .credential file, and you don't need to log in again. Once you will run this command, it will automatically authenticate your local machine infrastructure to Azure backend. To create a ACR, there is a command. So AZ for our Azure CLI, then ACR, then create. We will provide a name, then resource group, and the SQ is basic. If you want, then you can log into this ACR with the name of registry. So now you are logged in. Now how you will tag your app? So you will tag, so Docker tag, and this will be the absolute name. Why I'm calling absolute? Because it's the name colon tag name. Okay, if you have specified any tag, and now it will be your my registry, your registry name, then .azure cr.io, and then the tag name. Now how you will push it? So you will push it docker push and then the name that you have specified in the new name. Okay, so basically in the backend on your local system it will create a copy of your this image with the name of this one. Okay, and it will give the tag name of latest. So you just need to type docker push and it will push it to whatever registry you have created here. If you want to pull it, so you can type the same image, same command like docker pull and registry name and then with the my app latest name. Now keep in mind that registry or account name that Azure takes, it's appended with .azure cr.io. Okay, and now keep in mind that it cannot be pulled by anyone. They have access if you have set up rollback access control on this repository or registry, then those people only can pull it from there. Now let's understand about working with AWS Elastic Container Registry. So it needs to be AWS CLI install and IAM permission to access ECR for that particular user from where you are going to access it. Now first you need to authenticate the Docker with AWS. So first you will log in AWS ECR get login password with the region, and once it will get it, so I'm using a pipe, it will follow this it will get the password and it will append it and provide it to this one. Okay, so Azure login hyphen hyphen username will be your username, and then the password it will take from here. And then AWS uses a long repository name, registry name for your Docker. So it will be like AWS account ID means randomly 8 or 12 ID character, then dkr.ecr, then the region where it is hosted, then .amazon.aws.com. Then you need to create a ECR repository. You can create with your directly navigating to AWS, or you can create with command line. From command line, you can create it via AWS ECR create repository, then hyphen hyphen repository name, then the repository name, and then the region. Then you need to tag and push it. So you are already aware of it, how you will tag it. So you will tag it with Docker tag and the image name that's currently reside on your local machine, and then the whole repository name that is a long for AWS, and then your my app and latest. So it will create a copy of this particular image on your local system, and now you just need to type docker push and this one, and it will push to your Docker repository. Fourth step, if you want to pull it, and if you have set up another account for IAM, so you can provide that command and you can provide this repository URL to that user, to that colleague, and they will be able to push that repository or image from AWS ECR. So I'm hoping you are clear with working with Docker registry and private registry such as Docker Hub, AWS ECR, Azure ACR, and even your self-hosted registry if you are going to host on a domain name system. So now let's meet in the next chapter. In the next chapter, we are taking our Docker to production, and it's going to our last chapter in this series. And to be precise, I will be using Azure for deploying my app to the production. So I will go ahead and revise this Azure ACR commands, or I will follow for creating these things in the GUI method also. But if you are going to follow me along, and if you are going to follow with the script, then also good. Go ahead and try to create these things with the help of commands, but I will try to follow on my Azure portal. Okay, so let's meet in the next chapter. Till then, take care. Hey guys, and welcome back to this very last chapter in the series of this Docker. And in this chapter, we are going to take our Docker to production environment, and especially we will use Azure for it. So how we are going to achieve that? We will try to create a container registry on Azure, and then we will try to deploy a web app or a container instance from it. So what are the prerequisites that I have already discussed in my previous chapter? So first you need to have Azure CLI install and you should be logged in. I will tell you how you can log in. And then you should have of course Docker install. First we will create a Azure container registry first. And for all of these you can go ahead and you can do all these things using command line, but I will rely on creating these stuff using my Azure portal. Once if you will log into Azure, after that also you need to log into your registry itself. Okay, because Azure does not inherit these registry by default to the access of on the top layer. So you need to log in again if you want to access your registry, and then we will tag it again, and you are aware that how the tagging is done, and then we will try to push it. In my case, I will use my Azure Container Registry, but I will also show you how you can push it to Docker Hub and how you can use it to the production from Docker Hub. So let's start our chapter 11 and let's take our Docker to production. In your case, you can use AWS. It's pretty similar. It's just have a different interface, but in the background, they might be working as same like as these. Okay. So now I will move to on my Ubuntu VM. So I am on my Ubuntu VM. If I will type Docker images, so I have these two images. First one is ASP.NET and Laravel-PHP app. So if I will try to run this application, let's try to run this. So I will use Docker run hyphen p 8080 80 ASP.NET. So once if I will run it, and once if I will go here, if I will type localhost 8080, okay, I have forgotten that it's running on port 80. I will cancel it and I will give 8080 inside the container also. Okay, and now if I will go to my this container, so you can see I have my app running, right? So inside the container is running on port 8080. So I have this container running and we have done this, we have created this app. So if I will show you the repository, this container, so I can show you. I will go to my desktop. I will clear the terminal. I can go to my desktop and I have that app in my desktop itself. I will open Visual Studio Code in here, and this is the file that I am using. And by default, when I initialize my ASP.NET web app, so it just came with the default setting. But in here, I modified it. I inserted one folder and then index.html inside it. Then I write some code. And then in program.cs, I use these two lines to use default and static files. Okay, so that by default it's taking index.html. So this is my complete ASP.NET. Now what I will do, I will go to Chrome, my browser, and then I will log into my Azure. And in another video, before pushing to my container registry of Azure Container Registry, I would show you how you can push it to your Docker Hub. So for that, I will go to hub.docker.com and I will log in, and it all automatically detecting my account. If you haven't logged in, so go ahead and log in your account. So there will be two icon, login or sign up. Just go ahead and click on login. It will ask for authenticate via GitHub, and just go ahead and log in. So I have already pushed this image earlier in my second chapter. So let's create one repository and let's try to push it. So I will go to my repository here and I will click on create repository. I will give the repository name as .NET web app. Okay. So I'm done. I don't want private repository. I want public. I will click on create. Now it will create my repository. So you are already aware. First, I will list the images. So I have these two images in here. First, I need to create a copy of my ASP.NET that I want to push it. And the copy of this image name should be, if you are using Docker Hub, it will not expand it to docker.io, but in the backend, it is taking this user ID as user id.docker.io, right? But for the Docker, if you are using Docker Hub, so it does not need .docker.io. So I will copy this. I will go ahead and I will right click on it and I will paste it. And I will give the tag name of my this image that is going to be created as a copy will be v1. Okay, so I have done some mistake. I need to first give my name asp.net. Okay, so now if I will hit enter, so now it might have tagged. If I will type docker images, so you can see I have my copy of this image and you can see the image id is same, right? Same image, same size. So you just created a copy of it so that it is now ready to push to this particular repository. And what is a particular repository in this case? In this case, it's default Docker Hub. If it has some extension, then this is an external or private repository. If does not have anything and it's just a username and then the repository or image name, then it's a Docker Hub. Okay. And now what I will do, I will just type Docker login. So you need to first log in. If you are not logged in, so it will ask for you login. So I am logged in. You can see it in the backend, it fetched the details from my web and it got detected that it's logged in. Now what I will type Docker push and I just need to type these thing. The image name that just I have given, just I have copied. Okay, so what it will do, it will automatically detect that hey, it's a Docker Hub right? And the image name should be this and the tag name should be this. On my Docker Hub, so it's currently empty. I will go ahead and I will hit enter. And now you can see that this push will refer to docker.io DevOps channel 23. Okay, so by default it's taking docker.io. Now I will wait for it to push all the layers. So in my case, it's going to take some time. So I will wait and I will come once it's complete and push all the layer. And looks like it took some time, but it had pushed our image. I will go to my Docker Hub and I will refresh the page to verify it. And looks like after some time, pushed 1 minute ago, it was pushed. So my image is there on my Docker Hub. Now I can give it anywhere. I can use it anywhere to directly push this image on my any production environment. Now instead of Docker Hub, because this was not my intention for this lecture, I was going to show you all these things on Azure itself. Okay. So I will close this window. I will go to Azure and in here I will search for container apps, or if you are not showing, then you can go to marketplace and you can click on container registry. Now in here you need to first select a subscription. So I have a subscription. Then you need to select a resource group. In my case, I already have a resource group. Again, you can go ahead and do all these things via script, but I'm not going to do that with the command. I'm going to follow my Azure portal. And now you can see in the registry name, using Docker Hub, it was not appending anything to it. But if you want to push it using your Azure, so it has a suffix as azure.cr.io. Now let's give the registry name. I will give the registry name as DevOps channel 23. Okay. Now I will leave these things as it is. Location is Central India and domain name label scope should be unsecure. Here you can define whether you want to use your tenant domain or a subscription domain, then you can go ahead and use it, but I will not do that. It will automatically detect my registry domain name and this will be this one. You cannot change it. And in the pricing plan, I will go with a basic tier and then I don't need to worry about other tabs. I will go ahead and click on review and create. So it will run my final validation and I will hit on create. And within a second of time, it will create a registry for you, this container registry. Container registry, now this page that I am showing you, it's now will work as your Docker Hub repository. So now if you will go inside down, it will give you some options for pushing your image to deploy your container image in something called three options. So it will give you three options to deploy your image. Either you can deploy in Azure Kubernetes Services environment, and basically it's just infrastructure like your Docker Compose. It's Kubernetes is like owned by Google, but Azure is using its API to build the services, so you can use Kubernetes. Next one is container instance. So we can use that by for creating the app. Basically, it will just create an environment that we use to run our images using Docker run. Okay, so it will create the environment, and this is completely owned by Azure itself. So we will not go ahead and we will not create these. We will create Azure Web App Service instead. Okay, so I can close this one and let's first push our container image to here. Now it will give you the steps here. First, you need to log in. So I will go ahead and I will type easy login. So if you will seeing that easy is not there means so you need to install Azure CLI. That's why it's not detecting. Now once I type easy login, so it has opened my Chrome browser and it's asking for login. So I will select my account and I will log in. Now it's logged in. I need to select a subscription and by default I have only this subscription. I will hit enter and now I am logged in. Now after login, you need to again log in to your Azure Container Registry itself. because you are logged into Azure. Now you need to log into your Azure Container Registry again. So I'll go ahead, I will right click on it, I will paste it and I will hit enter. Now it will take some time detect my registry and it will try to log in. So let's wait for it to give in us a message for login succeed, and it did. Now you know the steps. We need to retag it, means give the name. So if I will type Docker images, I have these images. I will clear the terminal, and if I will give again, so I have these images. Now I will type Docker tag ASP.NET V1 to, I need to rename it to my this name that it's giving here. So I will go ahead and I will right click on it, I will paste it, and then your image name. So the image name will be ASP.NET web app colon V1. Okay, and now I will hit enter. And now if I will type Docker images, so I have the image now. It has copied the image. You can see all the layer image ID is same. Now I will copy these things, or let's do this. Let's press upper arrow key and let's just use Docker push. So you are using Docker push, but it's not going to push on Docker Hub because we have specified here the absolute path of my container registry, and in my case it's Azure. In case of AWS, it's a long name. So now let's try to push it. I will hit enter, and now it will start preparing and it will start pushing my various layer of images to my this repository. So I will wait for it to get pushed and I will come back, and it took most of the time and it pushed my image. So I will go to my Azure portal. I will refresh my page, and in here you can see it's still empty. But if I will go to services and if I will go to repository, so you can see I have my ASP.NET web app in here as a repository. So now what I can go, I can go to overview page and I have that container image right on my Azure. If you want to run a container on Azure portal itself and you don't want to use Docker run command and you want to run a container on Docker itself, you can go ahead and click on deploy an image and you can use a container instance here. So in here we can add our registry. So I will show you also. And on create container instance page, I need to select my resource group. I will select that. I need to give a container name. So let's give the container name as ASP.NET. I will leave all these things as default standard, and in the image source I can either give a quick start image, so it will just take hello world container image, or you can provide a Docker image here itself, or you can use your Azure Container Registry here itself. In here, I can select my container and I can select my registry. So here in here, it's DevOps channel 23. Now, if you will go and check for this registry, so you can see that in my case, whenever I have created this registry, so it's showing that admin user must be enabled for this repository in order to access the image during the container instance creation. For my case, I haven't created any. I just try to create any. So I need to add a admin user to my ACR. So let's see how you can be an admin user and admin account to my ACR. So either you can go ahead and go in here, or you can go to Azure portal, you can go to settings and you can go to access keys, and then I need to select my admin user, and it will give you my username of my user, and I will try to show or generate my password so that I will be able to use it these application or these images from my local here itself. And be sure that anyone can download and pull this image, but we should have a username and password in place. Okay, so if I will show you the password, it's just a random password. If I will go in here and if I will type Docker images, so I have these images right now. Let's try to remove that.
Docker RMI DevOps channel to 3 dot Azure dot ACR this one. Okay, if I will hit enter and now if I will type Docker images, so I don't have this image from my Azure ACR, right? So what I will do, as I am already logged in, so I can directly type Docker pull and the image name. Okay, so if I will type that, so it will pull our all images because I am already logged in. I have a specified Azure ACR login. But in case if you are not logged in, so you can see that I have logged in, right? But in your case, if you want to share this image with your other colleague, so you need to provide them a password, or if you want, you can go ahead and create a user or provide them an access. Okay. So in my case, I have enabled my admin. What I will do, I will go here, and if I will refresh my page, and now I will again go through those steps. So my RG, let's give the container name as .NET, and SQ is default. And I will go and select Azure Container Registry. And this time you can see I didn't get any error. My registry is set, and this time we didn't get any error because we have set our admin user. The image tag is good because this one is my tag name, and I can go ahead and I can create our app and I can publish it later on my web app. But I don't want to do that. I want to directly create my web app here. So I can go to my app services. If you don't see here, just go and search for app services. Okay. So I will go ahead and select for app services, and the app service needs a by default app service plan. So I will go with the lowest app service plan here. I will go here and I will click on create a web app. I will give a web app name. This will be provided the domain provided by my Azure. Okay. So I will provide user or web app name like .NET DevOps channel 23. Now in here in the publish, I want a container. If you want, you can go ahead and type code and runtime mistake as .NET, Java, whatever you want. But in my case, I want a container. And the operating system will of course be Linux because we are not using Windows container images. We are using WSL. In Linux flags, in Linux plan, I will create a app service plan default. So I am good with it. In pricing plan, I will not go with premium. I will use free F1. Then I'm good with this plan. I will go ahead and I will click on next for the database. I don't want to attach it to database. I will go ahead and I will click on container. Now I need to get a source. So for source, I will click on Azure Container Registry. I will select DevOps Channel 23, and then either I can use managed identity for my this registry, but I haven't set it up. I can use admin credentials here. Now it will automatically select ASP.NET Web App, and in here it's giving a tag. Now how you want to start this container once the app got started? Okay, and I will not provide any startup command. Let's see what happens. I will go to next. I don't want to set up any networking, but if you are going to use it in your main production, you need to specify monitor and secure. Okay, but as I am just showing you for illustration purpose, I am not going to do that. And within a second of time, I don't want to enable the application inside, but Azure recommends it. I will go ahead and I will click on review and create, and I will go ahead and I will click on create. Now I will wait for some time, and looks like it was deployed. I will go to resource my web app. Now if I will try to click on browse, so you can see now my ASP.NET that was dockerized on my local workstation. Now you have simply taken it to production and used Azure to deploy it to your own app. So in here, Azure have provided a custom domain name, But in here, if you have or if you own this web page, so you can add a custom page. For adding a custom page, you need to upgrade your app service plan to the higher tier. Okay. So I'm hoping you have understood the concept of how you can take your Docker or containers to the production environment. Now, one important thing before moving forward or before closing this section, I would also try to go ahead to my subscription or resource group and I will delete all of my resources because I don't want to get billed after I don't use the resources. Okay, so please don't forget to delete your resources. So I'll go on delete and I will delete the resources. All right. So thank you guys for joining it with me. And we have covered all the chapters here related to Docker, and I have tried to cover all the topics of Docker. Finally, we have taken our Docker to our production. Go ahead, set up your monitoring tool, try to deploy your Docker to another environment like AWS or even in your private cloud area. Try to implement it with your CI CD and try to fetch as many implement scenario that you can. Okay. So thank you guys. Thank you joining it with me on this course. I know it was a bit lengthy course, but it was needed to make you understand and make you familiar for all the concept and topics related to Docker. So if you are liking my sharing and my content and my lectures, then please go ahead and subscribe to my channel, like this video, share it with your friends who want to learn about Docker. In this lecture, I have tried to Dockerize many applications which are mostly needed if you are starting your journey with Docker because that is the base pillar. I have tried to illustrate you all the topics in Docker using example and demos. So please subscribe to my channel. It will motivate me for making more content like this. Now let's meet in the next chapter of series which we will create soon. Till then, take care everyone.